All right. I call this meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees to order. Let the record show that a quorum of members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551. The time is 6 o'clock. Our first item, A and B, will be our invocation, which will be led by Trustee Datron Williams, and our Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Trustee Misty Oldenwiller.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please join me in a word of prayer, if you so choose. Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to gather and conduct the business of your children. Thank you for this honor that we have as board members to serve. We thank you for your continuous protection and grace over our families and this great school district during this summer break. Now we ask that you grant us the daily strength to continue to do your will and grant us wise discernment in our decisions. Father, let us listen more than we speak. Let us love one another as you love us. Let us forgive as we will want to be forgiven. And lastly, grant us grace and mercy in all that we do. Amen.
Amen.
And the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
You may be seated. All right. Thank you to both of you. Our next item is item 2A, special recognition, our Ambassador Award for Child Nutrition Department employees. Dr. Knoll.
All right, it's an honor when we get to go to campuses and deliver ambassador awards where there's so many other folks that work so hard to help our district be successful every day, and it takes all of us. It takes the whole team to make it happen, and so we have opportunity in the summer to recognize a few of those departments, and it's an honor to have them here with us tonight. I'm going to introduce Mr. Chris McCord, who is going to say a few words about our great operations teams and introduce us to our leadership tonight.
So, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. As a district, we are so fortunate to have so many people that care greatly and deeply about the success of students. So, two organizations that exemplify this really are child nutrition and custodial and maintenance. They do so much for us at all times and so much for our staff and our students. So, the leaders of these organizations, our fantastic leaders, are here tonight to recognize their special employees. So it includes Robin Hughes from Child Nutrition and Marshall Schrader from Custodial and Maintenance. So without further ado, I present to you Mrs. Robin Hughes.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. Thank you for recognizing our child nutrition ambassadors this evening. I'd like to begin with our first ambassador, Martine Plunkett. Martine is an associate at Hauser Elementary, and she's been with us for 7 years.
All right.
She's hardworking and dedicated to child nutrition. She's always ready to work, and she's someone you can rely on to get the job done. She enjoys preparing quality meals for our students and takes so much pride in what she does. Martine has a positive attitude, and she is a pleasure to have in our department. Our next ambassador is Gina Baker. Gina is the manager at Glenlock Elementary and has been with us for 3 years. She stepped up to a manager role this year, and she's done an outstanding job. She's friendly, positive, and motivates her associates to do their best. She's always ready to learn something new and take on a challenge. She has a great food quality and excellent service. She always has a smile and stays upbeat regardless of the situation, and we're so proud of her. Our next ambassador is Megan Medina, and I'm not sure if she made it. No, not yet. Okay, well, she's the manager at Veterans Memorial, and she's been with the district for 4 years. She's a strong leader and excels at communicating with her staff. Even during challenging times, Megan remains calm and pleasant. She's willing to help others in the kitchen with staff when needed, and she's highly respected. She strives for excellence in everything she does, and she makes it look easy. We're so glad she's in our department. And Kelly Highgerger, she couldn't be with us tonight. She's an associate at the Woodlands High, and she's been with us for 3 years. She has a positive attitude, and she's always willing to work anywhere that she's needed, and she never complains. She works well with others, and she's a valuable member of the team. Her hard work and dedication to the district are appreciated. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations. Thank you.
All right, if I could just say a couple of words. Anytime you enter a campus and it's around 10 o'clock, you start to hear and see the hustle and bustle that's going on in our cafeterias. The tables are coming out. You start to smell the food wafting through the entire campus, and you have lovely people like these ladies ready to greet our students, feed them, fill them up, and send them back to class. It's special. It's a special, special job and a special place to be, and it brings everyone to the heart of our campus. And we are so blessed to have you and your dedicated service to our students. So thank you.
All right. Congratulations once again. Thank you. And please let those that weren't able to make it, let them know we appreciate them as well. Please. All right, Dr. Knoll, we'll move on to item B, which is our Ambassador Awards for Custodial Maintenance Department for our employees in that department as well.
All right, Mr. Marshall Schrader.
President Hubert, members of the board, Dr. Knoll, it's my honor to recognize these employees. First up is Michael Figueroa. Michael Figueroa. Michael has been with the district for 14 years. He started as a groundsman, worked his way to a ground supervisor, and now serves as the athletic ground supervisor. Michael's hard work and dedicated, always willing to assist wherever needed. He's not only an asset to the district, but also a pleasure to work with. Mike is one of the best parts of the CISD Maintenance and Custodial Department.
Oh, nice.
Next up is William Dwayne Falber. Dwayne came to us. Dwayne came to CISD in 2022 from a district south of us. Very happy to have him here. He's been such a pivotal part of achieving the district's and the department goals. His dedication and pride in his workmanship shine through. He always goes above and beyond expectation. Dwayne is one of the best parts of the CISD Maintenance and Custodial Department. Next is Maria De La Flores. Maria has been a valuable asset to our team since 2014. It's fantastic to see her excel in her work. She's a hard worker, always dedicated to CISD. She brings positive energy to the workplace. Maria is one of the best parts of CISD maintenance and custodial. I'm going to try to roll the R.
Here we go.
Next is Margarita Guerrero. Margarita's been in CISD since 2017. Her dedication and versatility are commendable. In addition to the various roles she has held, she's recently been recognized as a Humanitarian of the Year.
Oh.
She demonstrates excellence and a positive attitude. Her willingness to go the extra mile undoubtedly contributes to the success of the custodial department. Margarita is one of the best parts of CISD maintenance and custodial. Next is Buddy Herman.
Go, buddy.
So Buddy's been a constant at Suchma Elementary since it was opened. He hasn't let the continued growth of Suchma change or frustrating. He just keeps being Buddy. He's been nominated for Teacher Achieving Excellence 2 years in a row, which confirms his dedication and commitment to Suchma Elementary, the custodial department, and CISD. Buddy was recently honored by Habitat for Humanity. This highlights his impact beyond Conroe ISD. Buddy is an asset to the district and a valued teammate. Buddy is one of the best parts of CISD maintenance and custodial department.
Awesome.
Next is Miguel Gonzalez Castillo. So Miguel started in CISD maintenance in 2016. He started as an HVAC apprentice. He moved into preventive maintenance technician and now serves as the preventive HVAC lead technician. Miguel's leadership of his team reflects his strong work ethic and dedication. He sets high expectations and holds his teams accountable. He leads by demonstrating his commitment to excellence. His leadership skills, along with his personal motivation, contribute to the team's success and efficiency in meeting the objectives. Miguel is one of the best parts of the CISD maintenance and custodial department. Last but not least, Robert Washington. One thing I can guarantee you, when he comes to the front, he's going to be smiling.
There we go.
Guaranteed. Robert's positive attitude and willingness to tackle any task with enthusiasm makes him a valuable member of the irrigation team. Despite challenges of digging and repairing leaks, his cheerful demeanor, his kind words uplift the team. His genuine care for others exemplified wishing everyone a blessed day in the morning, and even after being out in the hot sun all day, he still comes back wishing everybody a blessed day.
That's awesome.
He adds warmth to the work environment. His presence is truly appreciated and valued by his coworkers. Robert is one of the best parts of CISD maintenance and custodial.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of all the CISD, parents like myself, just the community in general, you guys are truly the unsung heroes of CISD. You keep the facilities looking like just top-notch, world-class facilities. You keep the air cold. You keep the lawns taken care of. All the things behind the scenes that we need to make this school district work and run and be great is what you guys are taking care of for us. You're always kind of in the shadows getting it done, but we see you and we thank you, and just continue to do what you do, and we're going to continue to be blessed by you. So thank you on behalf of all of us.
Thank you so much. Is that your baby over there? Oh, no wonder you're smiling.
You just went right to the picture, man.
Thank you so much.
That's awesome. Dr. No, do we need to give Marshall any more time at the mic? I mean, I know he loves it so much.
Look, when you, he loves it. He does. I know he does. We might, I'm sure that our award winners may want to leave to celebrate, so maybe we could just give them a second here to exit if y'all would like. That we congratulate you all, and you're welcome to stay, but you're also welcome to go and celebrate if you would like. So
Absolutely. Oh, how sweet. That's awesome. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Love to see it. Thanks, sir. There it is. There it is. There it is. All right, while they are continuing to shuffle out of the room, we'll go ahead and move on to our next item, which is our citizen participation. Ms. Godfrey has given us a list of about 27, 30 folks that have signed up. So during this portion of the meeting, patrons who have signed up in advance may address the board in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, and Board Policy BED. For comments regarding an issue on tonight's posted agenda, the board will defer its discussion of the issue until the item is reached on the agenda. Excuse me, I need to turn this off. For comments related to an issue that is not on the board's posted agenda, the board cannot deliberate or make a decision related to that issue. We ask the speakers address their comments to the board and not the audience. If any speakers' comments are regarding a complaint, the board directs you to its policies regarding complaints, which can be found on the district's website. Please be aware that if your purpose in addressing the board is to seek a remedy for your complaint, the board cannot discuss or respond to your concern until they have met the requirements of the appropriate district policy. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to present their comments to the board. Screens around the room will display the speaker's time. When the countdown timer reaches 0, the next speaker will be called. Ms. Godfrey, will you please call our first speaker?
Lorraine Rice.
Good evening, President Hubert, School Board Trustees, and Dr. Knoll. This evening I have come to speak out regarding the naming of the new schools in our district. I'm asking that you give sincere consideration to my friend Anthony Thatch at the naming of the new elementary school. Anthony is a newly retired janitor who served the district for 44 years and with whom I worked alongside at Dolly Vogel Intermediate for over 2 decades. Anthony came as an immigrant, a teenager fleeing war-torn Cambodia, alone to the USA and our area. His story is a familiar one, a person who came with nothing but only hope of freedom to find the American dream through hard work. Like much of the custodial staff and support staff in many of our schools, Anthony was never just a janitor. He somehow knew every student's name, welcomed new students, and encouraged those who felt alone. Anthony went above and beyond for teachers, administrators, and did it all with kindness and patience. He is a local legend in the Oak Ridge feeder zone. That is probably the reason my Facebook post about Anthony was shared close to 900 times. He is much beloved, as you can see from many, many nominations he received. I think Dolly Vogel was the first school in the district to be named for a teacher, and now I hope it's time for the district to also recognize and honor all those who support teachers and students by cleaning the halls, restrooms, cafeteria, and classrooms daily by naming the school for Mr. Anthony, as he's known to the many who worked with him and the many, many students who were impacted by him. Naming the new elementary school that will serve the Oak Ridge and Caney Creek feeder zones for Anthony Thatch would be a way to honor all those who work as support staff. It would also specifically honor a first-generation American and someone who represents the very best of CISD and mankind. I thank you for your consideration of naming the new elementary school supporting the Oak Ridge and Caney Creek feeder zones, Anthony Thatch Elementary.
Thank you.
Jason Rocha.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jason Rocha. I'm a constituent and board member for the Woodlands Pride. I'm here for the policy talking about gender identity. I was going to talk about how awful some of the board members are, about how you should resign if you don't support public education and students, things like that, and maybe consider thinking about the students who are going to be harmed when you're asleep at night peacefully. Instead, I would like to talk to the students through you, because we have to speak to the board, that I just want them to know, because you're going to hear from other speakers tonight regarding the policy. But to the students out there, life does get better. You're in the school system for 13 years. You're under your parents' household for maybe 18 to 24. These people are going to keep coming after you, but you have a resilient spirit. And when you find that, when you find who you're meant to be, you're going to take over the world, because you possess something that other people don't possess. As a young person, you have youth on your side, and you will be around a lot longer than the people making awful policy. So, look up, stand up for yourself, and fight for a better tomorrow. You are seen, you're valued, and if you ever have questions about your self-worth, please reach out to find help. There are suicide lines. Talk to your parents, talk to a friend, talk to somebody at school. I know that currently it seems scary to talk to people at school because you might get turned in for something. But when it comes to your life, you are truly valued, and you deserve to be here, and we hope to see you, because the richness that you will bring to this life and to this society is going to be amazing, and I can't wait to see what you do. So thank you, and the policy is garbage, and I hope that you don't implement it. Thank you.
Landon Ritchie.
Hello, my name is Landon Ritchie. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm the Policy Associate for the Transgender Education Network of Texas. I'm here again because this board has, again, decided to use trans and queer kids as political pawns to bully youth who already face higher levels of harassment and harm than their cisgender straight peers. Trans people, trans students aren't new, and for years, courts have affirmed the rights of trans and gender expansive people not to just exist, but be respected as our full and authentic selves in our day-to-day lives. From the right to use public facilities, to participate on sports teams, to the right to be addressed by our names and pronouns, protections against being forced to conform to gender stereotypes, being covered by protections against discrimination on the basis of sex, the precedent is not on your side. For example, JEB v. Alabama XL, 1994, US v. Virginia, 1996, Sturgis v. Copias County School District, 2011, Doe v. City of New York, 2013, Burns v. Johnson, 2016, Dodds v. United States of Department of Education, 2016, Whitaker v. Kenosha Unified School District, 2017, Sessions v. Morales-Santana, 2017, Handling v. Minersville Area School District, 2017, Doe v. Boyertown Area School District, 2018, MAB v. Board of Education of Talbot County, 2018, JAW Evansville v. Evansville Vanderburg School Corporation, 2018, Arnold v. Barbers Hill Independent School District, 2020, Bostock v. Clayton County, 2020, Grimm v. Gloucester, 2020, etc., just to name a few. Further, the proposal to openly reject Title IX and in turn, federal funding is offensive and a disservice to the students and teachers and staff of Conroe ISD, especially as this district is facing a projected $17.72 million budget shortfall for the 2024-25 academic year and $10 million short of the target fund balance. All that being said, trans and queer youth are magic, are loved, are integral to our communities and deserving of safety and support, and this board can't take that away.
Thank you.
Samia Parachuri.
Conroe ISD prides itself on its motto, all means all. However, that leaves students who don't fit into your definition of all wondering where we belong. Your motto claims to provide for everyone, regardless of circumstances. But when board members repeatedly push for policies that tell students that they're not valid, you refuse to adhere to your own values. Last month, I stood here and told you about all the detrimental effects of the proposed policy, but continuing to push for it in spite of that demonstrates that you have no regard for student well-being. Students should not be scared of going to school, but policies that require teachers to out students and prohibit administration from enforcing teachers and other students to respect names and pronouns puts trans students at risk. Additionally, not adhering to the current Title IX provisions opens students up to ridicule, bullying, harassment, and discrimination, whether classified as such or not. Title IX is a landmark law setting the bar for student safety, well-being, and inclusivity. Any attempts to ignore such an important piece of legislation sends a blaring signal that discrimination is okay. When trans students aren't respected, they quickly come to the conclusion that they're not as important as those around them. By excluding trans students from your definition of all, you deny them humanity. Last month, I gave you a laundry list of statistics, all proving the same exact point, that you should extend protections to trans students, not take them away. However, that was apparently not enough to persuade some board members. When you pass policies that strip away protections for students, you are the cause of rising suicide rates in this school district. Regardless of whether you believe in trans rights, you should care about humanity. The blood of these students is on your hands if you don't take adequate measures to enforce Title IX and reject anti-trans policies. This is my last summer as a high school student, as I will be entering my senior year. I do not want to spend it at a board meeting when I could be out with my friends. I had to leave a hangout that I was spending with friends who are moving away just to be here, and I wish I did not have to be here advocating for my own safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Juliet Loftus.
Good evening, board. My name is Juliet, and I'm an incoming freshman at College Park High School. Slaughterhouse 5, my sister's keeper, the bluest eye, perks of being a wallflower, we are the ants, where the crawdads sing, beloved, homegoing, brave new world, extremely loud and incredibly close. Girl in translation, I am not your perfect Mexican daughter. Salvage the bones, sold, the color purple, the hate you give, the kite runner, the Underground Railroad. This is a list of books that have been removed from CISD libraries. These are just some of the many books CISD has banned. This list in particular is being put under consideration to be brought back due to their literary merit. A few of our board members have stated that their goal is not to ban books, but to protect children. The meaning of protect, keep safe from harm or injury. I would like to see the research regarding how a book can harm me. Why must you protect me from letters on a page? In your efforts to protect children and shelter them, you are hurting them by removing representation. Books help shape who we are, who we aspire to be, and how we view the world around us. If we cannot see ourselves or our peers in our books, then how can we learn about the diverse world we live in? As Americans, we are so proud of our diversity, yet in Conroe ISD, we seem to only want to celebrate the literary merits of white authors and their cisgendered stories. Our motto in CISD is all means all, and you aren't practicing what you preach. You have removed representation and diverse voices from our libraries. How can we meet the needs of all when our library selections only represent some? Furthermore, I would like to ask why you control what I read. That's up to my parents to decide upon my library selections. I want to implore you to restore these books and stop the fake outrage about the books available in our CISD libraries. Put these books back on shelves and hold true to the intention of our district when we say all means all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
John Meredith.
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
My name is John Meredith, and I'm the president of the Conroe Community Cemetery Restoration Project. Buried at the African American Conroe Community Cemetery, located on North 10th Street on the east side of Conroe, is Mittie J. Campbell. Her accomplishments and contributions to the education of African American youth and teachers in Conroe has been overlooked long enough. In 1916, she was teaching 143 6th through 8th grade students in one classroom. Mittie J. Campbell was the first African-American woman principal in Conroe. In 1918, the new school for African Americans was named Mittie J. Campbell School for the woman who had worked tirelessly to educate Conroe's youth, fellow teachers, and the community at large. The history of Conroe Independent School District stated that the school was named for the first principal and the one who contributed most in organizing the school. In 1927, the school was renamed Booker T. Washington School to reflect the name of a more prominent African American who was from Tuskegee, Alabama, rather than continue to honor the contributions of Mittie J. Campbell to the Conroe community. One of the main goals of the Conroe Community Cemetery Restoration Project has been to restore, after almost 100 years, Mittie J. Campbell's name to a school in the Conroe Independent School District to make sure Mittie J. Campbell gets the respect and recognition she deserves. Thank you.
Earl Hensel.
I would like to thank the board for the work they do to help keep our schools open and running. My children attended CISD schools in this area. I also appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I support the Level 3 appeals of the removal of books from the CISD classrooms and collections that is under consideration tonight. I have read several books on the list, including Slaughterhouse-5, Brave New World, Beloved, and The Color Purple. While these books are challenging to read, I believe they should be reinstated and should be available to our children in their classrooms. I do respect that other parents have a right to not want their children to read certain books at their homes, but these parents do not speak for me. The informal removal of these books has happened because a few, in fact often one parent, have an objection to them. The only process to reinstate these books is by your board action. I don't think this is very democratic. I welcome the opportunity for my children to read these books when they were in school. My high school teacher, in fact, taught us a specific approach to reading. He had us imagine that we're having a dialogue with the author. Why did you have that character do that? What is the logical explanation for what is going on here? What was the meaning of that? Reading critically like this will help us learn from books. Keeping these books banned from the classroom collections and class discussions means you are keeping students from learning about a broad class of serious social issues. From Brave New World, you learn that a life set up to be perfect does not make people happy, and a life spent using drugs that soften emotions and feelings is an empty life. Thank you very much. These many books are worth noting, and I appreciate the chance to talk to you tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Marianne Horton. Marianne Horton. Jared Burton.
Good evening, board. My name is Jared Burton, and I am a student from Katy ISD, another Greater Houston area school district that voted last August to pass the same gender fluidity policy that is on your agenda tonight. As a student who lived under this policy for almost the entire 2023 through 24 school year, I urge the board to not make the same mistake as Katy. The worst offense off of this nightmare of a policy is the part that requires any district employee to report to a student's parent if they ask to be referred to with a different name or different pronouns than what is listed. This will have dangerous consequences. I know that there are some who support this policy in good faith, and I understand wanting to know what is going on with your child and help them at every turn. However, not every child is blessed with parents who love them unconditionally. 41% of LGBTQ plus youth seriously considered suicide in 2023, according to the Trevor Project, and over 1 out of 10 of them attempted. Lots of the stress that leads to these actions comes from a lack of support and even harassment or abuse from those in their lives due to their identity, even and especially their families. No child wants to hide their identities, and they shouldn't have to. If they are, they're not, either not ready or you are giving them a reason not to. If the moral implications of passing a policy like this are not enough to stop you, then please consider the legal consequences. KDISD is currently under federal investigation by the Department of Education for potential Title IX violations. If Conroe passes this same policy, there is nothing stopping this district from facing the same consequences. I have no doubt that the recent news of a federal judge blocking the new Title IX revisions in Texas have only emboldened those on this board who wish to pass this policy in the first place, but please know that no matter the decision, the fight does not stop here tonight. Students all over the state will continue to fight these hateful policies until our future generations have the privilege to read about your bigotry in books rather than live through it. Please do not adopt this policy. I say that as a student who has lived under it for a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Victor Ure.
Good evening. My name is Victor Ure, and I'm here to show my support for the naming of the new school for Mittie J. Campbell, a former teacher and principal in Conroe ISD back in the early 1900s. To put it in perspective, Hewlin Anderson was the superintendent during that time, and Anson Runyon was a fellow teacher and principal. Here's a quote from the Conroe Courier in April of 1918, which praised her work. The school is coming to the close of a most successful term under the administration of Mrs. Mittie Campbell as principal. With the assistance of her faithful teachers, the school is closing out in a few weeks its best session. Early in 1931, Mittie Campbell gave a report to the county as she reflected on the year of service that she had put in teaching critical skills to withstand the Depression. In so doing, her works reflect the legacy of her entire life as an educator and a wonderful person. These are her words. For 12 months, it was my pleasure to work in the schools and local communities with the girls and women converting into useful articles for interior home decoration, rugs, mats, vases, towels, etc., using material that has been thrown away prior to the introduction to the home demonstration activities. Since the home supplies all other organizations, the progress for weal, that means happiness, or woe depends upon the atmosphere that surrounded the home and producing worthy citizens and filling positions of honor and trust. It was impossible to learn all in 1 year, but your foundation has been well laid. Continue to build. I shall ever cherish your memory and urge you to continue the work well begun among you. I hope that once again a Conroe ISD school will have the name of Mittie J. Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Walker.
Amelia not on there. Okay, very good. Sorry.
It's okay. I won't introduce myself because I come here often, as they say, but I will tell you that tonight I am here to represent the Woodlands Pride as the Community Outreach and Engagement Specialist. Last summer, we held a little book drive for inclusive books that we had intended to donate to the Montgomery County Library System. Due to an unfortunate new policy voted through by our county commissioners, we decided to hold off on donating. Instead, we worked together with the community, and our little book drive turned into the upcoming opening of the Woodlands Pride Community Library on the 28th with over 300 titles and growing. The idea of this library didn't come from wanting to be controversial or antagonistic. It came from seeing a need and deciding to fill it. It came from listening to the community and hearing them say things like, "I wish I had a book like that when I was a kid." It came from a desire to bring people in the community together, not further divide them. So every book you decide to pull from your shelves, we commit to place on ours. As the wise philosopher Taylor Allison Swift once said, "Shade never made anybody less gay." And despite what some of you would prefer, queer people will always exist, and they deserve to exist in their schools, workplaces, and communities as their full, authentic selves, instead of having to decipher which spaces are safe. Every space should be a safe one for everyone. You can learn a lot about a community by how it treats its most vulnerable population. Though the powers that wish to suppress queer voices are the loudest, they are not the majority. And when hate is loud, love always finds a way to be louder.
Thank you.
Craig Eisler.
Good evening, board. Thanks for having me. Long-time listener, first-time caller. I'm not just here tonight as a product of this district. I'm not just here tonight as a constituent. I'm not just here tonight as a parent, but I'm here tonight as a proud son. I'm speaking on behalf of the possibility of naming the new Woodlands Feeder Elementary School on behalf of my father, Rob Eisler. He does not know I'm here tonight, so please do not tell him.
He'll know shortly.
In addition to the many accolades and the multitude of many years of effort just in and around the community, his passion and dedication to the public education system of Texas alone should be worthy of consideration. 18 years on the board in those chairs right there. 2 terms as president. 10 years in the legislature serving on the Public Education Committee. 6 of those as chairman of the Public Education Committee of Texas. A lot of work on the reforming of the public school accountability system helped place Texas at the nation's forefront in that area. He was governor appointed the Southern Regional Education Board and appointed to the executive board by the governor. He was also appointed to the Education Commission of the States in October of 2007, where he represented Texas as one of 7 commissioners. Along with many other awards that he got at the legislative level, he was the Legislative Advocate of the Year by the Texas PTA twice, 2-time Star Award from the Texas Classroom Teachers Association, Texas Art Education Association's Governmental Award for Meritorious Service in the Arts, 2008 Friend of Texas Children Award, Legislator of the Year by the Texas Council of Special Education Administrators. That is a fast 2 minutes.
It is.
Thank you for your consideration of Rob Eisler, the new elementary school in the Woodlands.
Thank you, sir.
Deborah Lieber.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Lieber, a longtime resident of the Woodlands. I would like to express my concerns about the informal removal of the 19 books that are the subject of tonight's Level 3 appeal. I am strongly opposed to the continual removal of books by our district in response to objections from a very limited number of complainants. No parent, community member, or board trustee should have the right to impose their personal values and parenting decisions on all students. CISD allows parents the right to decide what materials their own children can read and to opt out of specific books and other educational materials. Since CISD students already have the option of selecting another book from a classroom collection, no book should ever need to be challenged formally or informally. Under existing law, school boards cannot remove books just because they disapprove of the ideas expressed in them. When deciding the literary merits of a book, the book must be evaluated as a whole, not based on selected excerpts taken out of context. Reading is supposed to expand our ideas and thoughts. Books should inspire students to debate and exchange ideas. Banning books implies that some ideas and experiences are valuable or worthy of discussion and others are not. It reinforces one way of thinking and limits others. All our students should feel welcome and accepted, and having access to books that they can relate to is critical. This board needs to focus on the running of the school district, not the constant review of books. Our district is fortunate to have highly qualified teachers and librarians. We must trust them to make the right decisions. The books covered by the Level 3 appeal are all works of literary merit, valued across the country, and appropriate for the classroom. Many of these works have been taught in CISD for decades. Please restore these books to our classrooms and libraries.
Thank you.
Amber Fusca.
Well, after our Level 3 hearing, I'm hoping that at least some of you are finally starting to understand why we keep coming to these meetings and that the district has a significant problem with its policies and procedures when it comes to your special ed department. At least one of you had the decency to say, this can't be what success looks like. And I absolutely agree.
Unfortunately, that is precisely what success looks like in this district. Since our due process, my child has had over a dozen interactions, like the one that you saw in the Level 3 hearing. Not once has the district attempted to change their approach to achieve a better outcome for the student. It's very much an attitude of better luck next time. No student should have to endure an educational experience like our son. The fact that it has repeatedly happened to the same student, despite being brought to the district's attention, further highlights that there is a problem and that there is zero desire to fix it. April was Autism Acceptance Month. The district didn't acknowledge or mention it at all, not even on April 2nd, which is World Autism Awareness Day. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. Your silence and inaction speaks volumes. Every parent facing the same issues with their child as we've had with ours might not come to the meetings and speak out publicly, but they're watching, and they'll absolutely be voting in November. It's high time that this board and the district take real meaningful steps toward improving the special education program. Paul Collins captures one of the issues this district fails to understand super succinctly. Autists are the ultimate square pegs, and the problem with pounding a square peg into a round hole isn't that the hammering is hard work, it's that you're destroying the peg. Our children deserve better because you can do better, Conroe ISD.
Thank you.
Martin Etwab.
Good evening. My name is Martin Etwab, and I'm a parent here, and I'm also attorney with Citizens Defending Freedom. Our organization is dedicated to educating the public on safeguarding their constitutional rights, liberties, standing against governmental overreach, holding the government accountable, and vigorously defending and protecting our children. I'm here tonight to discuss the recently released federal guidance on Title IX, a law passed 52 years ago. Actually, by end of this week, it's going to be 52 years, by Congress. Title IX was the most important legislation of the past century, past 100 years, providing girls with the opportunity to live their American dream free from discrimination and free from the need to fight for opportunities and safeties against those physically and stronger than themselves. I want you all to take a moment and think back to your childhood. Remember Schoolhouse Rock? Remember how a bill becomes law? I'm just a bill. Yes, I'm only a bill. And I'm sitting here on Capitol Hill. When Title IX was passed, it went through that very process. The bill was introduced and passed by Congress in '72, then signed by the president and became law. There is no question that in '72, Title IX was passed to level the playing field between educational resources and opportunities for biological men and women. This is a matter of historical fact and not up for debate. Unfortunately, the new guidance hasn't gone through this process. The language of the Title IX was clear in its intent to protect girls and women. The authors understood exactly who girls and women were, and, wow, sorry. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Robert Phillips.
Thank you. I'm here. Less than 3 years ago, I moved to Montgomery County, out of Harris County, to avoid the filth that I saw in HISD. Much to my chagrin, shouldn't have been my shot, it's not. So I would also like to say to the members of this board who are standing up for sanity, thank you. I know people do not appreciate you. I do. You're not a lone voice. There's more than people seem to think. I will not put my son in a school where gender ideology is pushed on them. I will not. I'm an adult. I will not listen to someone tell me that I have to live in their make-believe world. I do not hate you, but I will not be told what I have to say and what I have to address you as. Neither will my son. He is 5 years old, and I will not put him in that situation. I'm here tonight to say the people on this board, and I know who you are, we stand with you. And come this November, there's going to be people running and to do everything to restore sanity to this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Loftus.
Good evening.
Evening.
Did you know that CISD has banned more books than any other district in the state? Yes. Right? Many of you might not know this, but it's just a handful of people asking for book reviews, with most of them coming from Misty, one of our very own CISD trustees, 80 of them at last count. This handful of people are trying to force their personal views upon more than 72,000 students across the district. I say personal views because despite my best efforts, I have yet to find research showing the harm done to children through books. In reality, there are multiple studies about the harm we are doing to students and teachers by banning books. I believe this is an attempt at censorship. I believe this attempt at censorship is the result of fear, and fear is contagious. By submitting review after review, they're satisfying their need to be in control of what their kids and other kids in the district read. If they control it, then they control the people and the ideas they oppose. If our kids don't read about transgender children, then transgender children magically don't exist. But if they do have access to a book about them, then they'll suddenly be transgender too. We all know that's not how it works. Fear has taken the place of logic. Representation in literature leads to a sense of belonging, identity, empathy, inclusivity, and new perspectives. Our district librarians are familiar with these concepts. Perhaps we should let them put their extensive educations to use and let them cultivate our library collections. They are the experts. We are just opinionated parents and community members. I want to encourage the board to listen with open minds to the Level 3 participants and in the Title IX discussion this evening. And remember that you represent and are obligated to provide equitable educational experiences for all CISD students, not just the ones who align with your personal beliefs. Let's do better, and let's adhere to our motto of all means all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Feldhaus.
Greetings, board members. I have been a therapist in the community for over 17 years. I am so tired of picking up some of y'all's messes. The lies some of y'all share about trans youth are repulsive and dangerous. I have the privilege of knowing and loving a number of trans people. My life is better because they are in it. My life is much more challenging because some of y'all want to debate their existence. According to the Trevor Project, nearly 2 in 3 LGBT youth people say that hearing about potential states or local laws banning people from discussing LGBT people at schools made their mental health a lot worse. This statistic ends up being my reality. To help alleviate the harm that you do by continuing to debate these kids, I end up getting text messages that say, "I tried to die last week and nobody noticed. Why won't they leave us alone? I just want to make it through high school alive." Everything God created was on a spectrum, day and night. What about dusk? What about night during the day? We just had a really cool eclipse. Land and sea, what about marshes? God made 2 large lights in the sky. There's no mention of the other planets. Does that mean that they don't exist? Kids are not the problem. Quit using them as political stepping stools. I think it's important to note the real mama bears are a group of Christian mothers that love and support their LGBT kiddos, just as they are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crystal Lowry.
Evening, board members.
Howdy.
My name is Crystal. I will be going into the 5th grade this coming school year. Prior to starting kindergarten, my parents had me academically tested because, like most parents, they thought I was so smart. Turns out I was pretty smart, as I tested reading at a 3rd grade level before even starting school. In school, I have learned that not everyone gets a fancy lunch like I do. I made a friend that was Muslim and learned they don't eat pork. Some of my friends have 2 moms. Some of my friends have divorced parents. I love learning about how different everyone is, and I want that reflected in the books I read. I have read a lot of books. Some of them are now banned for me. Drama was one of them, my favorite book, as it was the first that had a gay couple in it. I've been exposed to princes and princesses all my life. Those fairy tales don't represent everyone. At this point, I am in the 10th grade level. I am able to excel academically because my parents support me in learning about things that interest me, but not everyone can support their kids like this. Don't dummy us down. Let us learn about the beautiful, messy world so that we can function in it when we graduate.
Thank you.
Mandy Giles.
My name is Mandy Giles, and I'm speaking on Agenda Item 12E. I'm the founder of the resource Parents of Trans Youth, which serves families in the greater Houston area, including in Conroe ISD. Any proposed gender fluidity and parental notification policy is blatantly discriminatory toward transgender students. The UCLA Williams Institute estimates that 1.4% of Texas youth identify as transgender. Multiply that by all the students in Conroe ISD, and that's a little over 1,000 trans and non-binary students in your school district. Congratulations. That is not an insignificant number to be targeting with a hateful policy. The district's motto is all means all. Aren't transgender students included in all students? Surely you would not be excluding 1,000 students from feeling safe and welcome at school. And about any bathroom or locker room policies, you might be surprised to know that trans and non-binary students experience sexual assault at much higher rates than their cisgender peers. The national rate of sexual assault among high school girls who are not transgender is 15%. But Harvard researchers recently found that for transgender and non-binary students, it's almost 26%. And for trans students who have bathroom and locker room restrictions in the kind of policy you're considering, it's 36%. Alerting parents that their child might be transgender is unconscionable and dangerous. Research by the Trevor Project shows that only 1 in 3 trans and non-binary youth have their identities affirmed at home. So that means about 660 of your students can't be themselves at home, and under this proposed policy, can't be themselves at school either. If you really do want to, as your website says, work together to achieve the best for our students, then you won't develop this kind of policy that is so incredibly harmful to transgender students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lana Lindsay.
Hello, my name is Lana Lindsay and I'm a student at the Woodlands High School, and I'm going to be talking about the student welfare policy. Specifically under section 1.2 of the policy, the overview, it details that you're going to respect the right to free speech, biological facts, and grammatical accuracy. But I'd like to specifically hone in on the idea of quote unquote biological facts, because so much of this policy seems to justify itself on the basis of science, even though CISD wants to remove certain scientific facts from textbooks, but that's a different conversation. There is an entire branch of the scientific community that affirms how sex and gender are two separate things, and yet for some reason this policy assumes that we should prefer and adhere to sex and gender being one and the same. I ask you why? Why must we cherry pick which aspects of biological facts to use to justify a politically charged school policy? Especially when we look at how dangerous such a policy would be towards trans youth. Section 1.6 of the policy discusses against the use of preferred pronouns that deviate from the physical sex of a student and calls for parents to be notified. By affirming this policy, you endanger kids. The Trevor Project writes how there is a 33% lower suicide attempt rate amongst youth if their pronouns are respected within the school. Would you not want to lower suicide attempt rates? This policy would do the opposite. Board trustees, I ask you this. In what world should we prioritize facts that continue to be heavily disputed within the scientific community over the lives of trans youth? The well-being of these kids are being puppeted by strings that you control. If you were pro-humanity, you wouldn't stand for a policy that increases the risk of children dying. And if you truly wish to protect kids, then start by protecting a minority that continues to be attacked and put at risk. I urge you to reject this policy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janice Chromian.
I'm so impressed with these young people and their ability to speak before a crowd like this. Dr. Noel, President Hubert, School Board. I'm Janice Chromian. I taught at Conroe High School for 27 years, loving every moment of it. I still sub and work with STAR testing. I'm also a graduate of Conroe High School when it wasn't across the street, but on North Thompson. I'm that old. My hope is that you consider naming a future CISD school after a dear friend and colleague, Lynn Cartwright. I taught with Lynn at Conroe High School for 20 plus years. I know firsthand of not only her dedication to the education of her students, but to the compassionate, generous heart in helping students with wise advice and financial assistance, money right out of her pocket. So often, she often used her sewing skills, which were so impressive, to provide a prom outfit for many of her students who no longer were in her class, but still called her friend and kept in touch with her after they left her 9th grade English class. Without the assistance of Lynn, they would not have been able to attend prom. Lynn Cartwright was the epitome of the in-the-ranks classroom teacher. And she knew her calling. Remember when we had a calling? She knew her calling was to teach, and therefore dedicating 40 years of her life to that profession. I just hope you'll consider her. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brenda Cooper.
Good evening. There is a recurring focus of many members of this board to protect children from perceived but non-existent dangers. Access to information is not dangerous. Your attempts to censor books stem from fear and misinformation. The real threats to our students don't lie within the pages of books. The dangers our students are actually facing are in the hallway and classrooms of our schools. These are actual instances reported to me by current students at the Woodlands High School. Verbal harassment in hallways and classrooms. Derogatory terms such as tranny and fag being hurled at them in passing. Food thrown at them or placed in their hoodies. Objects like water bottles thrown at them. In sports, they are ostracized by other students due to how they identify. They witness or experience homophobic and racist language. They hear racist music in classrooms and on school buses. All of this is fueled by the actions and attitudes of this board and by the vile remarks that are made by some community members into this microphone. This is why symbols of support like "everyone is welcome here," posters and rainbow stickers on classroom doors are crucial. They signal to students which teachers are allies. For students of color, seeing diverse representations in classroom art matters because it shows that their experiences are acknowledged and valued. When support is extended to one marginalized group, it often fosters a sense of support for other marginalized groups. Books can play a role in addressing these issues. They offer windows into different lives, fostering empathy and acceptance. But maybe that's why you're afraid of these books.
Thank you.
Mark Fuska.
Good evening. A couple weeks ago, this board voted unanimously to not reprimand the school counselor who broke the law and violated numerous policies and procedures, not to mention destruction of a public record. In doing this, you held an autistic student to a higher standard than the school counselor. During this whole process, we heard a lot of blaming the autistic student. Why didn't my son just give his name? If he would have just complied, none of this would have happened. We also heard the counselor didn't know who my son was. Yet none of this is relevant to what happened, and none of this gives the counselor a pass for harming my son. Even if she had known who my son was, That still does not give her the right to violate his constitutional rights by seizing his backpack. This is apparently something the district trained its employees to do. If she really did not know who my son was, this still does not give her the right to harm him. Her not knowing my son is this district failing to follow federal IDEA law. That does not give the counselor a pass on breaking policy and procedure. The truth is, this counselor got her feelings hurt, and when a student dared talk back to her, and instead of de-escalating, she chose to escalate, and the district backed this behavior. You know what we didn't hear during this whole process was that this counselor just acted professionally and followed proper procedure. None of this would have happened. How can this district and this board talk about student discipline when you're not even disciplining employees? Why are students being held to a higher standard? We have a level 1, a level 2, and now a level 3 ruling from this district that says words and actions don't matter for employees. This district also left out key information in the investigation. The council called out police on my son, yet this district said officers heard an admin over the radio and chose to get involved. However, in this district's investigation, they did not interview the officers to see why they got involved. Could it be the findings will not fit your narrative? Contrary to popular belief, this is not what doing your job looks like, and nothing this council did was reasonable and appropriate. All things used to describe her actions. If this is what doing your job looks like, then no student is safe in this district.
Thank you.
Angela Aiken.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and listening to everyone here. You've got a tough job. I wanted to talk to you tonight because I heard about the books on the list that have been removed from shelves, and some of them are books that I read in high school, and I wanted to let you know how good they are. Brave New World. This was required reading for me when I was in Miss Spearman's class, room 2, my sophomore year in high school. When I later went to Germany as an exchange student, it ended up that the students over there had the same book as required reading in their English foreign language class. This is a book that's so widely read and has such recognition ever since it was first published in the late 1930s, between the world wars, that it's influenced the globe and not just our own country. It's a title that gets referenced on the news occasionally, that students should be able to recognize what those references are to literature when they're participating in modern day culture. It has widely been known as a great book to have your students read if you want them to score well on the ACT and SAT, because the vocabulary in here is incredibly rich. And it just offers a fascinating story of a dystopia and essentially what Hitler tried to do with making a perfect society that really was not perfect at all. And one might even read it alongside of history books relating to what the Third Reich did with science experiments. Moving on, because I'm running out of time. The next two, The Color Purple and Beloved. This one is a Nobel Prize winning book by Alice Walker that it's sad. It's very sad. But same thing is true for Beloved at a time. But what I'll say about these two books, in college, I ended up volunteering for a crisis line to help people who were considering suicide. There's rape in both of these books. I ended up volunteering with a student organization to raise awareness about rape on campus. Reading books encourages students to understand the lives of others than themselves.
Thank you.
Cameron Samuels.
Could you say that one more time, please?
Cameron Samuels.
I'm Cameron Samuels. My pronouns are they, them, and I was invited to speak here tonight by a Conroe ISD student because last meeting you referenced a federal civil rights investigation prompted by a complaint that I filed into KDISD's comprehensive anti-transgender policy. KDISD banned books. The board revised its library policy to take power over the district's instructional materials. And then they came for transgender students. After years of school districts in Texas banning books featuring LGBTQ themes and narratives of people of color, it's clear that censorship has never been about inappropriate content. Banning books is merely one means to target the most vulnerable students who you represent on this dais. As you sit here tonight considering keeping books off school shelves, or the possibility of developing an anti-transgender policy like Katie's, or even rejecting Title IX, a federal non-discrimination law, you must recognize the harm your actions could cause your student body. Generation Z is the most openly queer generation in history. We are diverse, and we are a reality that we cannot ignore. Adding data into perspective, the Pew Research Center estimates about 5% of young adults under 30 years old in the United States identify as transgender or gender nonconforming. That would be roughly 3,600 transgender students in Conroe ISD of 72,000. Your bravery and respect tonight is more important than any political agenda. I hope that you make the right decisions tonight.
Thank you.
Keith Cartwright.
I'm Keith Cartwright. My brother Rex, my sister-in-law Shelley are here to support me morally in seeking your naming a school after our mother, Lynn Cartwright. She had 40 years of dedicated service to Conroe High School to students all over this county. She taught in Conroe from 1964 to 2004. Prior to 1976, there was one high school, Conroe High School. She taught students from Conroe, the Woodlands, Oak Ridge North, Cut and Shoot, Willis, Montgomery, all over this county. She loved teaching. She wanted to be in the classroom every day teaching students hands-on, and she left the bigger picture to wise personnel like yourselves. Our family has been in this area for about 200 years, living out near Lake Conroe, what is currently Lake Conroe. And so we've been here a while. Mom was a latecomer coming to Conroe in the 1960s when she married my dad. She got here as quickly as she could. But our family has been in this district for 4 generations. Our grandparents graduated from Conroe High School in 1922 and 24, having been students of Hewlin N. Anderson, who was mentioned earlier. I have personal notes from Hewlin N. Anderson in the 1930s and 40s that my grandmother saved that he wrote to my grandmother. But back to Mom. She was a driving force in Conroe High School. Everybody knew my mom. Many loved her. She taught thousands of students, probably 6,000 or 7,000 students in her 40 years. You heard the kind words of Janice Cromian, one of her longtime friends. And I have so many words that I could say, but it would take an hour or two. I'm going to quickly say what Kathy Bailey said. Lynn epitomized both old school Conroe and new growth. With 40 years of service, she touched countless lives in the community. Naming a school after Lynn would not only honor her many contributions to education in the community, but also honor all teachers who rarely have buildings named after them, but who do the heavy lifting for students. Thank you
sir.
For your consideration.
Thank you to all of y'all.
We did have one person that didn't answer.
Okay.
Marianne Horton. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you to all those that participated in our citizen participation. We'll move on to our item 4, which is our consent agenda. I have had one request to move item D from the consent agenda, so may I entertain a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda minus item D. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Okay, moving to item D. I'll turn the time over to Ms. Oldenroller.
Well, Dr. Taylor will present the item.
Yeah, Dr. Taylor.
Hello, good evening. President Hubert, members of the board. This item was presented last year, and I understand that it's removed because of some questions, but what we are recommending tonight is that the board approve the contract for communities and schools, and at this time I will entertain any questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. One of my first questions is, can you tell me how many schools last year were covered by communities and schools?
Yes, we had 20 schools last year, 16 this year.
at a cost of $400,000 to CISD last year, which was a percentage of the total amount because Communities and Schools does their part as well.
Yeah, they pay a contribution and we pay $26,500 per site.
Okay, so that means 26,000 times 16.
$424,000.
Thank you. Okay, that was one of my main concerns that I wanted to know, because facing the shortfall or the deficit that we're in right now, and we're trying to figure out how we can not have to lose employees or other areas of our budget. That's why I was wanting to know this information, because we're going to add another $424,000 to our already negative balance, or I don't know how else to say, our deficit going into the next year. And that's why I wanted to ask that question and bring it out of consent agenda.
Would you mind clarifying that? What do you mean?
Just, that money will not add to this money is already budgeted year to year, so it won't add to the deficit number that you've already seen. It's a part of,
Okay, but
part of the total sum.
so it's part of the $17 million deficit, because, I mean, it is, any way we look at it, if we're keeping this in the budget, and it was budgeted for this year regardless, it would still be $424,000 that we could help to our shortfall of where we are right now in the budget. Any way you look at it, we either spend it and still stay at 17 million, or we don't spend it and we help our deficit at this point.
That's correct. I mean, but it's not adding to the number that you saw. I just want to make that point. The number is,
yes,
the deficit is the deficit.
It was
Now,
the same
if
thing
we
with the
cut-
ESSER. It was those ESSER employees that we took on and put into our budget. Those were in our budget as well, and yet we're still facing the same budgetary amount as what those 200 plus employees were. Now we have those employees, and we've got to make sure that we keep them if you know, in our numbers, in our basis. So I'm just, before we go spending another $424,000, I'm just looking at this and saying, maybe this isn't the best place for us to spend, and it's a place we could cut from our current budget.
Dr. Taylor, can you speak some about what Communities and Schools does?
How many students this
we serve with us?
Thank you, serve, thank you. And what the point of the program is.
Yes, thank you.
We serve 16 campuses, and those students are identified for being at risk. And some of the things that happen for those students is the Backpack Buddy program, where students who need food over the weekend, as we talked about last year, are served through that program. Resource fairs. There's attendance assistance for our students who do not come to school. Home visits happen, phone calls are made, behavior assistance, including lunch groups that focus on different topics for conflict resolution for those students, academic assistance, social service needs. They assist the campus with parent involvement, run food pantries, clothes closets, mobile markets, and these are just some of the things that they provide for our campuses. We did look at the difference between continuing the contract with CIS as opposed to a comparable position in our district, which would have been over $1 million. And as mentioned last year, this program served us extremely well. We know that there were issues that were addressed, as with any contract that we have in our district, but the main thing is that we also surveyed our campuses. I mean, we don't just decide to keep programs because we've had them for 18 years. We did a survey with our campuses, and a part of that survey was campuses identifying the services that they get from CIS and what they would not have if they did not have the CIS staff person.
So what's our contribution? What was 400?
Our contribution is $26,500 per 16, which is $424,000.
And they're supplementing that, correct?
They supplement the remaining salary for their CISD workers.
What's the magnitude of that dollar amount?
The magnitude that CIS pays?
No, the supplement. Because she's right. Mm-hmm. We are losing money. We'll lose the supplement piece, correct? We are losing the supplemental piece. The piece that they're offsetting that would otherwise cost us incrementally more, we would forego it if we forego an activity or a program that's essential to the mission that we're trying to accomplish at CISD. So,
yeah, that's correct.
In that regard, I see us leaving money on the table where we need to make sure we pick up every dollar we can by keeping programs such as this, especially when we have partners that's going to help us offset the cost of those programs.
Yes,
Thank you.
that is correct.
I have a quick question. So you said currently we're in 16 campuses, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the new contract would be for additional campuses?
No, it's the same 16.
Oh, that's
Okay.
what I was trying to.
Okay.
No.
So
we,
it's the
we just
same
renew it
We
every
are not
year.
adding any
Okay.
campuses.
Same 16.
It's the
Correct.
same
Okay.
16. We had 20 campuses last year, and now we're at 16 campuses.
Okay.
That makes more sense then, because I'm sitting here thinking to myself, why are we adding more when they haven't had them, and we're looking at these numbers and the concern on that? That helps.
No,
Thank you.
we do them every year, so they'll be back next year. It's their 1-year contract, so we'll roll them back through again.
And I'm not, I agree with what Trustee Williams was stating about the supplemental part, but I'm also not giving up the thought that there are organizations that do this voluntarily. So that is something that we should probably also look at, that can help with those backpack and several of those other issues that you mentioned. Even our project mentor that we have at Conroe does a lot of those things as far as mentoring to students and helping those at-risk students. So
It's a little different type
Yeah.
of service because they actually have a caseload and they report to work Monday through Friday. So it's different
To her
than a
point,
volunteer service.
I think she makes a valid point. I think we need to make sure we keep this program intact and add those additional programs that come at no cost. So if she has those recommendations, I would welcome. I'm sure the CISD in general will welcome anyone who's willing to help and assist our kids on a voluntary basis. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I motion that we approve, accept.
I have a question, Dr. Taylor.
Okay,
Thank
we still got
you,
There's
one more
Dr.
question
Taylor.
here.
Always so helpful. Will you clarify what is the percentage that that CIS contributes to the salary? We do $424,000.
What's the percentage that the company contributes to the salary?
The communities and schools. You said they contribute a percentage, but you
They,
didn't
well,
say
yeah,
which
I don't know
percentage.
that percentage. It would be the difference of the 26,500 that we contribute. So it would be the actual salary that they pay their employees.
We'd have to know their financials, and that's
Yeah.
not privy to us. In order
So
for
we
us to
don't know
calculate
their total contribution.
We're not
is
privy
I
all
don't
I'm
know their
clarifying.
total contribution.
Okay,
That's correct.
thank you.
Do we have a motion?
Yes, I make the motion to accept as presented.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? All those in favor shall be uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I'd like to say the main event, but it's not the main event, but it's one of them. So administration item 5A, which is discuss possible names for Conroe ISD campuses.
All right, thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to all the folks that came tonight to say beautiful words about their loved ones. Thank you for being here, and we are fortunate to have so many great people in our community that it makes this task very difficult. I'll often tell our board members, new board members in training, like this is one of the hardest things that you all have to do because there's so many great choices. So tonight, just to kind of talk you through a little bit of the structure. We've gone to this structure a few years ago and it's worked well. We want to make sure everybody gets a chance to share your thoughts. So the first item that you'll have is the discussion item where hopefully everybody will get a chance to share what you think before we move into items B, C, and D, which will, then we would be taking motions and voting to actually name the item. So Dr. Blakelock will give us a little bit of just general overview, and then we'll go from there.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. I'm so excited to be here with you tonight for the final step of our school naming process. We started this journey together back in April, and you've received monthly updates since then. And so tonight, as you heard from Dr. Knoll, you will discuss and then potentially select names for these schools. To help bring everybody back to the rules, because there are some different ones since we're also naming a high school, and board policy CW local, of course the public may submit names, but you as a board may choose to select one of those names, or you may submit and consider a name of your own choosing. High schools shall be named after geographic areas. The other campuses we're talking about tonight could also be named after geographic areas. They could be named after prominent individuals, community members, heroes, landowners, a variety of individuals. So you have quite a bit of leeway there. As Dr. Knoll mentioned, you'll have a discussion item followed by 3 voting action items. I've put together the content in the order of the action items, so if you'd like to see a picture or you'd like me to put the name list up there, I'm happy to do so. I'm here to support you through this process. So President Hubert, I'm going to pass it back to you.
So we're going to move on to item B. So B is name new high school in the Conroe area. Would anybody like to have the list? Oh.
Yeah, I think we want to. If you would, I'd like to just let everybody have a chance to.
Okay, very good.
Talk through all the items before we actually move to name. Just that way, everybody's voice makes sure to get heard before a motion's made. I think was why we've gone to that in the past.
All right, very good, very good. So yeah, we'll open it up to conversation then.
Well, I think we had a lot of great comments and great participation tonight, and also I know we've all received emails as well. I'd like to just maybe remind everyone of a couple of names we heard during public comment. The first is maybe Lynn Cartwright, and just a reminder of her contribution as a teacher for 40 years in Conroe ISD, having a multi-generational impact within the community. I love it when we can name schools after teachers, so I really enjoy that. Anthony Thatch, right, who is a legend, right, in Oak Ridge, and wouldn't it be great also to have a school named after the people that support, right? It takes everyone here within this district to be able to pull off, the superior district that we have, right? And I think he would be a great choice, right, to really represent the support staff. And then Minnie Campbell, right? I think that was a really powerful story about someone whose name was on a school here, right? And that was taken away. And I personally think that would be a great opportunity for our community to right that wrong and really, really get behind people who make positive contributions to this school district, even if it was taken away from them at one time. So maybe I just pass on then.
Okay, should we just go down the line, or anybody else?
Sure, I'll second her sentiments about Mr. Thatch. That's a very touching story. Lorraine, Ms. Rice, I appreciate you bringing his story to light. I saw your Facebook post, and it was shared over 900 times. So there's an incredible amount of support from that community for the Oak Ridge feeder, and I think that we should take Mr. Thatch into serious consideration. I also appreciate all the outpouring support that we received for Miss Lynn Cartwright. Love the story, being a 40-plus year educator, and she touched 6,000 to 7,000 students' lives. I think that speaks volumes to her character and her dedication to Conroe ISD. I also appreciate you bringing up the Minnie Campbell name after being able to learn more about her story and then hear it from the 2 gentlemen that spoke during public comment. That was very touching and eye-opening that she had a namesake, got taken away. So it would be an incredible honor to honor Miss Campbell with the naming of an elementary school. So those are the 3 that I also am considering.
Okay.
All right, very good. Well, as everyone has said so far, it's very exciting to have families and friends come and talk about the people that are important to them and that have made contributions to our district in all sorts of different ways. Of course, Mittie J. Campbell was brought to me and to my attention, and Dr. Knoll was very generous to share it with the entire board. I can't imagine being a woman in the 1900s and having the ability to rise to the level of principal and then also have a school named after her. But at that time, you have to remember women didn't vote. Women didn't have that opportunity. And as a black woman, she definitely didn't have that opportunity. And to have it taken away, and I absolutely don't blame the board at that time. That's how things were, to have a prominent man's name on a school. I think it would be wonderful to replace her name on an elementary school this evening. And then the other name that I have that many people may not know or realize his contribution to CISD specifically and or the state of Texas is former Representative Rob Eisler. Without Rob Eisler, there would not be a Woodlands High School feeder. He was the one that helped negotiate with other board members to bring the Woodlands High School to fruition, as well as hire the very interesting architecture that made our building round. He also helped with the placement of Wood Forest Bank Stadium. You may not know that Wood Forest was going to be in Cochran's Crossing in the backyard of the Woodlands High School. And then it also took the turn to possibly be at 242 and 1488 until they settled upon the position that it is now. And look how wonderful that has been for our entire community to utilize. And lastly, people may not know that Rob Eisler also brought Montgomery County, Lone Star Montgomery County to Montgomery County. We didn't have a junior college here in the area, and Conroe, as well as the Woodlands, agreed that it had to be within a certain circumference of distance between the two. And if you know where it's located now, and the mileage that it would have had to have been placed, one would have been where the old zoo was, or in another area that floods very heavily until it was decided upon the place that it is now on 242 and I-45. And so I hope that we can, if anything, his name has been mentioned here today, but I hope that we will consider him to be honored to have a school named after him in the Woodlands. Thank you.
All right. Guess we'll just continue down the road. I've got a couple of names I'd like to throw out there as well.
You want to go last?
I can go last. That's fine. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, thank you. Yes, the numerous emails we've received have been very helpful. I also really appreciate the survey process that went out. Also, the mention of Minnie Campbell, I do appreciate her story, and Trustee Wagaman bringing it to our attention because I didn't see her in any of the surveys, so it was really interesting to hear her story and how she impacted our community. I think it's a beautiful story. I do really love Anthony Thatch's story, and not to mention the many votes and shares that he's received. I think it's important to involve our community. I also second the opinion about Mr. Eisler. I personally know him and think he's a wonderful man and really appreciate the impact as well in our community. And then, the same, Lynn Cartwright. I don't personally know her, or I've met some of her family members, and I think that she's got an incredible story, and her commitment to our community as well is pretty special. So, thank you.
Well, I saw my name on the list, and so I was all in Datron Williams. Don't look like that's gonna work out.
One vote, right?
So I'll just go with the flow. I'll keep it moving. Go ahead.
I can't say anything differently from the things we've already heard. The process, I was actually thankful for Trustee Wagaman's bringing Mitty Campbell to our attention, because as Trustee Nelson stated, she wasn't on one of our lists, and I wouldn't have known to consider her because I didn't know her story. So then we had the opportunity to learn about her, and I really am very much supportive of her, as well as a teacher, Lynn Cartwright, and Mr. Anthony. That story is just amazing. From the moment I heard it, I was inspired, and I love the opportunity that that we could name our first school after a support service staff member. And a well-deserving support staff member that impacted numerous lives. Are we not talking about the high school name at this point?
Any name you want.
Okay.
Any name you
After evaluating a lot of the names that, hey, I get to talk about one of them first. After evaluating a lot of the names that were presented and understanding we had some letter problems with some of them, I really was interested in the representation of the timber mill that was there for so long in that feeder zone, and the impact that industry had in that area and that it would represent. And so I like the name Timber Mill High School. I think it sounds strong. I think it also represents a working class. There's just so much about the impact that I think it could have in that area. So those are my names.
All right, very good. So a couple of thoughts. I'm going to start with the high school as well, doing some research and find out more about Conroe. I got here in '97, so the Cartwrights, you got me beat by 330 years or whatever it is, or 70 years. Anyway, but just doing the research, finding out more about Conroe and the area and how it grew, and with the train station, obviously with the timber mill as well, and us opening up a new high school. I agree with Ms. Olenweiler that Timber Mills or Mill or Mills, I'm not sure which, but Timber Mills High School is a strong name and certainly seems very fitting. I am certainly in favor of that. Moving to the Oak Ridge Caney Creek feeders. I think we have a really neat story here with Mitty J. Campbell, and once again, all these names are fantastic, and the board will realize that when you vote for one, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're voting against anybody else. You can't vote against any of these names that have been put up because they're fantastic people. But the interesting thing I find about Mitty J. Campbell, as I've talked with some people about that name, and I appreciate you bringing it up, is this kind of the story as to how it even got here. That her in the cemetery, it's being restored. She was a forgotten person in Conroe altogether until churches and volunteers got together and said, hey, we need to restore this cemetery. And in cleaning it up, they come across these headstones and start doing research and restoring it and finding out that we have a hero there that meant so much to this community and did and accomplished so much. So I really like, and the fact that she did have a school named after her with no fault, as you said, no fault to the school board and the decisions that they made. It's not at all. But I also found interesting, as I read through this, that in 1916, she married Eddie Campbell, who was the manager of a wood yard. You know, I mean, that's what he did. And that she raised money for a school, and it was built in 1918. And she had a part in being the principal, the first black principal woman in Conroe. I bet you if they did some studies, they'd probably find out even farther back or in a larger geographical area. And then gave that back up after the war was over because the gentleman that was the principal at the time actually went to serve in the war and then came back and she stepped down. But while she was a principal, she was also still a teacher. She was still a teacher. It's just a beautiful story, and I'm very appreciative of the I don't know what the proper name is. I don't know if he's still here, but the Cemetery Association that it kind of found this and put this all together. It's really neat. And then our Woodlands feeder, I like to name Lynn Cartwright as well. I have a lot of respect for Representative Rob Eisler as well. He is everything he said, and Craig was talking about it. The man has accomplished quite a bit. It's hard to dismiss the achievements of Lynn Cartwright as well, with her family being here and being a teacher and educator and having such an impact in the education of our community. I like those as well. So those are my leading names, not to take away from any name that has on the list or that we receive personal phone calls, because I'm sure we all got personal phone calls, personal emails, people saying, hey, can I talk to you for 5 minutes? Influential people in our community that could be deserving of a name, and unfortunately, it's on our backs to decide the ones we'll have, so.
I did have a question, not necessarily a comment.
Yes, sir.
What were the leading on the high school? I know you mentioned Timber Mill.
Timber Mill.
What
Mill
else?
Mills, I don't know which. But
One of them, the acronym wouldn't work. What was the
It
acronym?
was the Woodlands High School.
Yeah, what, Timberwood, so it would have been TWHS, so that was
Okay, I remember
would have
that.
caused confusion for us.
And so Timber Mill, and what else was there?
Timber Mill was the one that has been,
Timber Pine.
S, no S?
no S.
Can you put
I
the
think it
names
was
in?
Timber Mill, has been one that
Right there.
seems to have gained the most traction as there's been conversation around it.
Okay, I'm just curious.
There's also just, as you look down the road a little bit, and it matters with the high school, the junior high's mascot is Stallions, so, you know, alliteration always makes us feel good, so Timber Mill Mustangs could potentially be a mascot that makes perfectly good sense there, keeping with the horse theme.
We did that for Snyder, didn't we?
Snyder's the Stallions as well, but so is
Okay.
Stockton.
Okay.
So.
All right. That's all. That was just a comment. No
Any
question.
other discussion before we move on to?
I do just
item
want
B?
to
Yes,
mention
ma'am.
one thing that Mr. Anthony Thatch, I'm looking at these numbers. These were collected via online survey, right? And Mr. Thatch received almost 800 or 758 votes.
Awesome.
And a yes, so I just think that's incredible. That's the highest number I see on the list, so.
Good.
Dr. Knoll, do we still have buildings that we can name? Not tonight,
Yeah,
but
so-
there are other,
Yeah, so there's a couple of things that to remember moving forward. One is we have multiple schools coming, right? So if not tonight for a name that you cherish, it may be next. We'll name multiple schools next year at this time, and more to come. Additionally, you can look at existing facilities. Like, for example, the natatorium was in place for 12 or 14 years before it was named. We recently built a new operations center. It does not have a
name,
an official, you know, it's the Conroe ISD Operations Center, but it could be renamed with someone's name in the future as well. So
good to
yes,
know.
we may have potential existing facilities, but that we have numerous, as you can see here, coming down the road, you know, looking ahead.
More
So next year we'll be naming two a Conroe Intermediate and a Grand Oaks Elementary next year. So.
All right.
that's good to know.
Let's
Thank
do
you.
it.
Okay, so we will move on to item B, which is name new high school in the Conroe area. Before you make a motion, does anybody want to throw out any other names? I mean, I know we spoke, but I'm sure maybe some other people may have had some names that we want to consider.
I do want to mention the Evergreen. I did like the Evergreen Elementary idea for the Oak Ridge New Caney Creek feeder.
Mhm.
That was another name that I had highlighted. I forgot to mention.
Okay.
That wasn't after someone.
Okay, we will entertain a motion for a name.
I move with that we name the new high school in the Conroe area Timber Mill High School.
I'll second
We
it.
have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? We have a new name for our high school. Congratulations. All right, that seems to be the easy one. We got the easy one out of the way. All right. Moving on to item C, name new elementary in the Oak Ridge and Caney Creek feeders. And once again, would we like to throw out any particular names before we have a motion to consider? I know we kind of moved that direction. Does anybody just want to open it up?
Well, I think we've heard all the names, unless someone has additional one they want to put out
Okay.
there.
All right, hearing none, I will entertain a motion for a name.
I motion that we name the new elementary school in the Oak Ridge and Caney Creek feeder, Mr. Anthony Thatch.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
I'm going to motion thereafter. If it doesn't pass, I'm going to motion for the Campbell.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I was just asking how we were proceeding this
Yeah,
time.
that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I was
So
trying to.
we'll do separate motions for each suggestion
I
until
think-
one passes?
Yes, I think that's the best way to do it, is if we have a motion on the table, we can talk about that name, and we can vote on that, and then if it passes, then it passes. If it fails, then we'll certainly entertain another idea for another name.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Okay.
all right. Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. 1, 2, 3. Any opposed by the same sign? 4. Okay. Motion fails.
Mr. President, I motion that we name the new elementary school in Oak Ridge and Caney Creek feeder Mitty J. Campbell
Second.
Elementary.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I have a question about this. I have heard the last name Campbell and I have heard the last name Turner. I don't know which is preferred. Is there any way to have a clarification on that?
Yes, she was married twice.
Right.
Okay? So she was married first to Edie Turner and then to
Campbell.
Yeah,
Right.
okay, sorry. But anyway, the school was named Mitty J. Campbell School, so that would be our preference to have it Mitty J. Campbell. Okay? Although in the cemetery, she's buried right beside her husband Turner.
Okay, thank you for that.
A little drama there.
Fair enough.
Sir, do we need any other more clarification?
No, I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Just one little clarification. I'm the one that did the research on paper about J. Campbell. All of the records during her life, all of the newspaper accounts with her name was always J.
Okay.
So glad you said that. I
That's
thought you were
fair
going to say the other name. I was like, no.
Very good. Any other discussion?
No, sir.
All right. Seeing none, I call the vote. All those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries unanimous. Very cool. Very neat. All right.
I'd like to just say thank you to our team back there too, because that's not a name that we were familiar with either
Yeah.
as a district. So that
Right.
was, for all of us, it was a learning experience. So thank you for that.
And of course, thank you to Dr. Blakelock for looking through our CISD records to find the names and the changes. So thank you.
Very good.
And that's just a prime example of how through the process, names we didn't even consider or weren't recommended that are so valuable can be recognized now.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, moving on to item D, name new elementary in the Woodlands feeder. Do we have any discussion or? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to name the Woodlands Feeder Elementary Campus Rob Eisler Elementary.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second. I'll second. Go ahead.
We have a motion and a second. All right, any discussion?
I think it's
Yes.
Mr. Eisler, whom I've met also and have worked with. He's helped me to understand school finance a lot. I think he's an excellent recommendation, but I think that it would be really great to recognize someone from the further back at this time and consider him in the future.
There
Okay.
won't be another Woodlands school in the Woodlands feeder. And he was primarily, he was the district rep for that area. So that's why I've named him today.
I'll just say, I mean, I've been on the board for too long, 12 years now, and it seems like Rob Eisler comes up every year, just about every year. So he's one of those names that's consistently on the list, but never seems to make it. Similar to Miss Bartlett, phenomenal woman, phenomenal teacher. Finally got across the finish line with that one. So Rob was one of those ones that I've seen on that list, that short list, extremely short list, over the last 12 years.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Any other discussion or thoughts about Rob Eisler?
I would like to just call out, like, as far as him being on the list and voting numbers. Does anyone see that right offhand?
Yes.
Because I do want to take into consideration the community.
Well, but you also have to remember that there are big pushes from people, so they send out a generic email and we get the same
Sure,
one
sure.
over and over and
There's a
over
reason
again.
we do this process, so I want to recognize it.
Rob has 3, and it's on the Oak Ridge, Caney Creek.
I just
I
want to
didn't
make
see
sure
another
moving
one.
forward that this gets the recognition that it deserves.
Trustee Wagaman, can you reiterate Mr. Eisler's contribution specifically to the Woodlands feeder?
Yeah, so aside from all of the things that his son mentioned in regards to his service at the state level, as well as his service on Conroe ISD, he did negotiate to have the Woodlands High School brought to the Woodlands High School at a time when McCullough was already there, but the Woodlands was growing and it was time to bring in another high school. As well as the Wood Forest Stadium. He had that looked at 3 different areas, and they finally settled on the area at on David Vetter Drive. And so that has been a great placement for the entire community to access. And then lastly, he helped bring Lone Star Montgomery Junior College to Montgomery County. We didn't have a junior college at the time, and so he helped negotiate with the city of Conroe and the Woodlands to have it in the place that it's at so that it was evenly located between both areas. So those were 3 very important things that really helped our area.
He's on this Woodlands list under W. Robert Eisler. And he had
Correct,
25.
towards the very bottom on the
Yeah.
back page, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee
Does it go
Wagaman.
by W?
Was there a reason? He's been on the
His son
list
is
a
saying
lot,
that.
right?
No, I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know where the W came from.
Craig, would you like to?
Thank
Oh, there we
you.
go. William
That's very
Robert Eisler.
officially said.
What we normally do in these processes, I know with Ms.
get
Campbell, we wouldn't be able to do this, but what we normally would do is once the board selects a namesake, we would communicate with the namesake to help, sometimes they want a middle initial, sometimes they don't. We work the details out once you tell us who you choose as a namesake.
Yep. Very good. I'd love to speak on this as well. I have known Mr. Eisler for probably 20 years when he served here, served as our state rep, and served on the education committee and the chair of that. He's really championed public education. That's important to me as well. He's been a champion of public education, and he has worked with this board. He's reached out and asked how he can help, things that he can do. You mentioned him meeting with you, Ms. Oldenweller, and I'm glad that he did that. It was something that he had asked me how he could help, and I said it'd be helpful if you could reach out and help us all understand with the new board members on education, on the financing of education. I appreciated his help in that, and he just understands a lot. But I certainly don't want to forget the work of Ms. Lynn Cartwright as well. And once again, reiterating that the votes, there's no way you can vote against anybody on these lists. These are all phenomenal people. But his contribution to this community is very beneficial, especially during a time of fast growth and a lot of decisions being made before there was a township, before there was a lot of stuff going on. He had his hand in it, making sure that the future of this community was being considered in every decision that was being made. So I like this as well.
We have more schools, correct? Let's
Yes, ma'am.
keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Next year you have one in Conroe, and you
And
have one
Grand
in Grand Oaks
Okay.
next year. So
Very good. All right, I call the motion. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? The motion is to name the school Rob Eisler Elementary. Okay, so I'll let me just try it again. make sure everybody's got it. The motion is that we name the new elementary in the Woodlands feeder Rob Eisler Elementary. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries unanimous. Congratulations. All right, I would propose that we have, should we have a break now or should we have a break next?
Have a break.
a little quick one, that'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll have a break now. We will go into recess. We are back in session. The time is 8:07. Our next item is item 6A, receive capital improvement updates. Mr. Foster?
All right, Mr. Foster.
There's no projects going on right now. This should be quick.
Yeah, it's pretty slow in the summers around here.
Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll. It's my pleasure to bring you an update of our capital improvements that we have underway throughout the district. We begin with our safety and security for 23-24. This is again the final installment of our 2019 bond election safety and security program. These are the campuses we've been working on. The project is on schedule, and we'll be working throughout the remainder of this calendar year with the jurisdictions having authority over each of these campuses, certifying and bringing all those systems that we've installed up to good working order for those buildings. All of them will be ready for school in August as we work with our jurisdictions now through the end of the calendar year. But it is on schedule, right where we need it to be at this time. At Janet K. Bartlett Elementary School, this is also on schedule. It opens in August this coming summer, in just a few weeks from now. You can see from overhead pictures here, I mean, we've got a building that is substantially complete, so we've been moving in furniture. We're getting ready to accept the deliveries of the learning materials over the next couple of months, and then looking forward to welcoming our students in on the first day of school in August. At Flex School number 24, which if I had my numbering correctly, this would be Eisler Elementary School. I think I wrote them down, but Miss Blakelock had them not in numerical order for me, so it's okay. But Eisler Elementary.
Dr. Blakelock.
So now I'm messing it up. So Dr. Blakelock, I apologize.
We're all even.
There, thank you. Right, but Eisler Elementary School is scheduled to open in August of 2025. You can see from our picture here, the building pad is well underway, moving along nicely throughout that project. So this time next year, we'll be talking about opening Eisler Elementary. That is currently on schedule and moving along very nicely. Now at Campbell Elementary, so this one is also scheduled to open in August of 2025. We're a little bit further along here. The building pad has been done for a while, and now we're doing the building foundations. As you can see, the work in the middle of the screen, as well as the stabilization for the parking lots and the streets and roads around that campus are taking shape as we speak. So that project is also on schedule and scheduled to open for students in August of 2025. Now, Grand Oaks, our 7th, 8th, 9th grade campus that's adjacent to Grand Oaks High School is underway. So we've got the building pad under construction there. You can see there it is down below grade, building back up with the engineered fill material for that building pad. So that project is on schedule, and we're looking to open that one for students in January of 2027. Now, our campus renovations project, this is where we get to make a big old mess, and we have made a big old mess of these 4 elementary schools since school ended at the end of May. So you can see for our pictures here, we've got David Elementary, Lamar Elementary, Hauser Elementary, and Rice Elementary. They're all getting air conditioning work. Lamar's also getting a renovation in their kitchen and a new roof. We've been working on the roof at David Elementary for the last several months. All these projects are on schedule. The equipment that we need to have school ready in August is either on its way, confirmed, or in hand. So we'll be ready for students when they return in August, and we'll be wrapping up those details in the fall semester as we get those new air conditioning systems tuned for those students and keep them cool and comfortable. That project is on schedule as we had planned at this time. Now, Conroe High School, this is our major overhaul of the Conroe High School campus, our current focus being the Fine Arts Wing and the new dining commons. So in the kind of the center right-hand portion of your picture is the new Fine Arts Wing, which is currently becoming ready to be open for the summer practices beginning in July. So our contractor has been working diligently with the city and all the other sub-trades to get that ready. And we are going to turn that over for our fine arts programs to use for their summer practices. And then they turn the corner, making their way to the dining commons, which is the large structure right dead center of the picture. And that is also moving along very nicely. So that kitchen equipment is in Houston, moving its direction towards our building. And we are getting it ready so that our kitchen staff can take it over the first part of August. And we'll be ready to serve breakfast and lunch for our students when they return from the summer break later in August. So that portion of the project is currently tracking very well. And the courtyard in the middle, which is our outdoor dining space, if somebody would stop praying for rain, it would help us a great deal. But we are making progress, and you can't see it in these pictures because it's in the center right behind the new Fine Arts Wing. But we've started the underground, so the drainage is in place, and when it does rain, the water does leave that area of the building now, but we are working diligently to get it ready also for the start of school in August.
Mr. Foster?
Yes, ma'am.
These portables over here
Yes.
to the right of the picture, how long are those going to be there? That's the tennis courts, right?
So those, that would be where we would build tennis courts if we did not have the portable need for that campus. But
What year? Or what year are we estimating those to be there through?
So currently, we would be able to relieve the capacity at Conroe High School when we open Timber Mill High School. So that would be August of 2027.
Thank you.
So we are efforting on a plan that we will see in the next month or two.
Yeah, we are working on a plan to advertise a competitive seal proposal project for tennis courts. So it would be the home of Conroe High School tennis at the 9th grade campus. And if that is successful, that would be the permanent home of Conroe High School tennis. But we're working on some plans, working through the city. Tree ordinances is one of the things we're working with the city on now. We think we have a pretty good plan with them, so we're submitting the plans. We hope to get bids so that we could bring something to you, the board, for approval in August, so that we could have those tennis courts ready for the spring tennis season. But there's still lots of moving parts to
So
make
if
that happen.
successful, what happens to this spot?
So then it opens up for future development for Conroe High School. So one thing, and we haven't really created a long-range master plan for it, but part of the development here at Conroe High School reduced the total number of practice fields they have. So we could bring a practice field back that they lost in the overall development of the program. We could leave it open for more parking. We could expand other programs there. So it gives us a lot of options on the main campus.
Is that what this is, the green area? Is that a practice field?
It is. So you've got the striped area is the auxiliary field where the the JV games and junior high games get played, and the non-striped green is the natural grass practice area.
Okay, thank you.
The tennis courts you're talking about coming up with something, you're saying that's not, you're building something?
So
or you're getting
yeah, let me jump in there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, please.
So we've worked with the campus leadership as well as the tennis booster parents, the tennis parents, to look at different plans and different options. So these portables will be here, as Mr. Foster mentioned, until the new high school opens. So we started looking for what other options do we have. Well, the 9th grade campus of Conroe High is just down the road, and we were able to find a spot on that campus where we can build a varsity tennis complex, that just as we would have built there. So that would become the home of the varsity tennis program. No different than you look at like in the Woodlands High School, baseball is at McCullough. We have that model in places, and it's much closer here. By doing that, it's not going to cost us more money. We're going to build the tennis complex here or there. It's just a matter of when and where. But it would allow us to build it sooner rather than later. And so we can move forward with getting it constructed. The campus administration, campus athletics administration, and the tennis parents, everybody was on board with that plan. So they would have fall tennis at April Sound still, which I think is still the plan. And then hopefully by the spring, they would be home back in their new facility. So that it's kind of the best win we could get for everybody. I think everybody's happy with that.
And that funding is coming from the bond?
From the bond.
Okay.
So we're still finalizing the process, and that's where we'll bring it to you in the future. But one of the things you'll also notice when we bring it is, if you'll remember, as part of the construction audit, one of the things that was that they brought up is that we should look at using competitive sealed bids for some projects. I believe this is a project that we anticipate bringing that, using that delivery method to when we bring that forward. So you're going to see it in a couple of months, but
very good.
We're working on it now.
And the impact to the 9th grade, there's no
Really
impact?
none. There's there's a tree impact. That's where we're having to work with the city. It would be located near where the current tennis courts are, but the current tennis courts are not a varsity level tennis facility, so the footprint's gonna grow. There is a track there and a football field. We're gonna have to do a little reconfiguration. It's not used for game field, so we can make that happen, but there is a tree impact. We just have to work with the city. We're confident we'll get it done. It's just things take time.
Got it.
To make happen.
Thank you.
Indeed. But continuing the Conroe High School discussion, the big phase shift from where we're at this summer to where we're going for the remainder of the project is the third phase. So the process of demolition for the tower, which is the tan structure right in the middle, right adjacent to the new dining commons, has been in progress since school got out, as well as the demolition process for the previous athletics, the locker rooms, the gym areas of those buildings. So taking those buildings out of service allows us to continue phase 3, which actually tie the new athletics wing to the new dining commons and the rest of the academic areas to create what will be the new front door of Conroe High School. So that process has begun. So dismantling of those structures is actually underway right now. So today the actual demolition of those structures began. It's not a big show, so there's nothing really to see, but over the course of the next several weeks, those buildings will gradually disappear as we make the campus ready for students to return from the summer break in August. Overall, the project is looking to be complete by the end of December 2025.
So the return in August will have a new front entrance?
No, so the new front entrance will be available during the 2025 school year. So the front door of Conroe High School, the address 3200 West Davis, will still remain the address of Conroe High School until we're ready to finalize and open that front door. But this is the next phase. So the next 18 months or so of work will be to create that new front door and tie it into the other structures around the campus.
Thank you.
All right, and that is our update currently.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 7A, consider and award RFP 240104, instructional supplies and materials for classrooms.
All right, Ms. Karen Garza.
I'm gonna show my age here. I gotta put my readers on. Good evening, President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Null. Tonight, we are consolidating the presentation of the next 4 agenda items for your consideration. This includes agenda items 7A, B, C, and D. All 4 requests for proposals were emailed to registered vendors through the district's e-bid system, advertised multiple times in the Conroe Courier, and on the district's purchasing website. The intent of these bids is to supplement and expand the current pool of vendors for the following categories: instructional supplies and materials for the classroom, supplemental contracted educational and professional development services, CTE instructional supplies and equipment, and catering services. These bids are brought forth for your approval semi-annually. Your approval this evening does not obligate the district to make a purchase from any specific vendor identified on the awarded list. What this does is allows vendors who may not be affiliated with a purchasing cooperative to do business with the district if we so choose. Also, it expands the list of available options for our staff to legally procure items and services to serve our students. Contract terms for all bid items will remain firm through June of 2025, automatically renewing for 4 additional 1-year terms through June of 2029. At this time, we request your approval for agenda items 7A through 7D.
Motion.
Second.
Yes, motion and a second. That's what I was just fixing to get clarification, or we haven't done that in the past, so is that?
Well, you can vote individually, it's fine.
I'd like for us to,
Yeah, that's
well,
fine.
the motion has
Okay.
been out there, so.
Motion on 7A.
Well, we have, let me do it the right way. We have a motion and a second, so let's vote on that, and then we can come back and have another motion. All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve items A through D, show by the uplifted hand. 1, 2, 3, 4.
A through D, all 4.
All together.
Yes,
right?
all together. That's the motion to approve all those A through D. 1, 2, 3. All those opposed by the show by uplifted hand. 4. Motion fails. All right, we have another motion.
You're ready for another motion?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
A motion for 7A.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I have a question. I guess this would be for Dr. Upshaw. I noticed that one of the books on the list was our biology textbook that we discussed in the last meeting. And so we talked about doing the language that we implemented, and I'll let Dr. Upshaw
So
take
this
it from there.
process is not for actually purchasing textbooks. This is just to award the list of vendors for potential use for purchasing of instructional supplies. And like I said, it doesn't mean we're obligating ourselves to purchase anything from a vendor on the list. It just means they're available to be used for instructional supplies.
So then when we go to purchase the textbook, do we come back to another board meeting for approval?
No, they will be on the list as an approved vendor.
Okay. Then yes, I have concerns about Saba since they haven't done what they said they would do.
So restate your question, Trustee Nelson.
Yes, I noticed on the list of vendors that we are approving. Since this is the green light to just go ahead and purchase from them whenever we're ready to purchase from them, they made a commitment to us that they would change the verbiage as per our last board meeting, and they have not changed the verbiage. So I'm concerned about that.
So maybe this might be helpful information. So
Okay.
Savas is formerly known as Pearson. So currently, we were to say no to this vendor, we would not be able to purchase math, K through 8 materials, and 3 high school courses, social studies materials for K through 5, an economic course and a government course, English 6 through 12, science resources K through 12, and also they help us with state assessment rescoring. So if the concern is an individual book purchase, that was something that the board already voted on last month.
It's my understanding that on that motion, what we approved was the digital. We were going to shut off the digital side, and that Savas had come back and basically said they had done what they were going to do. So it being in the book, we already knew that it was going to be in the book. We were just not going to teach that portion of the text. That was my understanding of the motion, was we have the ability to turn off that portion digitally, but the book was what it was going to be, and it just wasn't going to be part of our curriculum.
There were 3 different sections. 2 of them we were turning off because they weren't in compliance, and then the other one regarding intelligent design was in the teacher handbook but not in the student handbook. So that was the one that they agreed to make the change on. And as of now, they have yet to make the change. So I do have some concerns about that book. I hear what you're saying, that they are additional books as well. I do have an email from them saying they reached out to TEA and they're starting the process for the revisions, but I have some concerns. So that's where I'm at with that.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
go
ma'am.
ahead. Sorry. I also, is the Ramsey Corporation or whatever, that the financial literacy part, is that already on a list?
So when you purchase books, instructional materials, some are bought through vendor companies, right, like you see here, and some are bought through the EMAT system. So if they're on the State Board of Education list, they go through what's called EMAT, where they give us a special pricing. So it would not go through the process that Ms. Garza is sharing with us.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
So that does bring up a good concern or a good question. Savas, are they not on the State Board of Education's approved vendor or approved list?
They are. This request here is for other materials that Savas would be able to provide for us. I'll give you a good example. One thing that we use the service for is when we're rescoring the STAR assessment. Let's say that there was a student that had a STAR assessment and we only submit something like that when we know they might get a higher score. That's a $50 cost. So in order to do that outside of the EMAT system for instructional textbooks, they need to be an awarded vendor. That would be an example.
When do we need to get the books in hand to our teachers?
So the books that need to be in hand, some of them have already been ordered, right, that we already approved last month. The one book that we have held off for ordering is the biology textbook, because that is pending the State Board of Education meeting next week. That's on the 27th is when that's on the agenda. So we have not ordered the book in question.
So can we pass this with a little asterisk by it that says we're holding off on that particular book until next week at the State Board of Education?
There are 2 different processes. I guess that's what I'm trying to clarify.
We've already done the one.
But what you just said, if I understand her correctly, is that the biology book is pending a State Board of Education decision?
Yes.
Yes, Trustee Duncan, you're correct.
So do we have an alternative for getting an equivalent biology book if something doesn't go the way we're
That's not what this
expecting?
is for.
I understand, but this is a kind of a blanket approval, so it does blanket what we've asked for, and they haven't delivered, and now there's something pending with the State Board of Education decision. So where does this put us as far as, are you we as a district still going to move forward with the purchase of the biology book?
That is what you motioned last month in the agenda.
Well, we
item.
motioned it with the
With the conditions that they would make the changes.
Then
That's
if
what
that is
we
something you need
motioned.
to confirm, then that's up to you. if
Yeah,
you'd like
I
to
don't-
readdress it.
It should be in the meeting minutes, I would hope. I mean, we can go back and revisit that if we need to, but you're saying as a district, we're going to move forward with the purchase, no matter what.
No, she didn't say that.
No, we have not purchased, that process is EMAT, that's separate than this item, has nothing to do with that
Nothing.
process.
So let me reword
So we
my
have not
question.
bought the biology book because we're waiting for the State Board of Education to, if the State Board does not approve the biology book next month, or next week, when they meet, if that's not an approved book, we'd have to bring back an alternative to you.
That was my
Because we will
question.
not buy a book that is not approved by the State Board. We don't do that for any instructional material.
So
if
maybe
they
you
don't
didn't
approve it-
understand my
Yeah,
question.
if they
I'm
don't
sorry,
approve
that
it,
was my
we'll have to bring back our second choice to you all at a future meeting. So but that's why we haven't purchased it yet, because it's not yet been approved by State Board. So we'll
if
just
not
keep waiting.
approved, you
Then
will
we'll
come
have
back
to
with a
come
different option.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, correct.
Thank you.
Yes, you bet.
All right, can we move
Any other
forward?
questions? Do we have a motion and a second? All those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries unanimous. All right. Item B, I know you've already
Motion.
spoken it, but we can have a motion on it.
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item B, which is the supplemental contracted educational services and professional development services. Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor shall by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Very good, motion carries. Item C, consider an award 240109 career technical educational instructional supplies and equipment.
Motion.
We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor shall by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right. And then item D, consider and award RFP 240110 catering services.
Motion.
Motion and a
Second.
second. Any discussion?
I have a quick question.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just noticing that we're paying, the way it's worded, it says that it is to supplement and expand the current pool of vendors. So the way I'm seeing it is it is in addition to the vendors we currently have, correct?
Currently, we have 121 catering vendors right now, so this would add to those. Or of these 6 that responded, they could be vendors that were already on our approved vendor list, but their contract was getting ready to expire, so they
Okay.
reapplied.
So the additional 717,000 is
That's
in addition
comprehensive,
to?
that's all of it. That's
Okay.
total expenditures in that category, not just for these 6, but
No,
total.
the way I read it, the way it was worded is that it sounds like these 6 new vendors
No.
are allowing for an additional 717,000.
No,
but
ma'am.
That's not it.
Just-
Okay,
yes.
Any other questions?
thank you.
Ms. Holdenwalder? Oh, she did. Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion show by uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you for doing that. All right. Item E, consider and award RFP 240205, website design and hosting services.
Okay, Dr. Blakelock.
Good evening, President Hubert, Board, Dr. Knoll. I'm excited to be with you tonight to seek your approval on awarding RFP 24-02-05 website design and hosting services to Apogee for an estimated initial expenditure of $200,000 for design and website hosting services. As you may know, our current website has been with us for a long time. If you were on the board in 2015, we went through this process then, and this has been our platform. And when technology ages, there become security vulnerabilities, and there are updates to be implemented, and efficiencies and things like that. So we convened, we worked with our purchasing friends to put out an RFP. We rated the 8 vendors that responded, and the top 3 came and presented to a large committee, including principals, our department super users, such as child nutrition, teaching and learning, instructional technology, finance, and of course our purchasing experts. And we come to you tonight seeking your approval to go under contract with Apogee.
All right. Do we have a motion? We have a motion. You have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
Question?
Yes.
So how much are we paying currently to just host the website? What are our current expenses for the existing website?
So there are a couple of categories with our current solution. Our website is a WordPress website, and so it's kind of an a la carte system. So
Did you say WordPress?
WordPress,
Okay.
yes. And we're currently hosted on WordPress Classic, and if you know anything about WordPress, it is being phased out, and they want you to move to something new. So we're being forced into this for security reasons and so much more. But we have an annual maintenance contract with a company called Reactive, and traditionally we budget for up to $40,000 for an annual maintenance contract for that, just in case we have some kind of critical failure. And we have not used the majority of that in the past couple of years. But then we also host our website through WP Engine, and we pay about $20,000 a year for that. And then because we are kind of on an a la carte platform, we spend, I would say, probably about, what would you say, Ross, $1,000, $1,500 a year additionally for other little technology needs to keep the website up and going.
So about $61,000 per year is what we're paying now. But you're saying WordPress is like, they're not even going to allow us to continue another year.
So WordPress is an open system, which means people can use it and they can write code to customize it for their own.
Right.
And so many of the things like our form that you guys enjoyed for the naming, there's a company that makes that form plugin, and companies that make other plugins, and they are ceasing updates on the version that runs on WordPress Classic because everybody's moving to Gutenberg. And so we've already had to freeze some of the updates in parts of our website because things started breaking, and so it's just increased security vulnerabilities.
Okay, so are we just not able to limp along, for lack of a better statement, for another year financially on this? Is that, I mean, you're telling us we don't have any choice. We have to move forward with this.
We have been limping along for about 3 years on this. This was first brought to our attention as a big red flag about 3 years ago. And I said, how much time do we have? Because now it's not a good time. You know, we're coming out of the pandemic. It's a huge change for our campuses because we support probably about 400 campus webmasters and department webmasters. And so it wasn't the right time for us. And so it came to us again. And so now we are really at a critical position to have a secure website.
So the 200,000 is for the initial development, migration, and first year of service and training. And as I move down under explanation, it says that we'll have 4 additional one-year terms at an additional expense. What is that additional expense?
And so the way it's kind of summarized in the board item, it actually brings together almost the first year, year and a half. We have some add-on options if we need some customization, but really to get us up and running without any add-ons, we would pay $9,500 this July. And then for our website, starting in January through June, it would be about $47,000, $48,000.
In addition to the 200,000?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's just breaking it out.
Yeah, no, that's great. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it properly.
Absolutely. And so we would be interested in doing some customizations to meet our diverse districts' needs. That would be $30,000. So that is my best guess on what we'd be looking for from July 1st of 2024 to July 1st of 2025.
Is a total of approximately
$90,000.
And then it says that due to creative nature of websites, which I understand because I have one and built one, actual pricing may vary as the project progresses. In the year, are you expecting it to create, you know, have issues with increases, or do you think that it may be something we're just facing down the road?
You know, I think it's put in there as a safety measure just because we understand, we're acknowledging we don't know everything, but I can tell you from the proposal and in our conversations with the vendor that the only add-on that we're looking at right now is around $30,000 for a customization.
Okay. No structural changes or anything like that?
Well, it's
that
going to
we
be
have big
an
issues?
entirely brand new thing, but
Yeah.
one thing we've learned over the past few years is that websites are cheaper than they used to be.
Yeah.
Looking at the cost of Aptigee over the 5 years, including all the development costs, we're at about $478,000. We spent $411,000 in the first 2 years of WordPress developing that and getting it up and running. And so it really does, it's refreshing that something's actually getting a little cheaper.
Well, I mean, currently, I know of a very big company that has been rebuilding their website, and they were just told that what would normally cost $200,000 with AI and other development and systems, it's down to like $15,000.
Yeah, it's very impressive.
It sounds like it's about the same thing. And how long is this going to take us? Because you're saying we can't limp along for the next, we've been limping, and yet the development of this is going to take time.
Yes, and so our initial plan would be to launch a new district website in January of 2025, and then we will group our campuses and have them launch on the new platform on a rolling basis over the course of the next year. I don't anticipate it'll take it that long because this platform's very user-friendly, and we're going to host different work sessions just like we did before with the transition. But we hope to be able to present a new fresh look online in January.
I also notice it includes a mobile app. Is that included in the price?
It does, and we're really excited about it because it's just another convenience for our families. And this platform actually also allows us to connect all of our district and campus social media accounts because if anybody has multiple Facebook accounts, it's sometimes tricky logging in and switching between them. Facebook doesn't like that. And so this will allow us to streamline that so that campuses will have one platform to log into. They would log in through the ThrillShare, which is part of Aptigee and comes in this package, to be able to post on their social media platforms and thus kind of bypassing that. So it has a lot of options for us.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for entertaining all of my questions.
Oh, of course.
All right. We have a motion and a second to accept the web design and hosting services of Aptigee. All those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I might, I would love to thank Russ Renault, our communications specialist, for all of his work and researching over the past years and looking at features that might be good for us in the district and really helping guide us through the RFP process. And then, of course, our friends in purchasing, who we could not live without. So thank you all.
Attaboy, Russ. Good job. All right. All right, moving on to item F, consider and approve Fulcrum Management Solutions Incorporated for the purchase of through exchange, and authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute all documents necessary to execute purchases.
All right, another item from Dr. Blakelock's department.
I'm so happy to be with you, still at this podium. So tonight, I come to you seeking your approval to add Fulcrum Management Solutions, the parent company of Thought Exchange, to the over 50K vendor list. You may recall that you received information about Thought Exchange in December. It's an engagement platform, and through all of the conversations even tonight, we are seeking to hear from our community and be able to engage with them and understand their perspectives and feedback. And so we entered into a 6-month contract with Thought Exchange. During that time, we've run 32 exchanges. We've had, I believe, 2,500 participants. We've had so many different elements of feedback. And through this platform, it allows us to ask open-ended questions, which allows people to give their true response instead of one that we give them. And then through the AI software, it brings that together to summarize it. And so one of the best examples I have is one that was done about staff development options, and it was sent out to teachers. There were over 1,000 responses, including like many sentences and words. And so this platform was able to support our teaching and learning department, so they didn't have to go through hours and hours and hours and hours of analysis to do that. So we've been able to use it with our community collaborative and mission development. I know one of our campuses going through high reliability schools. And so we come to you tonight because our initial 6-month contract was right around $42,000. And we're currently looking at seeking your approval, if you add them to the over 50K list, extending for another 6 months so we can truly see the benefit that this platform can offer us as we continue to engage with our growing community. Some additional uses include attendance boundary process. I would want to put out an exchange to our community about our website design so that we know what is easy for people and what parts of the website they use the most. We could use it for really anything, and it makes the analysis just so much more efficient, and it comes with a team of people to help us make the most of it.
Could it be also used for gathering information like on exit interviews or?
100%.
Okay, and then is this, I noticed it's 127,642, 128, let's just round it. Is that for 6 months?
No. So what this amount entails is what we could potentially spend within 1 calendar year. So the PO didn't process for our first 6 months until January of this year. If we do another 6 months, I believe it's another 43,000. But this is building in a contingency if we chose to enter into a year-long contract, and then all of that money would be expended within a single calendar year. So it's just safety. Right now, we currently are working through the potential of doing another 6-month contract, not a year, because we really just wanted to see if it was the right fit.
Unfortunately, we missed the exit interviews with people that left at the end of their contracts this
We
6
did,
months.
but we have been working with the team, and if the board approves, we would like to use it for onboarding surveys, employee entry surveys, and then fortunately, we do have people exiting year-round, so we will get some benefit from that.
All right, any other questions?
So you're saying, just to clarify, 6 months, we're approving a year worth of expense, or 6 months, an additional
What you're approving is adding Fulcrum to the over 50K list. What our intention is to have another 6-month contract to see if it's the right fit for us.
And possibly extend it to 12.
We'll evaluate again at the end of the 6-month contract, and I feel like your feedback will be essential to that, to see if it's truly been the engagement tool that we need.
Will you promise to come back with feedback?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'd love to.
All right, any other questions? All right, all those in favor of the motion to accept, show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item 8A, which is receive financial report. Ms. Garza, we all have some now.
I can't live without them. I have them in
Yeah,
every
we put
room
theirs
in my
up.
house. And my cars. All right, well, good evening once again. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to present the financial update for the month end May 31st, 2024. Our first statement is the balance sheet. Shows the district's assets, liabilities, and fund balance. In the general fund, we have total assets of $303.7 million, debt service 78.4, child nutrition 16.1, and self-funded insurance 13.7. Next statement is our income statement. Shows the district's revenues and expenditures. Our 2023 bond referendum update. Total of funds encumbered and expended to date, $228.9 million, with remaining $1.7 billion. Our self-funded insurance update, the month of May, we did have a good month. This month, our revenues did exceed our expenditures by $822,000, somewhat offsetting the month of April. So we're still in a really strong position moving into the summer with a surplus of $2.3 million.
Awesome.
Our investments as of May 31st, par value just over $1 billion. The pools are yielding 5.46. Our combined portfolio is at 5.37 and the 90-day T-bill at 5.23.
Any questions? All right, very good. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item 9A, which is our legal. Adopt revised board policy EIE, academic achievement, retention, and promotion. Ms. Gladys.
Thank you. Last board meeting, you heard an extensive presentation by Dr. Winkler about the rising this policy to expand standards-based report cards through second grade, and this is what that change that you all seemed to receive positively last month effectuates that change if you approve this policy revision tonight.
Okay. Do we have a motion? A motion and a second.
Second.
Any questions?
I had just a quick question, and of course I don't have it printed out, but when I looked through the existing policy, it looks like grades 1 through 2 are already doing this. So did I read it incorrectly, or what were we doing currently for grades 1 through 2?
Well, 2 was lumped in with 2 through 4 and 6. So
Okay.
it's 1 through 2 now.
Oh, okay.
It was not. I mean,
Okay, so then I was reading your proposed policy.
were.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I was like, it's already in here.
Yeah,
Why are
no,
we changing it? Okay.
All right.
Thank
Any other
you.
questions? All right. Yes, no?
Yeah, I know that I talked with Dr. Winkler, or asked a couple of questions about this, but is there any future plans? Is she here, Dr. Winkler? I just have a few questions about the traditional versus this standard phase. So, in your opinion, or in your data that you've collected, is there going to be, what is the overarching benefit for introducing the standard-based in second grade?
So the benefit in second grade, and we don't have any plans to go past second grade unless the board asks us to do so, but the benefit is that it follows the HB3 goals that the board approves, and it gives us the ability to be able to pinpoint where those early skills that students need help on, and it gives the teachers the ability to go back and assess students on our priority standards throughout the year and not just in that grading period. So they're assessed throughout the year, and they're also assessed informally. So a student might not even know that they're being assessed. So they're not necessarily having a test put in front of them, but a student might be working with a teacher, and the teacher's assessing that skill while she's observing a student.
So that speaks to one of my questions, because you're right, the student doesn't understand why they're in a specific group, and I've experienced this with my last year second grader, I think, who was exposed to this group placement, not understanding really what the overall outcome was, maybe what the intent was, and neither did I as a parent. So I'm a little concerned going into second grade, because it's my understanding this was used in pre-K learning and then introduced to kinder.
We use standards-based in pre-K, K, and 1, and we piloted at some schools in second grade.
But how long? How long have we been using it in 1?
We've been using it in first grade. Let me get out my little cheat sheet. But when we put them in groups, we're not necessarily putting them in groups by abilities. Sometimes we group them.
Right, but I'm pointing out that the intention is not understood by the student often.
We work with students on their goals, so when they're in a group, we are explaining the learning objective to the student. So the student does understand what the learning objective is. It might be in second grade terms, but we are explaining the learning objective to the student while they're in that group, so that they know what they're working on and that they know what that skill is that they're working on. So one of the good things about a standards-based report card is that the student can speak to their own learning, and they can talk to their parents, they can talk to their teachers about what they're learning. So a lot of times you'll see an administrator come into a classroom and we'll say, what are you learning today? And they're able to speak to that learning.
So I'm sorry, going back to my original question, can you tell me when we started using it in first grade?
Sure. So we started using it in first grade, fully implemented in 21-22 school year.
So in those 3 years, what effects have you seen that take on not only the students, but the teacher?
So our teachers have basically said that they've had a better grasp on what a student is mastering in the classroom, and they've been able to provide interventions and enrichment in a much better way to students. We've also seen a gain in our HB3 goals in our first graders that we've been working on. We don't work on all of our HB3 goals, but we have targeted ones in our district improvement plan.
Did we see reading scores go up?
Not this year in our third grade, but we did see improvement in our HB3 goals, which we're about to give you our end-of-year scores on our HB3 goals. We're working on those for you.
So overall scores didn't
On our
increase?
HB3 goals, they did, yes.
Okay.
Hey, can I just ask just a clarifying question here? Changing the standards-based report card does not, that's not what creates teaching in small group. We
No.
teach in small group regardless of the report card, correct? That is,
It's the
those
way
are,
we're-
those
it's the way
are
we're
not.
assessing. Mhm.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like, that's not, they're not related. The way we teach is not related to the report card, it's just how we report it out.
Right.
to the
It's how
parent.
we're reporting and it's how we're talking to parents within the conferences that we have with them, and it's the way we're talking to students about their own learning.
So do you feel like a 10-point grading system just doesn't work at that level?
Like the 100-point grading scale that we
Like
have,
a-
the ABC.
yeah.
I don't think that students necessarily understand what they're working on. If you look at different studies, if you look at ways that we talk to students about what an A means, they don't really understand what an A means. The other thing is that if we assess it in the first 9 weeks, we don't always have the ability to go back and assess it in the ninth or the fourth 9 weeks. On the standards-based report card, we have that ability to go back and do that because of the way we're reporting it out to parents and the way that the report card is set up. Because if you look at the report card, that skill is assessed every single 9 weeks once it's introduced.
So do you think because just in reading things, preparing for this, do you think it's requiring that the teacher teach to the learning ability instead of the child learn to the teaching ability? I'm just throwing that out there. Like, is there benefit as far as from the teaching perspective of?
I think the teachers, when
Of
they
that.
see the TEKS, they're able to break down the TEKS so that they understand what they're teaching to the student for sure, and they're able to put students in groups, which, as Dr. Knoll said, that doesn't necessarily drive how we put them in groups, the report card, but understanding where a student falls and mastering certain content, that's what drives what puts a student in a group. And when you have a better understanding of that, that helps a student. When you can intervene earlier and you can see how a student is progressing, especially if you see that they're falling behind, you can come and do interventions earlier to help them pick up on those skills so that they can fill that gap in sooner.
I would just like to see, I would like to see us as a district give it another year, maybe 2 years with the first grade, and see if we improve scores, if we have maybe some more concrete proof of what we're doing and why.
I'm struggling with something here. Are we talking about teaching and how we teaching, or are we talking about how we grading? Or
We're talking about
reflecting
how
on-
we report out grades
how
to
we
parents.
reporting out to the parents, okay.
I want to give a perspective as a Conroe ISD parent of a 4th and 2nd grader who has now gone through several years of seeing standard-based reporting, and I'm familiar with the letter grades. It has been a tremendous help to have that visibility on a standard skill level. The conversations I have been able to have with my kids' teachers has been, I think, more fruitful, deeper discussion, and we've been able to really identify areas where both of my children could develop further. I am always in favor of transparency there, so I love that we're doing this. Thank you so much.
That is the purpose of the standards-based report card. We're glad to hear that.
I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
You used a term that in my lingo was like, oh, and it was the being able to intervene. And so has this helped us? Have we seen an ability to identify students that are not grasping certain skills sooner than we were, such as those with dyslexia, learning disabilities, etc.? and been a benefit in that area? Or has it helped move those students along any better?
I'd have to run the data on how many students we picked up in dyslexia, because we run dyslexia screeners because we have to.
Right.
We would want to, but by the state we have to run dyslexia screeners. But I would tell you the knowledge of the student and the teacher's knowledge of where the student is, I think is very helpful when you're going into an MTSS meeting, which is the multi-tiered systems of support. We have heard from teachers that they are able to report on specific skills or specific areas that students need to work on through that MTSS process. Because when you go into those meetings, you have to report areas of strength and areas that they're still struggling with. And through that report card process, they are able to speak to those areas of strength and areas of weakness much more fluidly than they have in the past. Principals have reported that as well. When we looked at going second grade fully for this upcoming year, we did survey principals because we wanted to know if the time was right, because we've had a lot with COVID, with reading academies, a lot going on. So we already have, several campuses that are doing it, and 19 campus principals said, we're ready to move forward. 4 of them said, well, I need to talk about it a little bit more. And after talking to them, they were ready to move forward. We had several that wanted to start it this past year, and they were very disappointed that they weren't able to start it because their teachers were ready to start it. I talked to several principals before we presented to the last board meeting, and they had already started kind of practicing what that would look like, and their teachers were excited. They were a little nervous at first, but so they practiced a little bit, and they were excited because they realized that this is kind of what they were doing anyway in the classroom. The one challenge was math. Ironically, you'd think math was a little bit easier, but math was a little bit of a challenge. And every 9 weeks, we have professional development set up to help teachers collect evidence, because you're collecting evidence through observation. You're doing it on a routine.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for all of that knowledge that you have on this topic.
Have I answered your question?
Okay, we've called the vote. All those in favor of the motion to adopt the revised board policy EIA, academic achievement, retention, and promotion, show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 6-1. All right. Moving on to item B. Receive information regarding local policy manual update 123 or 123, including local board policies, BBD board members, training and orientation, BBFA ethics, conflict of interest disclosures, CKC safety program risk management, emergency plans, CKEA security personnel, commissioned peace officers, CQC technology resource, equipment, DEC employment practices, other types of contracts, DEC compensation and benefits, leaves and absences, and EH instructional arrangements, homebound instruction, and anything else they want to throw under that title.
Thank you,
Ms.
President
Gladys.
Hubert. This is an information item. It's letting you know it's the first reading of the 8 policies. Local policies are included in Update 123. They are really primarily still implementing the new regulations that were prompted by last legislative session as we get ready for the next legislative session. So we just continue to do this year after year after year. None of them are very exciting. I'm happy to entertain questions. The changes are summarized below, and you receive the red line versions of all the local policies so you can see the changes, but they will come back to you in July with a request for adoption.
Any questions?
Yes.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
one. I noticed that it said predominantly or mostly legal, which wouldn't be, that's pretty much legal is legal. But then there was the one local. Is that also being recommended? It says policy reference BF local, but when I got in here and started reading through, was that given to us through the legal or through the local?
So BF is a legal policy that is being recommended for change. I didn't bring those because they're not adopted by
Okay,
the
I'll
board.
message you and
Sure.
get back on that. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you for that information. Moving on to item C, which is conduct a hearing and consider the level 3 appeal.
I'll take it.
You want me to read the whole thing, or you want to take
No,
it?
I'll be happy to take it. I'll save you. I'll save you. If we want to take maybe just a
2 minutes
3-minute
to set
recess as we can move people around here, and then get a quick break, and then we'll come back
All right.
and reconvene. That's
Very
okay?
good. That's fine.
The time is now 9:10. We'll reconvene here in open session. This meeting of the Conroe Independent School District Board of Trustees is convened on June 18th, 2024. A quorum of the board is present, including all members, Mrs. Chase, Mrs. Dungan, Mrs. Wagman, Mr. Hubert, Ms. Nelson, Mr. Williams, and Mrs. Odenweller. Agenda item 9C is the consolidated appeal hearing for complaints filed by Ms. Erin Miller, Ms. Andrea Yang, Ms. Dee Dee Fox, and Ms. Teresa Neiman. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the district's formal grievance policies, GGBA for employees, FNG for parents, and GF for community members. This hearing is being recorded. If at any time during the hearing the board should need to consult with the district's attorney on a legal issue, they will adjourn to executive session under Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Because all of the complaints arise out of the district's decision to remove instructional materials from use, the complaints and subsequent appeals were consolidated in accordance with board policies DGBA, FNG, and GF. The consolidated appeal record has been made available to the board and all of the complainants. Exhibits 1 through 10 have been marked and are part of the record of this hearing. The consolidated complaints are against the members of the district's Instructional Materials and Formal Review Committee. The complainants disagree with the decisions of the committee to remove 19 novels previously available for use as instructional materials. As relief, the complainants ask that the books be reevaluated for return to use as an instructional material through a formal reconsideration process similar to the formal process set out in Board Policy EFA, the same process used for requests to remove instructional materials from the curriculum. The complaints began at Level 2. Mr. Greg Colshin served as the Level 2 hearing officer for all the complaints. Mr. Colshin found that the district's Instructional Materials and Formal Review Committee complied with Board Policy EFA when the committee considered each of the instructional materials and determined each was educationally unsuitable based on the criteria set out in Board Policy EFA. Accordingly, the materials were removed from use in the district classrooms. The hearing officer also determined that the formal reconsideration process set out in Board Policy EFA pertains to efforts to remove an instructional material and is not the appropriate process to utilize when seeking the return of an instructional material. Accordingly, the Level 2 hearing officer denied the complainant's requested relief. All of the complainants filed timely appeals to Level 3. I will now ask each member of the board if he or she is able to consider the appeal in an impartial manner. If the board member has been involved in this matter in any way that could cause the board member not to be impartial, the board member should consider recusing him or herself. Further, if any board member has a personal relationship, association, opinion, or outside information not included in the record, the board member should also consider whether they can be impartial. I will now ask each of you if you can be impartial and wish to be a part of this hearing. Mrs. Chase?
I can.
Mrs. Dungan?
I can.
Mrs. Wagaman?
Yes.
Mr. Hubert?
I can.
Ms. Nelson?
I can.
Mr. Williams?
I can.
And Mrs. Odenweller?
I can.
Okay.
Are
Just
you
for-
sure, Trustee Williams?
For the record, all members have indicated
No,
that they can be impartial.
Good. So we had Trustee Williams stated in a.
All members have stated that everyone has asked and they have all stated.
So if someone
they
has
can be.
stated that the 100% will side with the district, that on the record from the dais, that doesn't go towards anything?
No, all members were asked tonight if they can be impartial, and each of your answers have been respected appropriately.
I mean, that goes a couple of different ways.
All right,
Where did
that's
most
there.
of these
This is
come
not. That's
from?
not part of this
Informal
conversation.
review.
It's not
Informal
part of the
reconsideration
conversation
by a
tonight.
board member, so.
Now, would each of the complainants come to the podium and introduce yourselves? So we'll just allow each of you to come forward, if you would, just introduce yourselves. Just yeah, kind of all come up together if you like, and just so that we can all know your names.
I am Andrea Young, and I have lived in CISD district since 1992. I have 37 years of academic and public library experience, mostly in collection development.
Thank you.
I'm Dee Dee Fox, and I've lived in the Woodlands since 1982.
I'm actually here as a proxy for Teresa Neiman.
Teresa is not present because she's currently in Cincinnati scoring advanced placement English language exams. She's scored over 1,500 exams already this week.
Wow.
What is your name?
I'm sorry? I'm Deborah Lieber, but I'm proxy for Teresa Neiman. I'll be reading her statement.
I'm Erin Miller, and I have lived in Conroe since 1980.
Thank you very much, ladies. And Dr. Lambert, you can make your introduction of yourself as well.
I am Jared Lambert. I'm Director of Information Systems and represent the administration.
Thank you, sir. Each complainant and the administration will have 10 minutes to make their presentation to the board. All comments must be made from the microphone since this hearing is being recorded. After each complainant has made her comments to the board, Dr. Lambert will make his comments on behalf of the administration. Because this is not an evidentiary hearing, no party can reserve time, introduce new evidence, or question or cross-examine witnesses of the other party. So, once again, this is a little different structure today. So, we have 4 different complainants that we've compiled, so each complainant will get 10 minutes. So, you all will each get your full 10 minutes. Your times will be displayed. After each of you have had your opportunity, then Dr. Lambert will go. At the conclusion of Dr. Lambert's presentation, we'll open it to the board for any questions that you may have. At the conclusion of the hearing, we will be, I will be seeking a motion and a vote on 4 different complaints. So we're consolidating this through the hearing, but we will vote 4 different times at the conclusion on each complainant's complaint separately. Okay? I don't know what order you all choose to go, but whoever would like to go first may step forward. And once again, maybe just reintroduce share your name again. And
Andrea Young.
Okay.
I am here to appeal the removal of the classic title Slaughterhouse 5 by Kurt Vonnegut from Conroe ISD High School libraries and classrooms in October 2023. It appears the book was removed due to an informal review triggered by a decision to review current library holdings based on newly revised EFA and EFB local board policies. The letter denying my Level 2 appeal states the IMR committee determined the book failed to meet selection criteria 1 and 2 of the EFA. In the same letter, I was told that not all committee members read the books. Due to the volume of books under review, staff were paid to read the books and provide information to the committee. Library books that did not meet the selection criteria were removed. I can tell you it is impossible to evaluate the literary and educational merit of a book with such a process. The new informal process facilitates censorship. It's an irregular process, and was it devised to appease a small number of activists with a personal, political, or theological agenda for public school libraries and curriculum as a knee-jerk reaction to the new but struck-down law requiring Texas library books to have a content rating? Or was it just political theater that dominates our society? Determining whether an instructional material or book meets the selection criteria, the letter stated, is largely subjective. I agree. I suggest a process that deprives students of their First Amendment right to access information should be a bit better thought out. Most disappointing part of the letter was that stated the committee appreciated that their decision would impact students and teachers, and that some of books reviewed and removed were frequently referenced in AP exams and recognized as classic literature. How is this willingness to remove classic literature and AP English language exam texts from classrooms and libraries acting in the best interests of CISD high school students? The new EFB law, local, now governs library collections in CISD. I would argue that Slaughterhouse 5 meets the criteria 1 through 8 for titles allowed in CISD libraries on page 3 and 4 of the policy, and that it does not meet any of the 4 criteria that would exclude it on pages 1 through 2. I remind you that your own policy says that you must consider text as a whole when evaluating their literary, artistic, political, and scientific value. CISD procedures and policy echo Orwellian doublespeak when you use them to banish classic literature and AP exam texts while claiming to offer a vast array of library materials with diverse, rich educational content. Book removal decisions are based on bad CISD policy, but I'll proceed now to defend access to one title in CISD high school libraries. Slaughterhouse-Five, or The Children's Crusade, is an important work in the American literary canon. First published in 1969, Vonnegut's masterpiece is regularly featured on a wide variety of best book lists. The College Board 101 Great Books Recommended for College-Bound Readers, the Modern Library List of 100 Best Novels, where it's ranked number 18, Time Magazine's all-time top 100 novels, and it is part of the Library of Congress Books That Changed America list. The book has been taught and made available in high school libraries for decades. I first read it when I was 17, and I've read it at least 2 additional times. It is based on the author's experiences as an American soldier at the Battle of the Bulge and his subsequent capture and POW experience. During World War II, he witnessed and survived the firebombing of Dresden, Germany in February 1945, when Allies dropped incendiary bombs on the city of Dresden and destroyed the city and killed an estimated 135 civilians. He survived because he and fellow prisoners were held in the basement of an old pork slaughterhouse, hence the title. When the bombing ended, Vonnegut and other POWs were put to work excavating bodies under the Dresden ash and rubble. All of these events feature in the book. Despite being autobiographical, it is a work of mixed genre fiction that addresses important literary and philosophical themes: alienation and loneliness, free will, apathy and passivity, death, patriotism, war, and what we now call PTSD. Another relevant theme is the impact of science and technology on our society. It remains relevant today. Kevin Power, an author and Iraq War veteran, published an article in the New York Times titled "The Moral Clarity of Slaughterhouse-Five," in which he calls the book wisdom literature. He writes, Vonnegut could cut through the cant and sophistry and dissembling to expose our collective self-deceptions for what they are. His sentence are accusations that let us keep your dignity. Few will ever write something so plainly and undeniably true that its honesty feels provocative even 50 years after it was first appears in print. I ask you, what could be more relevant and useful to students on the verge of adulthood in our divided society? The book is famous for its style. Lessons and whole books have been written discussing its unique structure, symbolism, and the blending of genres of science fiction with realism. The main character, Billy Pilgrim, an allusion to Pilgrim in John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, claims to be unstuck in time. Does he travel through time and space, or is he suffering from delusions due to wartime trauma? Some modern readers have commented that this literary device perfectly captures the endless present of PTSD. The text enlightens and challenges any who choose to engage with it. The book should never have been removed from the CISD libraries. Teachers should be allowed to teach it in upper-level English literature courses and reference it in other multidisciplinary courses. I suspect it was actually removed for fear of the controversy around Vonnegut's ideas about war and religion, some inexplicit sex passages, and the periodic use of coarse language. Perhaps all a committee member did was run it through one of those ridiculous websites that scans literature for dirty words. And everyone who hadn't read the book voted for it to be removed. High school level education is not merely about reading level and reading comprehension scores. High school students need to read and critique literature that makes them think. It is true, the book has been repeatedly banned and reinstated in high school libraries here and there over the decades. Are we also unstuck in time, just like Billy Pilgrim, as schools and library boards keep making the same mistakes over and over again? Billy Pilgrim is doomed to relive moments of his life over and over. Vonnegut was using a literary device to impress on readers that we don't have to keep making the same mistakes. We should take that lesson to heart. For those concerned with coarse language and the mentions of inexplicit sex, rest assured, in 1979, a district court in New York determined the book was not obscene. And later, the Supreme Court ordered that it and other books be returned to high school libraries in 1982 in the Island Tree School District versus Pico case. Just as in that case, CISD seems to have ignored the advice of literary experts and failed to take into account the views of generations of teachers and librarians, abusing the First Amendment rights of high school students.
Courts have concluded that students' constitutional rights do not end at the schoolhouse door. Justices have previously asserted that in cases of optional reading, schools should consider the information needs and rights of the most mature and oldest students when evaluating library materials. There is a duty to allow for diversity of ideas and unorthodox opinion. Your own policy acknowledges that. Will new local selection standards offer our high school students a limited and artificial, sanitized version of the world and literature? Are AP English students to be denied the opportunity to check out Slaughterhouse-Five from their school library, even though the book has been a test topic on previous AP exams? Why do you impose restrictions on some of your brightest and most motivated students? Why do you insult these young people? In Vonnegut's own words, a school board in North Dakota banned his book. In fact, they threw it in a furnace. If you were to bother to read my books, to behave as educated persons would, you would learn that they are not sexy and do not argue in favor of wildness of any kind. They beg people to be kinder and more responsible than they often are. It is true, some of the characters speak coarsely. That is because people speak coarsely in real life, especially soldiers and hardworking men. And even our most sheltered children know that. We all know that too. The words that really don't, those words don't really damage children much. They didn't damage us when we were young. It was evil deeds and lying that hurt us. He goes on to remind the school board that though they have the right and responsibility to decide what books our children are required to read in a community, they need to exercise that right and fulfill their responsibility not in an ignorant, harsh, or un-American manner. That if they, okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, you next.
My name is Dee Dee Fox, and this past weekend I had lunch with a former student and his mom. And at 22, Riley is a graduate of CISD, and he's a third-year law student. And what's especially remarkable is that he lives in an apartment with his mother, who has had very severe MS for many, many years and is her primary caregiver. And with hard work and his great education that he got here and the support of AP programs, he's moved towards independence in record time and is going to be someone that I'm already proud of him. Unfortunately, these options may soon disappear for our students. By removing books, CISD's AP English courses may no longer meet the annual AP audit requirement for the official designation. Students may not be well prepared or able to participate in AP at all, which will cost families, our taxpayers, more money and time. Standing here today, I am devastated. I feel like a few members of this board are dismantling everything I worked for in my entire adult life. And those few are relying on politics or religious-based book lists to determine what kids can read. They have every right to control what their kids read, but they have no legal standing when it comes to deciding what everybody else's child reads. So here I am, and it matters that I'm 73 years old and that my successful adult children were educated all 12 years in CISD schools, and that my grandsons are following in their footsteps and will attend Pete for 7th grade. It matters that I taught in public schools for 22 years and was a librarian for 18 years, working with Dr. Lambert, by the way. And 23 of those years were spent here in Conroe ISD. It matters that I've had 5 books published. The first, a young adult novel published by Texas Christian University, and that I was Poet Laureate of Montgomery County from 2017 to 2022. I am qualified to speak up for these literary classics and our students' right to read. I'm going to read a passage to you that was used as the reason to eliminate the book Speak from our secondary schools. A cloud cloaked the moon. Shadows looked like photo negatives. Do you want to? He asked. What did he say? I didn't answer. I didn't know. I didn't speak. We were on the ground. When did that happen? No, I did not like this. I was on the ground and he was on top of me. My lips mumbled something about leaving, about a friend who needs me, about my parents worrying. I can hear myself. I'm mumbling like a deranged drunk. His lips lock on mine and I can't say anything. I twist my head away. He is so heavy. There is a boulder on me. I open my mouth to breathe, to scream, and his hand covers it. In my head, my voice is as clear as a bell. No, I don't want to, but I can't spit it out. I'm trying to remember how we got on the ground and where the moon went, and wham, shirt up, shorts down, and the ground smells wet and dark, and no, I'm not really here. I'm definitely back at Rachel's, crimping my hair and gluing on fake nails, and he smells like beer and mean, and he hurts me, and gets up and zips his jeans and smiles. Speak is not about sex. It's about the dangers of underage drinking, told in the voice of a 13-year-old girl, a voice other teenagers can hear. It is not pornography. It is strong writing that tells the truth without using graphic details or even the word rape. The takeaway from the scene is that a boy hurt a drunk girl. It's about assault, not sex or anything titillating. The first thing I did after rereading Speak was to text my daughter and granddaughters, ages 13 and 16, to say they need to read and discuss this book. They have. At the April 24th, 2023 meeting, the committee said the book dealt with rape and episodes of self-mutilation, but there is no cutting in this book. That term headed an online review about how the character Melinda cut herself off from others. They must not have read the review or the book. It was still approved for high school classrooms. That didn't sit well with at least one of our board members who helped change policy, now an EFA dated 11/14/23. In the past, books could not be challenged more than once in a 12-month period. By November 27th, 2023, 7 months later, the book was brought back again. This time it was removed because of the passage I just shared with you. My Sister's Keeper, my second appeal, was labeled an adult book with Tidal Wave incorrectly cited as a review source. Follett Library Services created Tidal Wave as a way to sell software and books. It lists books under many, many headings, like cancer as keywords. Just because it lists a book as adult does not mean it isn't for young adults as well. The Society of Children's Book Writers and any reliable review source will confirm this book is definitely a YA book because the protagonist and storyteller is 13-year-old Anna. The committee said the book is realistic fiction, true, with vulgar language and depictions of sexual activity, like a reference to masturbation. It's a 423-page long book. So cherry picking a word here or there doesn't affect the literary value of the whole book. I don't remember any of that because the book isn't about sex. It's about life and death decisions affecting a family with 3 teenage children, one of whom is critically ill with cancer. I work as a writer with hematology and oncology patients at Texas Children's Hospital. They and their families deserve all the love and support they can get. Please return My Sister's Keeper to bookshelves so families can see themselves in print as they move through challenging times. Don't deny them this. Most of the people who form the committee for book considerations work in the administration building, not directly with students, and they received emails from a determined board member who made it clear she was watching. There are math, PE, special ed, and social studies specialists on the committees, but only one library coordinator and 2 English language arts representatives, both at the elementary level. I saw no one on this list who actually interacts with secondary students, except for one lone junior high school assistant principal. And the committee does not record those meetings. So those of us who appeal have no opportunity to hear their discussion to offer clarification. Mrs. Odenweiler, Bowman Nelson, and Dungan, enough is enough. I am sorry you see Satan everywhere, but your misguided decisions are hurting students. I am certain you would better serve our community if you would focus on school business rather than searching for the devil on a printed page. Even the Bible is full of begetting and fornication. Will you ban that? I have little doubt about the short-term outcome of this hearing. The board wouldn't want to admit they made an expensive critical error in removing or throwing away literary classics. With the return of the books, however, the long-term outcome is grim. CISD has already garnered negative national attention for its denial of students' rights to read. The board has opened up the possibility for First Amendment court cases, which history shows school districts often lose. What a waste of time, money, and energy. Please reconsider returning these books to the shelves.
Thank you.
Okay, once again, I'm serving as proxy for Teresa Neiman, and this is her statement that I'm reading. It's already taken some of the time. Okay. Thank you for hearing my appeal tonight. I am not present because I am in Cincinnati scoring advanced placement English language exams. Please restore these texts to the classroom and/or library, or at the least, restore these texts to a formal challenge process effective immediately. Many of our students rely on our libraries and classrooms for access to the worldview presented within the novels. For the past 20 years or more, our students have earned college credit and saved thousands of dollars through AP Literature and dual credit English classes. These courses rely upon access to diverse, rich literature. At the March 2024 school board meeting, the board established that individuals should file appeals to the district in order to challenge the informal removal of books from the curriculum and library. I did so. In my appeals, I asked for a formal reconsideration committee to review the books in question because I wanted the books read in full by a panel of the community before a decision was finalized. However, all of my appeals were denied because a formal reconsideration is only available for a formally challenged book and not an informally challenged book. Yet the district directed us to this action. Greg Colshan, as my Level 2 hearing officer, did not deny any of my findings about the literary merit or Teak's appropriateness of The Underground Railroad, The Hate You Give, The Color Purple, Sold, Salvage the Bones, Not Your Perfect Mexican Daughter, The Kite Runner, Homegoing, Girl in Translation, Extremely Loud and Incredibly Close, Brave New World, or Beloved. Rather, he said that because the previous decisions came out of informal review committees, my request for formal reviews was unavailable. That leaves you. I know that I am asking you to act in a manner against your character, against your habits. You have worked, some of you, for decades to support our administration, teachers, and students. I deeply appreciate all your support. Today, however, I ask you to consider that merely because a group of administrators made a decision, does the position of the decision makers automatically make the decision correct? Can administrators act with good intention and still generate a wrong outcome? Your informal book review committee has removed 79% of the books it has reviewed. Formal reconsideration committees remove 21% of the books they review. Why the difference? Time devoted to the book, actually reading the book, a desire to avoid conflict and confrontation, or maybe removing the book made fewer waves than defending the book. Quite possibly, these committee members, all CISD employees fulfilling other full-time positions, did not have the time to read and review 200 titles over the last 18 months. Whatever the reason, the professionals on that committee have chosen to follow pieces of our EFA and EFB policies rather than the full policies. In speaking to librarians who sat on the library committee and reading notes from the informal curriculum book review committee, the committee members did not read the books under review and sometimes devoted less than professional consideration in the process. After the curriculum book review committee removed the Kite Runner because Tidal Wave Follett said it was of adult/high school age, but the source listed adult first, the library committee dismissed the work because, quote, that war ended 20 years ago and these kids weren't even alive then. Tidal Wave has over 100 pages of adult-rated books, including The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Treasure Island, The Secret Garden, and The Velveteen Rabbit. The committee also relied on Common Sense Media and the Moms of Liberty blog, Booklooks, both biased sites. By using the Booklooks website as a source for decision-making, these professionals chose an amateur source by less than qualified individuals, akin to using Wikipedia as a source in a research article, rather than professional scholarly articles about the work. At best, the committee's use of sources has been inconsistent, at worst, capricious. In addition, based on the notes of the committee, once one piece of the text fit a bullet in the policy, not the full three-pronged definition set by the Miller test, the committee chose to remove it from libraries and classrooms. However, boards and districts are constitutionally required to consider the entirety of the work, not merely excerpts. Our policy requires the reviewer to consider the entirety of the work, not merely excerpts. I ask you to consider these works yourselves. When we consider a work as only its pieces and not the sum of the whole, we ignore the multifaceted aspects that make the work a statement about living, a builder of empathy. The committee notes on the removed books demonstrate an examination of only pieces of a work, not the merit of the work as a whole, not what students might gain from reading and discussing the work. Many of these works have become classics in the American literary canon. According to Dr. Lambert, the Texas Code for Library Standards says the purpose of the library is to encourage discussion based on rational analysis. He stated that complaints that the district and books were grooming students relies on a fundamental misunderstanding of what books are and how they work. He reminded the board that humans are storytellers. We remember with stories, we communicate through stories. He quoted Dr. Brene Brown as saying that when we are reckless with people's stories, we diminish our own humanity. Dr. Lambert also told the board, the books we find uncomfortable are not necessarily inappropriate or inaccurately placed. They are meant to engage us in conversation. When we only highlight excerpts of books, we ignore the conversation and connection to humanity. We stop the rational conversation. As the attorney who defended the district in January 2023, when the board retained Perks of a Wallflower reminded the board and audience, none of these books are illegal and none have gone to prosecution. No one at a bookstore has been arrested or charged because they sold these books to anyone. These are classics that are currently taught without problem around the United States, some around the world. The Level 2 hearing made some discoveries about the informal review committee, but did not address the idea of the committee ignoring the literary merit of the work. Third requirement to qualify as pervasively obscene or sexually explicit, or the teaks that the work addresses. To date, a committee has not read the work before considering its literary merit or appropriateness in the classroom. On June 6, 2024, a Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals 3-judge panel supported returning 8 books to the shelves in Llano County pending appeal. Judge Jack Weiner noted that a book may not be removed for the sole or a substantial reason that the decision maker does not wish patrons to be able to access the book's viewpoint or message. Based on the facts of the case, the ruling finds that the supervisory role of the complaining patrons, they became library board members who repeatedly communicated with the librarian about the removal status, was a likely motivating factor in the librarian's decision to permanently remove the book from the shelves. How similar is this situation to our own? Our district initiated the informal reviews that led to the removals appeal tonight because of the informally emailed list of 6 constituents, 5 of whom did not have children in the district, 1 of whom is a board member with influence over the district committees by default. Consistent emails to district employees checking on the status of the removal of these books likely influenced the decisions of the committees. This same informal review committee, like the librarian in this case, applied the musty factors for reading books from a collection and applied the obscenity definition to these works in a contradictory and inconsistent way. As a government entity, the district is not applying the strict scrutiny necessary for the restriction of First Amendment rights to access of information. In fact, by failing to follow the full policy, failing to follow the musty factors for reading books, and failing to apply the strict scrutiny necessary when restricting speech, the board and district deprive students and employees of their First Amendment rights. Please either restore these works to our classrooms and libraries, or at least allow them a formal consideration committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Erin Miller. I'm here tonight speaking in defense of the books I recently filed complaints on with respect to their removal as instructional resources. I grew up in Conroe and in the Conroe ISD public school system. I went to Conroe High School, and my mother worked in this very building when it was Doctor's Hospital. We moved our family to Springs so that we could raise our children in Conroe ISD public school system. We wanted our kids to get a quality public school education, which includes experiences in the diversity of public schools. I'm thankful that my daughter graduates in a year because I don't like the path Conroe ISD is taking to dumb down our students and repeating history. Each of you have been given access to my complaints, book rationales in support of each book, related lesson plans, and have had a chance to listen to my Level 2 hearing. That information should be sufficient to reinstate these books. You've also heard from Ms. Neiman highlighting rulings from the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals upholding injunctions against Llano County that further substantiates that position. Since April of 2022, political activists such as former trustees and also current trustees and Mama Bears Rising and fundamentalists in the community have been demanding local policy changes regarding instructional materials and the removal of certain books as instructional materials. While it is important to note that Conroe ISD has made changes that align with state and federal law, I question whether there has been board overreach with respect to local policies. It seems that each time Level 3 hearing results don't align with these political activist agendas, the goalposts are moved to improve their chances of success. The March 2024 board meeting established that we could file appeals pursuant to board policy F&G, student and parent complaints grievances, in order to challenge the informal removal of books from curriculum and libraries. I filed my complaints on March 27, 2024. In my appeals, I asked that each book be considered for literary merit, taken as a whole, and that a formal reconsideration committee review the books in question because I want each book read in its entirety by a formal reconsideration committee consisting of parents of Conroe ISD students who are not paid by Conroe ISD, teachers and librarians, rather than a committee of Conroe ISD paid employees who admittedly didn't read the books and simply relied on book reviews from various sources, including Follett, Tidal Wave, Booklooks.org, which is directly tied to Moms for Liberty. Rather, I would hope the committee members would spend time and effort to formulate their own thoughts and opinions on the work taken as a whole. The informal process removes parent volunteers. I would venture to say that paid employees won't deviate from the narrative set forth before this board on several occasions for fear of retribution. All of my appeals were denied. Greg Colston, my Level 2 hearing officer, did not dispute any of my findings about the literary merit or TEK's appropriateness, or that AP teachers would be impacted by the removal of We Are the Ants, Perks of Being a Wildflower, The Bluest Eye, Water for Elephants, and Where the Crawdads Sing. He simply informed me that because the previous decisions came out of informal review committees, my request for formal review was unavailable. Mr. Colson indicated that not all books were read by all committee members, and that determining whether instructional material meets board policy EFA local selection criteria is in large part subjective. After reading the informal committee notes, it is clear the committee did not apply the standard of taken as a whole or the Miller test to each title, and that literary, artistic, and aesthetic qualities were not considered. The committee appears to not have considered health teaks in their determination for removal. Many of the books I defended deal with sexual violence, domestic abuse, racism, substance abuse, sexual identity, suicide, mental health, but each of them appear to be consistent with general education goals of the district, appropriate subject and age level for teaks, have high standard of literary merit, represent various sides of controversial issues, and promote literacy. I provided evidence of same at my level 2 hearing. The committee, the committee appears to have removed each book based on the path of least resistance, a bullet point of age range, profanity, sexual activity, without any context of the works taken as a whole. Political motivation and pressure from extremists in our community, many of whom do not have kids in the district schools, seem to be at the center of book removal in Conroe ISD. They are requesting informal review and bypassing parent committee involvement. Books should not be removed simply because one group of people does not agree with the ideas they promote, nor should we limit access to certain viewpoints, information, or ideas as referenced in PICO and the recent Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals cases. Books should reflect the varying viewpoints and values of the entire community. Books have been removed in Conroe ISD schools based on specific complaints from trustees, community members, and citizens defending freedom. I question whether these removals, including books I have defended, were done because they were targeted by certain groups who disagree with their content. All means all is an inclusive motto, and removing books simply because one segment of the population does not agree with the content borders on discrimination. And in looking at the specifics of many of these books banned, I would go so far as to say it is illegally discriminatory. When we ban or censor books that deal with sexual violence, rape, domestic abuse, substance abuse, sexual identity, suicide, or mental health, we tell students that experience these issues that their stories don't matter, their struggles don't matter. These books allow students to see themselves within the pages and give them a voice and courage to articulate their struggles, and in some cases ask for help. As much as we as a society would like to act like these issues don't exist, that is not realistic, and they are very real issues that kids in Conroe ISD face. When students read these works, the books become doors and windows and mirrors to the world. These texts help students understand the complexity of the world, its societies, and people. Students can safely learn from these situations without physically experiencing them. Oscar Wilde reminds his readers that art in all of its forms is not so much a reflection of the artist as it is of the viewer. But for the viewer to learn, he or she must be exposed to the art. These works reflect our student populations. Literature is not about fulfilling political agendas. It provides a window into another world that will produce an empathetic, compassionate, and worldly individual. Now is your opportunity to do the right thing for all students. I would have liked to spend my time here further defending the books I filed a complaint on, but I don't believe it would have made any difference. Conroe ISD will continue to take the path of least resistance. My only hope is that the formal and committee process is modified to include non-paid Conroe ISD parents, and that each book is read, and that committees not rely on booklooks.org. I respectfully ask that the board include parent volunteers who are not paid Conroe ISD employees in the informal committee review process, and that each member of the committee read each book in its entirety. I request that these books be returned to the classroom and the library, or at the very least, restored to a formal challenge process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lambert, you will have 10 minutes, sir.
President Hubert, members of the board, and Dr. Knoll, it is my pleasure to be here tonight. When last I was here, I suggested that books foster conversation, and this remains true. I appreciate Ms. Lieber's comments. At least I know one person was watching last time I was here. But I do think it is important to note at the outset that these appeals were filed under EFA on instructional materials and do not relate to library materials. This complaint was not filed under EFB. Tonight's conversation focuses on policy, professionalism, and educational suitability. This board sets policy. District staff, through professional practice, implements that policy. In this case, implementation of board policy required a determination related to educational suitability of instructional materials. As you have heard already, Ms. Fox, Ms. Miller, Ms. Young, and Ms. Neiman filed grievances under board policies GF, FNG, and DGBA. They suggest certain books were inappropriately removed from use as instructional materials in the district by informal instructional materials review committees. The books have previously been mentioned, so I'm not going to read that list to you again. Pursuant to board policy EFA local, which again applies to instructional materials and not to library materials, books and classroom collections were reviewed in light of revised selection criteria for instructional materials and for their continuing educational suitability. As indicated by the Level 2 hearing officer, EFA local was revised in December 2023, but the informal review process was unchanged. The informal review process utilizes the expertise of professional educators and is a means by which to ensure consistency across campuses. Moreover, EFA local requires the superintendent or designee to, quote, ensure that professional staff select instructional materials in accordance with district policy and administrative procedures, unquote. The instructional materials at issue here were ultimately determined to be educationally unsuitable for classroom instruction. As the Level 2 hearing officer described, the informal instructional materials review committees reviewed titles in classroom collections at the request of the board to ensure compliance with revised selection criteria in board policy EFA local. Moreover, the Level 2 hearing officer found that the informal instructional materials review committees properly applied EFA local to reach their decisions. The professional educators on the informal instructional materials review committees are in the habit of making many and varied decisions. I have a friend who talks about making good, better, and best decisions with the information at hand. We are seldom afforded the opportunity to make perfect decisions. Following this board's policy, with the information they had, the informal instructional materials review committees made the best decisions they could. The Level 2 hearing officer noted that this is inherently subjective work done professionally by educators. As educators, we make hundreds of decisions each day. Among those decisions are how best to get a point across and which materials are most appropriate for a given lesson. Our instructional decisions are governed in part by board policy EFA local. Reduced to its essential aspect, EFA requires us to ensure that our instructional materials are educationally suitable. Even as each educator is responsible for implementation of EFA local, district-level decisions are made to ensure the appropriateness of instructional materials available in our classrooms. This is the role played by the informal instructional materials review committees. Again, after review, professional educators determine these texts to be educationally unsuitable for classroom instruction. As a staff, we are a dedicated group of professionals who take seriously our work to provide appropriate, high-quality instructional materials. Further, we take seriously our responsibility to implement board policy. That is why I reviewed the record and drafted my remarks on my 20th anniversary getaway. It is why I drove from the final day of that trip to be here for this hearing. The educators who employed board policy EFA local to determine that these instructional materials are educationally unsuitable for classroom instruction took that task just as seriously. I encourage you to both respect and validate their work. To do otherwise, I respectfully suggest, would require a change in policy.
Thank you, Dr. Lambert. Now that all parties have made their comments to the board, if any board member has questions, you may ask those now. Once we finish the questions, and you'll have an opportunity for deliberation following that. So,
Mr. Lambert, how many, these books are not on the bookshelves as far as libraries, correct?
Some of the books are on the shelves in our libraries, some are not. When a decision is made with regard to instructional materials, it does not necessarily impact the library.
On the instructional materials side, who challenged these books? Or was it just arbitrarily we just pulled these books to?
My understanding is that the informal committee reviewed all books that were part of our classroom collections that were part of the district selection process.
Can you give them all books that are part of the process, so it wasn't a arbitrary, you just chose, it wasn't a random selection, it was all?
That's my understanding, yes.
About how many books did you review?
I'm not a member of that committee. I would think it would be in the multiple hundreds, if not the thousands, but I do not know the exact number.
Anybody got a ballpark? 1,000? 5,000. How many of those books would you say are written by minority artists or LGBTQ type topics?
In that collection?
5,000.
In that 5,000. Again, I don't know the breakdown of that entire collection.
So what bothers me significantly, 47% of this number here is of those minority authors or LGBTQ content. When we take a random selection of 5,000 and we pull 47% of this group here and it deals with these topics, right? I know we say it's subjective, but it's almost like we're profiling or specifically targeting. We can't be ignorant to that. And we can't be naive as educators to not see what I see. Some of these books from the black authors specifically are on the top best-selling list, right? I don't see how some of these things came off, specifically The Color Purple, couple of them that I know I'm just thoroughly concerned with. The Hate You Give, The Underground Railroad. Then I'm talking about black authors specifically, The Bluest Eyes, Beloved. Then we talk about LGBT. I mean, can you give me an account? Can you help me get at peace with what we're saying, but what I'm seeing from a statistical standpoint? I mean, 47%, and I know 47. If you take a population, it's not representative of the population of authors that are in that 5,000 book collection. All right, it's like we almost it's not like. You can draw no other conclusion that we targeted specific genres and authors. If you were a police and you had 5,000 constituents in your city, right, and you show with 47 folks out there that got speeding tickets, 47% of a population, and that population, 47% happening, what would you say as a judge? How do you respond to something of that magnitude?
I think, Mr. Williams, that I hear what you're saying. What I can tell you is that in the notes from the informal committees is that the basis of many of their decisions were based on specific criteria, meaning related to sexual activity and things of that nature. But I certainly understand your point related to the percentages that you see.
So what conclusions can be drawn from that? Help me understand the conclusions. Because based on the scenario, just the example I gave you, and what I'm seeing here specifically, we pulled the population, 19 books. 9 of that 19 has minority, authors, topics, or LGBT content. And this is what we as a district, that's what we do. Or that's what we've decided. And we want the board or the public at large to believe that it was impartial, and I understand you saying it's subjective. I get that. But from where I sit, it's ugly. And I don't want to be a part of that. Don't want to be a part of the book banning plague whatsoever. But I definitely don't want to be a part of what I'm seeing here.
Right. I understand what you're saying. What I would say is that based on the policy as it exists.
You can't hide behind policy, right? We have to acknowledge what's going on here. This is not representative of who we are as a school district or who we are as a community.
So, Mr. Williams, I hear what you're saying. What I can tell you is that as a representative of the administration, that we are here to implement the policy that this board puts in place. And I understand.
So we have an inherent racist policy, an inherent this is a bigotry policy, which is basically, that's how I'm interpreting this. Right? And there's no way a board member's gonna sit here and try to shellac that or sugarcoat it, right? Because if they do, right, we're gonna definitely have to dig into what's the motivation here. You can't argue with the numbers.
Can I ask a question? Are you finished?
Go ahead, Ms. Nelson.
I didn't want to interrupt. Ms. Gladys, can you, and maybe you can as well, Dr. Lambert, but can you guys fill me in? Do we have anything in the policy that says to remove books that are racially motivated or discriminatory motivated? Is that written? Okay, so it's not written in our policy. And so are you saying that the committee members are now doing that?
I'm saying.
So, because you're saying.
Okay, Ralph Emerson. What you do speaks so loudly, I can't hear what you say. That's what I'm saying.
All right, any further questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Can we take maybe one specific example? Because I'm also trying to get my head around how some of these are not appropriate for instruction. So if we just take the color purple, right? I understand and looking at it that it's a Nobel Prize winning book, it's a Pulitzer Prize winning book, it's a National Book Award, it's been around since the 1980s, it's been on a choice on the AP exam 11 times. How is that not appropriate for instruction?
So
what is, if not that?
So what I would initially say to that is that all of the awards that have been mentioned, which I agree that they have won, are based on criteria for adults. Those are awards that are offered. They're not awards for children's literature. They're not awards for young adult literature. They're awards for a body of work over time for an adult population. Having said that, what I can say is that in interpreting board policy, the informal review committees identified criteria that did not fit.
Can you be specific?
I can as soon as I find the color purple, correct?
Yes.
The reason given is that the book has some very explicit language, specifically the word pussy, and vivid depiction of a rape scene. The committee felt that the book does not meet selection criteria based on age appropriateness.
So is there anything in our policy that says we can remove a book from instructional material because we dislike the ideas?
No, but the policy does emphasize heavily educational suitability, and part of that plays into age appropriateness of the text, the appropriateness as relates to the TEKS, among other factors. But essentially the committee is saying that the book is not educationally suitable for classroom instruction.
Is this taught in other school districts?
I do not know the answer to that.
Yes, it is. Is it on the AP exam as a choice?
I don't know the answer to that.
It is, 11 times. One of the most frequent texts there. So is it just, why is it just we think it is educationally inappropriate and unsuitable?
I can't.
Every other
Yeah. No,
help me here.
I hear what you're saying. I can't speak for any other district. I can only speak for this district and for the policies that we have in place and for the information that I have from the informal committees.
So it seems to me that it is not educationally unsuitable or inappropriate or all the other language being used, it seems to be we dislike the ideas there, right? And it does not seem appropriate, right, that we can eliminate choices and material from our students here, which are fine in other districts with other kids, just because we dislike the ideas.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and if in fact that were what we were doing, you are correct. We cannot remove material just for the ideas expressed in the material.
But you still have to deal with the systemic denominator here, right? If you pull 19 books out of 5,000, 19, and you show it with about 50% of them with minority authors, LGBTQ content, and you tell me that it was done on, everyone was just being biased and unbiased, and everyone just took a same broad or blanket approach to all the authors and so forth, but yet this is the result.
What are you suggesting? That somehow the committee has this underground pact with each other to remove racially and discriminatory authors?
I just explained very clearly extremely clearly what I'm trying to communicate. And if you didn't get it, I mean, I think you need to do a little bit better job of reading comprehension.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Any further questions? Ms. Duncan, go ahead.
How long did the committee have to read the books and put their suggestions in place? And then also, how difficult was it to seat a committee to go through and look at all these books?
So I don't know the exact timeline for how long they had. I know that the committee meets on a regular basis, and that I believe it's twice a month. It may have changed over the course of the year, but it meets regularly to review materials. I don't know what their standard is from introduction of a book to when it is discussed in the next committee meeting on that timeline.
So looking at our instructional EFA, is there something glaring that makes these books inappropriate, whereas other books are not inappropriate? Is there something stated within our policy that makes these very obviously ones that you would pull out?
What I can say is that the committees have used the standard of educational suitability to make their decisions related to these books. I would not at this point from this podium make a suggestion about the board's policy. I think that's your policy to design, but I can tell you that they've made their decisions based on educational suitability as they interpret the policy that's in place.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Are the members of the committee the ones who teach these books?
Generally speaking, I believe the answer to that is no.
And what about the claim that they did not read the books?
That is in the level 2 response, so I assume that is accurate.
That is accurate.
Ms. Duncan, go ahead.
So were these 19 books pulled at random?
So as I understand it, the books were selected because they were part of classroom collections that have been previously purchased through the district. These 19 books are part of those classroom collections, or were before they were removed through this process.
But in regard to these 19, we don't know how they ended up in this group
In the group that was reviewed,
that we're discussing tonight.
these 19 are here because the complainants chose these 19 as the ones that they were appealing.
Right. In your opinion, as far as the procedure goes, how this committee's handling these informal considerations, are we taking all the steps that we should?
I can tell you that the level 2 hearing officer indicated that everything was done in accordance with EFA local, and that he attended at least one of the informal committee meetings and found it to be appropriately conducted.
Is there a way to improve our procedure by requiring the book be read in totality? And
I mean, I think that there's always a way that we can improve procedures and a way that we can improve policies. I don't know that this is the forum to make those recommendations.
okay, thank you.
Can you point me to specifically what an EFA would have caused the color purple to be rejected? Can you point me to the exact number?
I believe I already have.
So let me pull you.
I just want to say, I take
No,
exception
no, no, no.
to him calling the
The
committee a
exact-
racist. That's just not acceptable. He's calling the people that evaluated these books
First of
racist.
all, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
I said the policy lends itself to our actions that we pull in books based on race.
Right now.
That
Do we
just
have
is
any
what it
further
is.
questions?
That's the
I have a
reality.
question.
I
Okay.
do.
Now,
I
if you take
do.
exception to something, that's
I didn't-
conviction.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
Do you have
I'm
it?
looking at the
Okay.
policy now.
Because I don't see how
Well,
it should be rejected based on this policy. I agree this policy needs like complete overhaul, and
while he's looking, you mentioned that there aren't, the book wasn't removed from other Texas schools, but I just did a quick search and it was removed from multiple
Multiple.
Texas schools.
These are questions for.
I also did a search and found it in other school districts. So what do you want to do with that?
No, I just, you made it seem like
I
we're the
mean,
only district that
I-
has
I
removed that book.
never said we're the
Okay,
only
I
district.
just wanted to make sure that everyone hears that it's been removed in other
My
districts
point
as well.
is that you can't say it's like pornography and it's inappropriate and all this when other school districts have it. It either is like
Some do and some
doesn't-
don't.
Have we moved from questions?
Dr.
to-
Lambert, do you
We have
have,
not.
do you
I
have an
have the
answer to the
answer for
question?
Ms. Chase.
Yes,
So,
go ahead.
In briefly scanning the policy now, I would point to page 8.
okay.
The first full paragraph where it says the major criterion for the final decision on challenged instructional materials is the appropriateness of the material for its intended educational use by minor students.
This wait, I'm sorry, what?
Page 8.
Page 8, the first full paragraph, discusses the major criterion for a challenge for decision to be the appropriateness of the material
6.
for its intended educational use by minor students.
So how did the color purple not comply with that? I don't understand.
I mean,
still
what I-
helping.
Yeah. What I can do is point you to the notes of the Instructional Materials Review Committee meeting,
Yeah.
which, again, I'll choose not to reread, but talks about inappropriate language, a depiction of a race scene, and they feel that it did not meet the selection criteria based on age appropriateness.
But this was taught in Conroe ISD.
I believe that's correct, but my understanding is that it was taught prior to the
So
new policy.
this sentence is new to this policy? I don't think so.
I don't have the previous policy in front of me.
No, I mean,
Ms.
I-
Odenweiler, did
I
you-
believe in the statement that was made that, good intentions don't always lead to the right outcome. I appreciate the time spent of this reconsideration committee, or whatever we're calling it, review committee, but I don't agree that good intentions always lead to the right outcome.
And
Thank
I think
you.
that points us back to the statement about good,
The
better, and
policy.
best decisions. We make the best decisions we can with the information we have
Sure.
in front of us.
Ms. Odenweiler, do you have questions?
I do, but
No?
I'm not sure. Did you, you don't have the previous policy, correct?
Not in front of me, no.
So may I turn my question to Ms. Gladys, or is that not a
Right
question?
now, we're
I can-
just
Okay.
questions here.
So
for-
that's
for-
fine.
for
That's
the-
why I was
yeah,
saying,
for the-
that's
for
why I
these
was like, I do, but I don't think that can handle that. That can be there.
Mr. Hubert, did you
But
have-
I do,
okay,
oh, well,
sorry.
I'll wait
No.
till,
Go
it's
ahead,
not a
you're good.
question. It's
Okay.
not a question, it's for discussion. Go
All right,
ahead.
very good. I don't know how to, this is, he's conducting.
I'm
the
sorry.
hearing.
Mrs. Lieber, it looked as though she wanted to answer Mrs. Chase. She didn't call her up, but she had raised her hand to answer a question that she had posed.
Ms. Lever, what would you like to add, please?
Hang on, come to
You need
the,
to
come to
come to
the
the mic.
microphone.
Okay, I have Ms. Neiman's notes on this, but I guess my concern is, it seems to be on the color purple, that there was age appropriateness was the question. And I just would like you all to remember that this is being taught in an advanced placement course. So to juniors and seniors in high school who are taking college level courses. She also notes that the book has appeared 15 times on the advanced placement exam as a suggested title as recently as 2023. So, you know, one of the great things about our school district is that our students can take advanced placement classes and get college credit for them. But those courses, there's an annual audit. And so if we start taking recommended books out, you may not have that college designation, the AP designation, which is important to your students when they're applying to prestigious schools, when they're applying for scholarships, and again, just saving. But again, it is a very mature level book, but it's not being taught to elementary students. It's being taught advanced placement.
Thank you,
and I
Ms.
think
Lieber.
that's something we need to
Thank you.
remember.
Thank you.
Ms. Lieber, while you're here, would you agree or would you argue that there are other books that could suffice that educational fulfillment?
Okay, so Ms. Dungan, and again, I'm just a proxy for Ms. Neiman, who actually is an AP instructor. But my understanding is that there is a list of recommended books every year that they are supposed to cover, and that any of them may or may not appear on the exam. So if we start taking those books out and then our students go to take the exam, which is what she's grading this week, if they're not reading the same books that everyone across the country, they may not be able to pass that exam.
Are any of you aware of how many books appear on that annual list?
I don't.
Are we talking 10, 20, 100?
There's like 20, yeah. But Kite Runner is also on there and on this list.
Yeah.
Like
Three or
mini
four of the nice
Slaughterhouse
ones.
is also frequently on that list. The Bluest Eye, We Are the Ants, Beloved. I mean, Brave New World. We're just eliminating like half of their opportunities there.
Is the list updated every year? I'm asking you ladies. Anybody know?
A group of college professors and AP instructors get together and select the choices each year. It is not always the same choices, but we see classics and books with exceptional, literary merit and content frequently show up more than others, like The Color Purple, like Slaughterhouse-Five, like Beloved, like Brave New World. I just don't see how our actions here of removing these as options for instructional material improve our student outcomes. And honestly, isn't that what we're here to do?
I like your questions, but I have.
Do you have questions, Mr. Hubert?
I'd love to have that conversation
Yeah,
when we get to that
go
point.
ahead. Go
That's
ahead.
okay. My questions are for Dr. Lambert. Okay, one of them was already asked. Okay, so these are informal challenged books, correct? We're talking about informal.
It's an informal
This
review.
is informal review. So in the formal review, when a book is challenged, whatever the outcome is, the book can't be challenged again for, is it 2 years or 1 year?
I believe the policy says 1 year.
1 year, thank you. So does that apply to these informal review? Do we know?
I would have to double check, but I don't recall anything in the policy that specifically speaks to informal reviews and time limits.
Okay. And then, just once again, for my own clarity, these informal reviews, I'm saying that correctly, these informal reviews, somewhere around 5,000. These were not initiated by anyone other than CISD staff taking our policy and saying, this is the policy we need to enforce it, so let's start enforcing the policy.
So let's look at everything we purchase as part of classroom collections and ensure that it complies with board policy.
Okay.
But I think.
Hang on, let Mr. Hubert finish his thought, please.
Okay. That's what I have for you. And if I could get a representative from y'all, it doesn't matter. Here's my, thank you, Dr. Lambert. My question is, this was filed under EFA, which is curriculum, but yet a lot of these books are still in the libraries. Why not file it under, why did you file it under curriculum and not library? Yes, ma'am.
Because I didn't know.
You have to come to the, you have to come to the podium.
In my case, I didn't know that there were two separate forms to file.
Okay.
And the letter I got said that librarians meet and remove books from the library. That's what the letter I got said. So that's where I thought it's not even available for someone to independently read for AP preparation. So there are lots of jargons, and I'm not a school teacher, and so I just filed an appeal. And
Sure.
Then my letter actually says, it mentions both EFA and EFB in my answer to me, and I was thoroughly confused, and I read them both.
Okay. Thank you.
I also wanted to respond to that.
Yes,
the
ma'am.
day that I met with Dr. Colshan, I had printed off the EFA at home to see what it said, and you know, I've been working with that to be sure that I had addressed the issues there. And when I got to the office here, I found out that EFA was no longer in effect. It had been a policy in October, but by November, like 6 weeks later, there was a new policy, and it had gone from 3 pages to 8 pages. So I didn't even get to see it until after the level 2 review. I don't know what the truth is, but I can tell you what the perception is among the community, that this list of books came off of a political religious list, and that these books were of special interest because some religious and political groups didn't think they should be in the schools. I don't know whether that's true or not.
Can you be more specific about which list you're referring to?
A list of books to be looking at to pull from
the 5,000?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's.
But I don't know that that's true. I do know what's true is the policy went from 3 pages to the EFA went from 3 pages to 8 pages between October 14th and November. I wish I had my book
That's
here.
okay.
I don't have, but
2023.
and it for those of us that are not on the board, it's so confusing. Every step of this has been so confusing and has taken hours and hours and hours of our time, which, you know, I know this district tries to be transparent, but it's mass confusion for us that, you know, are watching.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you for that.
Ms. Fox, before you leave, I do have a quick question for you.
Yes.
How did you select the books that you decided to challenge?
I looked at a list of books that were ones that had been challenged, and I picked ones that I read and felt I had read more than
that you're
once,
familiar with,
usually,
yeah.
And that I felt really strongly about. And I'm sure you could tell from what I was saying that those were books that I strongly identify with. But to Datron Williams' point, there's a pattern in the books that got pulled, and it's not good.
Yeah,
it's not.
So it seems to me like the night of the 19, those are the ones you guys selected. I did see on a Facebook page, Parents of Conroe ISD, Ms. Neiman put something out saying, I'm challenging these books, who's with me? So I was just curious. I'm glad to know that these were the books you selected and not selected by her. So that's helpful to know.
No, they were not selected by her.
Yeah, thank you.
They absolutely were not.
That's helpful to know. Thank you.
And I read a lot of them, but these two were 13-year-old protagonists, and I have a 13-year-old granddaughter.
Yeah.
You know, so I really, you know.
Feel strongly about it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So to be clear, I'm not saying anybody's, I'm going to make sure I don't, anyone specifically feel like I'm calling them out. I'm saying the policy as it lends itself. So my question to you is, because the color purple specifically was mentioned in Mr. Lambert's argument that the P word was the major issue there. Did Mark Twain make the cut list?
I don't know.
Because the N word seemed like
Yeah.
it would have a whole lot more
Yeah.
damage and impact, negative impact to our students than this P word. So did Mark Twain make any of those cut lists as an author?
Not that I know of.
No Tom Sawyer, none of that?
No.
Okay, just curious.
Dr. Knoll, I do have a few
Okay, go ahead.
questions now. Dr. Lambert, I have a few questions for you. What, on the criteria that is in our board policy that references the TSLAC, the Texas State Library Archives Commission, did the board write those criteria?
If I'm remembering correctly, those come from TSLAC itself.
And TSLAC, that, in the past, the criteria has always followed TSLAC, or at least I know the one as of May of 22 was following TSLAC's criteria then, and it is now. That's not written by the board. They just carried it over to the new standards that were written this year, right? And
Can you point me to where you're talking specifically?
the criteria 1 and 2 that they were referencing.
On
and
which page?
our numbers aren't matching yours, sir. I'm sorry. When you mentioned 8, it doesn't match ours that we've got in front of us.
He's got 2 more pages, so try 6, or his 8 is 6.
Okay, maybe, Ms. Galatas, can you point us to the exact right section for the TSLAC part on it? I know, I keep flipping through trying to make sure I'm giving the right amount. My point being, when she does find it, is that the Texas Library Archives Commission sets forth the standards that we evaluate from, our standards of what's acceptable, what's not. That's not coming from us, that's number 1. Number 2, those standards are set forth and adopted by the SBOE and the Texas, the TEA, or TEC, depending on which acronym it is. I'm sorry, TEC, Texas Education Code, sorry. And then, I'm not sure, you said there were 5, I'm letting Ms. Galatas look for it, so.
It would normally be in the legal policy, but I didn't write this one, so it's hard to be in here.
Okay, thank you. You said there were a total of 5,000 instructional books, is that correct?
In
Approximate.
in the classroom collections,
Okay,
yes.
so 5,000, and there were 19 that we're talking about right now. That is not 47%, it's 0.0038.
This is a math thing, leave that alone.
So I'm just trying to figure out, percentage-wise, first of all, that's a minor percentage. It's not 47% of the curriculum was being removed. It's...
That was not my point that I made, so I would prefer
fair
not
enough,
to
fair enough.
classify someone
The
else's
next thing
point.
is that the AP list is recommended books that students read, but there are a number of other books that they could read as well that would be considered on the test as well, correct? That they could select from?
I believe that's true, but
Okay.
there is a list.
I
as
did
well.
check on that as well. And if a number of them are still in the library, then they have the ability to select and read those books as well, correct?
Yes, if they were in the library, that would be true.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay, any further questions?
And I just did a quick search, and it looks like Brave New World, Beloved, and The Hate You Give are still in the library.
I don't know that for a fact, but
I just
it
checked the
does
website, and that's what it
It sounds
says.
correct to me, but
And then I couldn't find a half of the 19 on our list off our website, so I'm not sure where those are located, but the 3 of them are still in our high school library collections.
Okay.
But not allowed for instructional material.
That's correct. That's correct.
Any further questions? Okay. Thank you all. I appreciate you very much. If there are no further questions, the board may begin its deliberations. Should the board need to consult with Ms. Gladys on a legal issue, the board can excuse itself to the conference room for discussion. Otherwise, we're open to deliberations, and if there are none, we can move forward with accepting motions.
It's up to if anybody needs to.
I do have a question. Can you confirm if that TSLAC, the criteria is in our local, our legal?
It would be an EFB because the TSLAC standards apply to library books, and that would be the policy that was referenced in, not EFA.
So when the review committee is reviewing these books, what are the 8 items? Where is that coming from?
The 8 items, they're looking at your EFA local and your selection criteria, which in the copy I have in my book start on page 3, and it says the board shall rely on the superintendent to select and acquire instructional materials and it lists 7 items, one with extensive subparts.
So in that 7, did we write that as a board, or did we pull that from a published criteria list?
I believe this policy came from ISD. Right. So I don't know where the original text came from.
That was the one that we worked on together, that we made multiple changes to, and the board had multiple opportunities to make the revisions and changes to as well.
Don't know who made the policy.
What?
Don't know who else is carrying the policy across their school district as well, or have that enforced. I'm saying the policy lends itself to discrimination, specifically based on what I'm seeing based on race and sexual orientation. My problem with this fundamentally is that we keep saying that policy, and this is what the people gave, but you didn't pull Mark Twain. Nobody pulled Mark Twain, right? And we talking about color purple based on a curse word that's in color purple. And it has no literary content other than that cuss word. You know, the cuss word is the focus of the book. You've said in multiple book challenges that the book has to be judged as a whole, as a collective piece of, art, author's thoughts, author trying to communicate, someone else trying to relate, not just one isolated paragraph, one isolated page, one isolated excerpt of that book. We can't do that. I'm going to be the first to say if I had anything to do with that specific policy, and that's just what the result of that policy is, it's wrong. And we can't hide behind that. Wrong is wrong. And the numbers speak to that. We can't acknowledge that we can't sit here and put our heads in the sand and say that the numbers are wrong, right? And as relates to statistics, this is 47% of that sample that they pull. Now, if you go and pull 47% of those authors, right? 47% of those authors, I guarantee you they're not minority authors or have LGBT content. So again, we cannot say that this practice inadvertently is discriminatory.
So just to clarify, this is the instructional books this is the 19 that you guys selected. And how many have been removed from the EFA instructional materials?
Who are you asking?
Whoever knows the answer.
The questions are over with them.
Okay, well, I would imagine it's more than 19. So these are the 19 that these ladies selected. So whether they selected some that were written by LGBT or Black authors, that they selected these are the books they selected, and I guarantee you there were way more than 19. Now, by the way, I believe Color Purple, the girl was raped by her father, was she not? Grandfather. Okay, so that's pretty intense.
Look, back to the statistics. You pulled these books from a list of books that have been pulled. Am I correct? Am I missing something here? A book that had been taken off. That is the case. I'm not missing anything. No questions. I mean, it's rhetorical. You pull from there. And I'm guaranteeing you, if you take the list of books that were in this totality that was pulled, it's not representative of the population, nowhere near. Even if you said 10%, I guarantee you, of those 5,000 books, 10% of those artists aren't African American, don't have LGBT Q content and not minority artists whatsoever. I guarantee you that. So you can't tell me this isn't systemic racism.
Right. May I?
Sure.
It's obvious that our EFA changes that we took from Katie have caused collateral damage. And we are seeing that. And so there is a probability that we will have to relook at our policy to make sure that we are not disallowing our AP students the opportunity to read the books required for them to get ahead in their studies. And AP courses, of course, are classes that are chosen by students and their parents, knowing full well how difficult those courses will be and how the reading will be much more intense than it would in a general course. And so, you know, as it stands now, and the complaint that we have before us, I think it's very important to make a decision based on the complaint that we have before us, and then come back and look and see how we can clean up all of this damage at a later time. So.
Okay.
But even the complaint, I just don't even see how the policy as really written as it is, I don't even see how these would be thrown out based on this policy.
Well,
I mean, what are we doing here? These are classics. Removing these books and then scoffing like, oh, well, they can just look at the other half of the choices. Well, until we remove those. But like that, removing those just based on our own like feelings of uncomfortableness, our own moral sensibilities, that is doing a disservice to our students. And that is not in any way promoting positive student outcomes. What are we doing here? These are all books we also paid for. Like, anyway, thank you.
If I may, I think it's important that we point out that we're right now talking about 19 books. And it has been stated that some of these 19 have not been removed. They're still in our libraries. They may not be approved for instructional use. That said, I think if you're doing the math, 53% were written by white authors. So if we're doing math, there are 5,000 books that have been reviewed. I know that we are past the questions segment, but this might be a procedural thing, not necessarily a policy thing. I do see room for improvement with our procedure, considering the fact that we're not requiring that the books be read. I think that was one ask, is that, Ms. Miller, maybe you asked that the book be read in its entirety. I agree. Procedurally, you know, that's something we should look at, so that there is an absolute certainty that the people making the decisions about these books being used for instruction have a much better understanding of what they're looking at as a whole. So I think there's room for improvement on the procedural side. The policy, I don't think the damage can be deemed to the policy. I would disagree. I think we need to, Dr. Lambert, look at our procedure and maybe beef that up, improve that, add more librarians. I think that was another ask. You said, you know, select librarians to participate. Or me personally, I would recommend that librarians be brought into this. I think there is definitely room for improvement.
Look,
So
guys,
do we take these one at a time or what?
Look. When you know better, you got to do better. That's just simply where I am with this thing. We can keep hiding behind policies I mentioned before, but I can guarantee you Mark Twain didn't make any of that cut list. I don't even have to look. Didn't make it. Right? All right, just correct me if I'm wrong. So, I mean, I'm not just throwing out wild ideas and conspiracy theories. I'm just telling you guys what's in front of us. And needless to say, I don't want to have any part of it. So, you can do what you wish, and I understand where we're going with this, but make no mistake about it. I'm calling a spade a spade. This is where we are.
Any further comments?
Yes,
Mr. Hubert?
just something I feel it's important to give my opinion as well on what I've seen and what I think is going on. I do agree that there are some unintended consequences that have been created due to the policy that we've written, and maybe I want to be open-minded to say we could certainly review that policy to make sure we don't have that. But on that same note, these are books that have gone not through a formal challenge, and I think that's something that needs to be addressed on the informal challenge, and how are we able to allow people to get their books that have been taken out due to, and in order to really speak to this, I have to speak about those that are on the selection criteria team, and I just feel like they were the political environment that's in here, not just here, I'm just talking about across education right now, and librarians and schools and all of that stuff. They're under a tremendous amount of pressure, and it was very clear that they were also, our leadership has been receiving responses saying, we're watching, we're looking, we want to know. And so they're under a tremendous, so I find it difficult to hold them completely accountable for implementing a policy that we created, and then say, well, and then not support them by saying, well, we need to scrap all of this stuff and allow it to come in. So I think we need to be open-minded to say this whole process needs to be reviewed again, and give some support to those that are having to implement the policies that we're putting in place.
I'll say this, I support our educators. I mean, I'm not going to sit and try to make that argument one way or another. But in this case, the actions of what was done here based on this policy, I do not support. It has nothing to do with the person. It's the outcome I don't support. How we got here, I don't know. But we need to get out of it.
Yeah.
Okay, any further deliberation before we move to the voting process? All right, so once again, as we move through the voting process, we're gonna have 4 different opportunities to vote. Okay, so we'll first, and we'll do it by complainant. So we'll first go by Ms. Fox's complaints, then Ms. Miller, Ms. Young's, and then Ms. Neiman's. So we may have the same result, we may have a different result for all 4, but we're just going to do it 4 times.
Sure.
So I would accept a motion related to the appeals filed by Ms. Fox.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
My motion is that we reverse the reconsideration committee's decision, the level 2 decision.
Okay. So there's
And what?
Okay. So I want to reverse the. You want to reverse the decision, and you want to reinstate the books.
Yes.
As instructional materials.
Is not reversing the decision reinstating the books?
No, because level 2 did not remove the books. This is because there is no mechanism in your policy for level 2 to.
I want to
so that,
reinstate the books.
Okay, and it is, just to be clear, as we always talk about, the board's decision on what relief you provide. So there's not a provision in your policy for formal challenge books back in, but it is always at the board's discretion. So we have a motion to reinstate the books that Ms. Fox has challenged back as instructional materials.
Do you need the books?
I'm sorry, Dr. Null, you said they weren't removed.
Curriculum.
Say that again?
You said the books weren't removed. Can you be more specific?
The books were removed as instructional materials.
So can we be more specific? Reinstate as instructional material?
Yes, to be reinstated as instructional materials.
You need the names of the books too. The Bluest Eye, Perks of Being a Wallflower, We Are the Ants, Where the Crawdad Sings.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
A second.
Hers. Yeah, Fox.
Are you not doing Miller?
No, Fox first.
Okay.
Fox.
My Sister's Keeper, speak.
Yes, okay. So
that's my motion.
We have a motion to reinstate those 2 books as instructional materials. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a second. All those in favor of? Well, we can discuss again if we'd like. I thought we had.
I just wanted to state really quickly that both of those books are in the library. Speak and My Sister's Keeper are both currently in the library.
They have just been removed.
They've been removed from curriculum.
Curriculum, okay.
Or instruction, whichever word we're going to use.
All right, so
but
we
they
have.
are currently in
the
the
library. All right?
But are we, is this a statement saying that we do not believe that the selection criteria utilized our policy correctly and implemented our
That would
policy
be,
correctly?
you would be, it would be, yes, it would be in essence, stating that the
Understood.
informal review committee did not properly
Yeah.
implement policy. That-
But,
I mean,
but we
that's
already established they
separate.
did follow the policy.
Well,
did
that's,
not.
everybody has
Yeah.
opinions
That's just
on
the
that. I don't think
motion.
it's been
We did not.
established. I think
Yeah.
that's opinions. So we have a motion, we have a second. The motion is to reinstate those titles back as instructional materials. Motion by Ms. Chase, second by Mr. Williams. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, motion fails. Would be open to another motion regarding Ms. Fox's complaint.
I move that we uphold the decision of the committee.
Okay, so we have a motion to uphold the decisions of the
Second.
committee and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor? 4, and opposed? 4-3, motion passes. All right, moving on to Ms. Miller's complaint. Do you have the list of books, Ms. Chase? Would you mind reading that again?
I do have the list.
So, quick
Yes.
question. On the last, I'm on. The last motion was to uphold the decision of
Yes.
the committee, correct?
Yes.
But that has nothing to do with revisiting or changing our
Correct.
policy.
What you choose to do
anything like-
beyond what you're being asked to do today is to make a decision based on the current complaints. If you all choose to revisit your policy in the future, to make changes based on that would be a separate conversation that you could still have.
And not a motion that we could make now.
I don't think
Probably
that's,
inappropriate.
I don't think that would be related to this complaint.
Okay.
It's certainly something that at the end of the meeting, you could choose to put that as a future agenda item, if that's something that you chose.
I think it would be
So Dr. Knoll, those books that you were
Okay,
just
thank
at,
you.
oh, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
Go ahead.
Ms. Miller's books are The Bluest Eye, Perks of Being a Wallflower, We Are the Ants, and Where the Crawdads Sing.
Okay.
I have a motion
Yes.
that we reinstate these books.
Okay, we
to
have a motion to
instructional
reinstate
material.
the books from Ms. Miller's list as instructional materials. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, y'all, the only point to our policy as written right now is that the major criterion for the final decision on challenge instructional materials is the appropriateness of the materials for its intended educational use by minor students. These were not new. They have been in our district as educational materials. They are taught in other districts. The Bluest Eye shows up on the AP exams. I do not believe that these were removed with an appropriate interpretation of our policy as it's written.
I trust our committee.
So my response to what you're saying, and I respect your position, I do. My issue is this. I haven't read the books. I wasn't asked to read the books in full. I'm just sharing with you. I respect your position. I haven't read these books. I don't know I don't know everything about it. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I haven't read the book.
Well,
And I also believe that there is a chance that I want to support those. We asked them to do something, and I don't feel appropriate to say, well, you did it wrong. I hear what you're saying. I'm just sharing with you my position is we asked them to implement something, and now I don't want to turn around and tell them, you guys interpreted it wrong.
Yeah.
What I would love to do is come back later and discuss the policy that we put in place.
I would say this. This is what aggravates me. This is hypocrisy 101. And don't insult our educators. Don't think they don't see clearly what we're doing here. I just heard you guys say, we support them, I trust their decision. We get up here with level 3 complaints all day long, and you sit here and everybody that's sitting here voting against that shoots those decisions down. And now we're sitting here because this is something that you want to see done. It's situational ethics, where all of a sudden we would support the committee.
With all due respect, President Hubert,
Yes, ma'am.
I understand you didn't read them.
Right.
That committee didn't read it either.
I know.
But you know who did read it? the AP and English teachers we have in our district that have taught this material year after year. Okay, so if you want to support our teachers and our educators in their professional judgment, I would suggest you look towards the history there rather than this misinterpretation of where we want to be as a district.
All right. I am doing my absolute best to be consistent, right? And I'm not saying that you're not, and I hear everything that you're saying, but what I'm saying, my opinion, my position is just a simple fact that I don't feel it appropriate that I was part of putting a policy in place, and then I'm telling them they interpreted it incorrectly right now. The way I understand these motions is we are not putting this back in. This is a informal process that we are not putting back into curriculum. There are books that they can use, but we can't put it into curriculum. What I am saying is I would hope that later on in our agenda that we will entertain an agenda item to rediscuss this so we can fix this through a process, through a policy.
Why not reset though? Why not, if you say the informal process was not duly executed, why not just reset? Wipe that out, go back to the policy, rewrite it, and then let it go through the process.
Why are we revisiting the policy? Because you think there's flawed, but yet we're going to use that policy and banning these books.
Uphold that decision from that policy you say is flawed.
You're not doing a good job of this consistency thing.
But that was the information that they were given.
I understand there's information that was given, but you guys want to revisit the information saying that it's flawed, but yet that was the information that was used to judge these books and deem these books as being inappropriate.
So let's reset.
I just want to point out that one of the problems with PICO was that the board did not follow their policy properly, and that's how they got in trouble with the books. So I'm just, right now, if you all want to go back and revisit the policy, that's the next step after this. But right now, this committee followed the policy, and to not go that route and support them would mean that then we're not following our policy.
All right, so we have a motion and a second
discussion
on the table.
We're on discussion.
Yeah, I'm just following up to see if there's any further discussion.
We got discussion.
But there is a point here where I want to make sure that we keep this moving. I hear what we're saying, but
I hear what you're saying, but we spent all day on some frivolous stuff all throughout the meeting. This is imperative that we focus on what we're doing and the implications that are being said and unsaid by the actions we make.
Trustee Williams, you spent time on your phone and reading a magazine while we were discussing dollars that were being spent by our district.
Don't punish me because I comprehend much quicker than you. I don't need the time. So back to my point. When we talk about
that's just amazing that you continue to be so derogatory.
You need to understand. See what's what happen when you interject and you're playing outside the league.
Can you silence him like you silenced me earlier?
So here's my point.
I have a point of order.
Go ahead.
I'm not conducting right now. This is Dr. Knoll.
Go ahead.
Dr. Knoll.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a point of order.
Okay.
We have a motion on the table and a second.
Correct.
We have discussion. We're getting ready for the vote. My point of order is, should trustees that, for these 4 books, submitted an informal review, participate in the vote, or should they not abstain, as that would be a conflict of interest?
No, as established, every board member was asked if they could be impartial, and every board member's vote was affirmative to that, and every board member has the right to make that affirmation. So every board member's vote will count tonight.
So a board member who submitted informal review for Bluest Eye and We Are the Ants can be impartial.
If that's what was affirmatively stated, then yes. So we've had a motion and a second. I feel like our discussion is not being fruitful at this point. So we have a motion to reinstate the books from Ms. Miller's list as instructional materials. It was the motion was made by Ms. Chase, seconded by Mr. Williams. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Motion fails. I would accept the second motion.
A motion that we uphold the committee's decision.
So we have a motion to uphold the committee's decision. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor, raise your hands. Opposed? Okay. Moving forward, we have the motion related to I don't want to miss one. To Ms. Young's appeals. I'll accept the motion.
I motion we reinstate the book Slaughterhouse 5 back to instructional material.
Okay, so we have a motion to reinstate the books as instructional materials. Is there a second?
A second.
We have a second. All those in favor? Opposed? Accept another motion.
A motion we uphold the committee's decision.
Motion, second.
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor? And opposed? And finally, a motion related to Ms. Neiman's appeal.
A motion we uphold the committee's
We
decision.
have a motion to uphold the committee's decision. Is there a second? We have a second. All those,
Please tell me, where in the policy? Please,
Come on, Stacey.
someone.
We're gonna have that discussion.
So why vote this way?
That's not what I was tasked to determine.
No.
If I may, what I was tasked to determine was, do I believe, now, I see flaws in the policy, but do I believe that the committee did what they were supposed to do? That's what I've been tasked to determine.
Okay,
And Dr. Lambert shared with us, and so did this level 2, said, yes, they did. However, through this process, I see some glaring issues that certainly need to be addressed. That's what I've been tasked to do, and that's my interpretation, and I am where I am on that.
So can you point me to what language in this policy?
In order to do so, I would have had to have read the books. I didn't read the books. I wasn't tasked to read the books. We were told you don't need to read the books. You are determining, did the committee uphold? And I asked the questions, and Dr. Lambert gave his presentation, and I do believe that the level 2 and the committee did their job as we asked them to do. As erroneous as you may think that it was, I believe that they did their job.
But President Hubert, you're saying, I did not read these books, so I cannot point into this policy where these books do not comply with it. This committee also did not read the books, so how can they even point to the right part of the policy that it doesn't comply with? You know who has read these books too? I've read these books.
But you know,
Give me a break. I mean, what are we
you guys
doing
gonna
here?
sit here, you have a level 3 and you have the level 3 complaints on banning books all this year and all last year. And we'll sit here and strike down level 2, level 3, and everybody else underneath that because we don't believe that they're right. But in this instance, everybody's right. Everybody's right. This hypocrisy, I mean, it's just aggravating.
Okay, so we have a motion to uphold the level 2, and we have a second. All those in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? Thank you. That will conclude this hearing. Ladies, we thank you for your participation. The district will send written notice confirming the actions taken by the board. It concludes the hearing. The time is 11:03. Mr. Hubert, I will turn it back to you if you will then take us to executive session.
Yes. All right. Okay.
Can we have like a 5-minute recess?
Whenever I go into executive session, yes. All right, the board will go into closed session pursuant to section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Open Meeting Act. Any action, vote, or decision of the board with regard to any matters discussed in closed session will be made when the board returns to open session. The time is 11:03. We are back in session. The time is 11:23. Moving on to item, 11, no action on executive session. Item 12, legal, complete annual evaluation of the superintendent and consider revisions and revise the superintendent contract. Do we have a motion?
I have a motion. Having completed the superintendent's evaluation, I move that the board approve amendments to the superintendent's contract as discussed in executive session, including extending his contract for an additional year.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries unanimous. Very good.
Good job, sir.
Yeah, good job. Very good. All right, moving on to item B, consider the purchase of an approximately 20-acre parcel in the Caney Creek feeder zone and delegate the superintendent to authorize the final negotiation and execute contract documents. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. And any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. All right. All right, item C, consider and approve an easement and right-of-way agreement with Blackfin Pipeline LLC in return for payment to the district in the amount of $250,964.41 and delegate authority to the superintendent to execute the documents necessary to effectuate the transition.
Motion to approve.
Motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor show by the uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries. Very good. Item D is board member request discussion and possible action regarding a resolution against the changes to Title IX. That would be Ms. Elson.
Thank you. I have a resolution I put on the agenda for last time. Some things have transpired since then, so made some changes to the resolution, and then Carrie Gladys just tweaked it a little bit and added some language that she liked better. I have a copy of this. She emailed it to us yesterday, I believe, but in case you don't have a printout, I'm happy to pass these out so that you guys could take a look and follow along if you would like. I'll pass those down. And so really this was, I'm sorry.
know.
This is just extra copy. I'm sorry.
Yes, she, Ms. Galatas sent her version out yesterday. So this is just a printout of hers, which was just a few tweaks from the one that I had sent out. Just a few things have transpired since I had it on the agenda last month. And one was a resolution that came from the Montgomery County Commissioners Court that was signed, and that was done on May 21st, 2024. We also received a letter from Senator Brandon Creighton asking us to stand down. We received that on May 22nd, 2024. And we've received multiple emails and stuff as well regarding the Title IX. And I just think it's important that we take a stance as a district just to let the community know that we are standing in the gap to protect the safety of our daughters. So that's why I brought it on.
Okay.
Can you tell me, like, what is the point of this?
To let our community know that we will do what we need to do to protect our daughters.
What does do what we need to do mean?
Well, it's laid out in the resolution.
Do what we need to do means not complying with federal law?
It is, it's laid out in the resolution.
Means risking federal funding?
It was actually just upheld in the Dallas court and across the one from Louisiana and Kentucky. The court cases have now gone across the nation that this is not the Biden Department of Education, Title IX regulations that they just put in place are no longer upheld. They're not constitutional.
So then what's the point of this?
to let the community know where we stand.
Same way
We,
did-
I
same
mean,
way
go
we-
to your Facebook page then.
Okay?
What?
Well, you don't have to sign it.
Did the community know? I mean, doesn't everybody have a copy of this?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
She heard me.
They have whatever's in the board book. I mean, if they access the board book online.
There were a couple word tweaks from hers to the one that was on the board book. And I have copies of both if you'd like to do a side by side.
I want to submit a resolution.
You want to what?
I want to submit a resolution.
Okay.
I pass mine down. Submit my resolution. Here you go. Pass my stuff down. You set the things down. I want to read my resolution.
I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't.
I want to read my.
I don't understand what.
So,
Is this
Datron wrote
I
the
wrote a
resolution.
resolution.
Is it a resolution? I'm just asking.
Yeah, go ahead.
Obviously, we
If it
don't.
has Title IX in it, it's related to the topic.
That's what I was going
All
to
right,
ask.
I got you.
That's what I was
I'm
gonna
gonna point
ask.
on that. It's a resolution of disapproval of hypocrisy and politically based agendas at the expense of students, staff, parents of Conroe ISD, Conroe Independent School District, in this proposed Title IX resolution. Whereas Conroe Independent School District Board is firmly committed to providing an educational environment free from discrimination and harassment, and whereas Conroe ISD is dedicated the board of ensuring students feel safe, respected, and supported in our schools so that they can learn and thrive both academically and personally. And whereas the board was presented a resolution last year to denounce school vouchers, which reintroduced public school segregation by economic means and thus racial lines, which was determined by Brown versus Board of Education of Topeka, 1954, to be unconstitutional. And whereas school vouchers continues to threaten the destruction of public school systems across our great nation by diverting public funds to private institutions. Whereas the Conroe Independent School District board members took opposing views or neutral views against the school voucher resolution that would be in support of Conroe Independent School District and all Texas public school systems. Whereas the board members previously identified themselves as mama bears seeks to purport a political agenda. Now, therefore, be it resolved, let me finish.
That's a
that
lot
the
to go
board
through. I'd be happy to
of
read mine too.
trustees, please do, of Conroe Independent School District in a public meeting duly called and assembled, reaffirm our commitment to ensuring students feel safe, respected, and supported in our schools, and stand firm against actions that are political in nature and seeks only to serve those bringing those actions. Supports Title IX's protections for women and girls in our schools, and that no person shall on the basis of sex be excluded from participation in, be denied from, the benefits of, or subjected to discrimination under education programs or activities in our schools. Conroe ISD acknowledges hypocrisy by our board members and presented resolutions under the pretense of protecting our kids. We acknowledge the ongoing assault of public education through book banning, also under the pretense of protecting our kids, and confirms that book censorship is another self-serving political agenda. Acknowledges that Conroe Independent School District will continue to serve the best interests of our students, staff, constituents by demanding that board members set aside their individual egos and political agendas.
I'm impressed.
Let's get this signed, baby.
Wow. I'm impressed. Yeah, I do think there's a little bit of a different, what's that?
Get amazed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most work I've seen you do in a long time.
Yeah, you don't
All right,
pay me,
that-
so
we
don't worry
don't
about
need
that.
to do that.
Yeah.
We don't need to do that.
But he can sit there and say things to us about our intelligence, our ability to multitask.
Reading
our
comprehension.
Reading comprehension.
I
And no one
you could write
corrects
this
him.
I don't say
Well, I
anything
will
about
tell
your
you,
job.
I
It's
was
lack
not,
thereof.
that was not, while I was board president, I was not conducting the meeting at that time. I thought it was inappropriate as well. But go ahead.
There is a bit of a difference to what you're referring to. This is specific to our district and the protection of our daughters in restrooms and locker rooms. This is specific to our district.
School vouchers are specific to all public school systems, which we are a board of trustees that swore to protect. Sir, but no one here felt the need to push forth a resolution. We put it out there, everybody felt it was a moot point.
Yeah,
And all
it's
of a
just
sudden,
not
we're in a
our place.
resolution mode.
I mean, you can sign whichever one you want to sign. I think
know-
that it's important that we take a stance and let people know
I
where
tell
we
you like
stand.
my son used to tell me.
Why? Well,
couldn't
I
say
still don't
first of all.
understand why it's important.
Well,
not
just for the
binding.
same reason it was important for you guys to sign a resolution
That's
years
easy
ago
either.
about BLM, Black Lives Matter, and post it on the website for a year.
Yeah.
What?
See? You see?
Yeah, I mean,
Now
if
you
we're
want-
talking
you totally against the
hypocrisy and
resolution. Now you all of a
politics
sudden want
and
to sign a
ego,
resolution.
I'm sorry, say that.
I'm
one more-
saying
say
that
one more.
this resolution is as important as the resolution that was signed by the
Which one?
the
Which
two
one?
of you at least.
Which resolution? Go ahead and tell us how you really
Hold-
feel.
hold on a
Which one?
second.
Which
I'm
resolution?
not sure I'm
Let me
I'm following
finish.
you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Please,
You can turn your mic off if you need to.
please, this is enough. We talked about this before. Please finish your statement.
Thank you. I'm talking about the Black Lives Matter resolution that was signed by board members in '21 and posted to the website. You can confirm it with Ms. Blakelock. But if we're
Black Lives
talking,
Matter.
yes, it
She's
was in
just saying it's
support
as
of
important.
BLM.
Because you don't support that.
Hold on.
I'm
That's
just
not what
saying
she
it was a
said.
political move, so it was done through.
You're talking about
Listen.
when we said, when we talked about the all means all, and that we had a community that was
supporting
hurting?
of, yeah, it was hurting because of
We
George
didn't-
Floyd's death. And
That was not a BLM, a Black Lives Matter.
I'm sorry, there was
statement.
reference to
In
Black
the
Lives
resolution?
Matter.
In the resolution?
I'd have to go back and read it, but I'm certain that
Okay,
there
so
was.
please be careful when you make those.
Well, when he's making
Don't worry
charges
about
at
him.
us about our political motives,
I'm just asking you.
I'm guaranteed the right to bring it up.
Because they are
I'm just
political
saying be-
motives.
I'm
be
right?
saying that-
factual.
Listen, the community is
I'm just
very
asking you to be
concerned
factual.
about the Biden administration's
Overreach.
thing that they're putting on Title IX. Everybody is very concerned about it. So I think it's important that us as a district that governs over
But-
73,000 students, it's important for us to take a stance.
We can't
And
take a
that's where
stance
we're at.
against vouchers, but we can take something that's going to deteriorate the whole school
This is
system.
regarding the
Yeah.
safety of our daughter. I have 4 of them in the district.
Oh, this
How-
this is what this is
How
about?
does,
How does that
it-
legislation have anything to do with
How does this ensure
it?
the safety of your
How
daughter?
does that do
It's a stance. It's
So-
where we stand.
How does that do
So
that?
when it comes down, time to implement Title IX amendments, like your stand is we don't do that as a district?
The language that Ms. Gladys added is making it so that we are not, it's so that it, can you explain? You
No,
can
she
probably
don't need to
explain it better
She
than I
can't explain.
can.
We've done all the explaining from her side of the house.
That we are not
Can't
open to
explain.
litigation, correct?
No, that is not. I did my best effort to minimize exposure.
Okay.
To minimize
Minimize.
exposure, for you to make a statement. Do you understand? Like, this is not a role about furthering your own personal ideas, right? This is
I speak on behalf
a
of the community.
servant
It's not my
role
personal
Yeah,
ideas.
to the community.
And
That you
so are
would
you
put
saying
the
that when I say
district
I've
Don't talk over
spoken
each
to the
other.
community?
risk,
I'm
that
asking-
you,
I'm asking you please to not talk over each other.
I was
Finish your,
okay.
I want you to make sure you have the floor, but let's,
that we would
Decorum.
that we would engage in an activity that opens us up to risk, so you can make a stance, so you can virtue signal. That is so inappropriate.
Huh, okay.
The filings focus on whether the federal government may lawfully impose conditions on a state's educational institutions by purporting to interpret Title IX of 1972 educational amendments as prohibiting discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender. It further goes on to state, and I'm reading from the Northern District of Texas, Fort Worth Division, that is one court for the state of Texas that has decided that this is not constitutional and we do not follow this. And then
Trustee-
the rest of the states in Louisiana and Kentucky, and I know Ms. Gladys is aware of it, that have now enjoined and concurred that these it is not constitutional. We are not bound by this. And we will not, are you implying that you want us to follow the Department of Education's regulations come August 1st?
We follow the law here.
No, we're not.
We follow the
let me
law
ask you.
here.
That's profound.
I
If
want
it
to ask
is,
the one
we are
question.
not a court of law. If a court system decides it's unconstitutional,
did.
it doesn't hold merit,
didn't.
they
They didn't.
decide it, and then we don't follow it. We don't need to do
They
this.
didn't decide that.
It is unnecessary.
So are
Please
you?
explain the benefit when exposing ourselves to the risk of doing this.
Mr. President, I make a motion, we reject this proposal of a resolution in any form or any fashion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on this item? So just a couple of things, because I've heard a lot of things about this Title IX that are not completely accurate. Texas has not ruled on the regulations. There's an injunction, which is different. The injunction on the guidance documents, remember those guidance documents we got, there were 112 pages, that was basically saying, here's what the changes are. Title IX has not been changed.
Who provided those documents?
They came from,
TASB?
no, they came from interpreters of this
The Department of Ed
regulation.
issued
Thank
guidance
you.
documents
Exactly,
to
yeah.
explain what they were going to do.
So the Department of Education came out with a guideline, and there's been an injunction on that has been upheld. And so our stance is a status quo. We are not implementing anything until that has actually been decided. But the lawsuits have not been settled, and there has not been in any state, no state has actually had a lawsuit determined that it is not legal. All it is an injunction. An injunction is just stating that the guidance documents have not been upheld and that they're looking into it even more. So that's really what's going on here. That Title IX has not changed. They're trying to change some language that would affect, as you talked about, what sex means and gender. But it's just an injunction. So there are still lawsuits out there. And you know, we've talked, I've heard it a couple of times today that we have this deficit. And by putting ourselves in a position where we take a stance and say, and I'm reading through this and I don't think it does, but if we come out and say we are not going to follow this law, we just had a conversation about taking communities in school out to save $450,000. How many hundreds of thousands of dollars would we be risking at the taxpayer level if we say, and we are not going to follow the law? I will put on record, I don't like it. I hate it. I hate that that this is actually happening and that someone is actually trying to attack this language. I hate it, and I don't want that to happen, and I want to support anybody who wants to fight this stuff. But I am of the position that we take care of the purse for the district and for the taxpayers. And if we're going to sit here and talk about we need to cut out communities in school for 16 schools of our most vulnerable schools and say that's saving money, but yet let's turn around and put that money into defending those that are going to come after us, because as right as some of us might feel about, hey, this is a stance that we need to take, there's people on the other side of the aisle that are going to say, you know what, we're coming after you. We're going to come after you, and we're going to cause you hundreds of thousands of dollars in lawsuits.
Alternatively, though, you don't think that there will be lawsuits that come at us when something happens because we've implemented that?
Implemented what?
That we follow the law?
We following the law.
You can't. I
You,
mean,
you can. If something happens in a restroom and it happens at our school, correct? That makes us liable.
Well,
these refinements and whatnot has nothing to do with restrooms. So quit with the fear mongering relative to our kids, our daughters, and this has nothing to do with restrooms. This law does not speak to restrooms.
Yeah, it's not about
restrooms nowhere in
that. Look, I'm not an expert in this area. I'm just telling you the research that I had to find on this stuff, okay? So all I'm saying is nothing has been settled. Our district has been in a position where we say, look, if it's not settled, we're not implementing it. And that's what this injunction supports us on, is to say, look, we're not implementing anything until the lawsuits have actually been filed and actually been resolved. Ms. Gladys?
And here's I guess what I would help everyone understand. There's currently an injunction in place against enforcing the guidance documents. I anticipate that the court will also find the same with the regulations when they hear that we have that temporary injunction hearing and issue a very similar decision in that regard. And so I anticipate the regulations will be enjoined from enforcement. But whether or not the board chooses to file to pass a resolution or not won't impact that legislation, those decisions by the courts at all.
So we're wasting our time.
Yeah, also something came out today from the Attorney General's office
let's take a vote,
regarding
sir.
this as well.
I would just like to
Are
say
you gonna read
that
it?
the hypocrisy.
I didn't know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is.
I still have Ms. Nelson with the floor. I didn't know if you were gonna go anywhere with it.
Well, no, it's just advisory on the application of Title IX in Texas schools. And the Attorney General came out with some guidance regarding this not too long ago, but this is an update that came out today. Texas won a major victory against the Biden administration and the Department of Education, stopping their unlawful attempt to rewrite Title IX of the Education Amendments Act of 1972 to force Texas schools to adopt radical transgender policies in violation of state and federal law. I can keep reading. These
I
radical.
just didn't know where you brought it up. I just didn't.
That's
I didn't know if
political
you wanted-
Make sure you
propaganda.
read the
Let's move
part
on,
at the
man.
back.
Let's go ahead and vote.
The very
That's
last paragraph about
propaganda.
This ruling covers all Texas school districts
So
and
far
ensures
away
no
from kids,
district in our
man.
state will have to comply with the Biden administration's illegitimate interpretation that Title IX includes gender identity requirements, including allowing men into women's restrooms, locker rooms, sports teams, or requiring students or teachers to use pronouns based on gender identity rather than biological sex. And if any Texas school district adopts a policy or procedure that conflicts with or contravenes state law, then I will pursue every remedy available to protect students and teachers from these illegal and radical policies.
All right, let's finish the political rally and go ahead and vote.
Okay.
What's the motion?
Can we clean up the motion a little bit?
The motion
Sure.
is we're not adopting any
Mr. Williams,
resolution.
I'll take it.
Go ahead.
If you
I'll
don't
let you,
mind.
I'll let you have
Thank
it.
you,
If you don't
President.
mind.
Even though it's mine, I'll let you have it.
I understand. I'm just trying to run the meeting. So the motion is to strike down the resolution that has been presented, even though we haven't voted on a
Which one are you?
resolution.
Is it the one that I wrote or is it Carrie's?
I'll allow
said
Mr. Williams
all.
to
I said all.
clarify.
Okay.
Say again?
I said all, even though I
said-
think mine has a whole lot of validity.
I second it, and I seconded a motion that said we reject all resolutions on the table.
Damn, I thought mine was good.
Can we add to that, though? Can we
You wanna
add
make
to
an
that
amendment?
motion? I'd like to amend it, just.
You can make an amendment.
So again, motion to set aside all resolutions and wait for the outcome of lawsuits by Texas Attorney General or any other lawsuit for clear legal.
I'll accept that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. All right, so we're voting on the amendment. So the
Yeah.
amendment is to
Yeah.
wait until just a wait and see approach.
We got it,
For
boss.
true legal,
For
for clear legal direction.
Legal direction from Attorney General and any other, what does that say?
Any other lawsuit.
Lawsuits
Sorry.
for
Courts.
clear direction.
Attorney General don't supersede
Right.
the Supreme Court.
Any discussion on that amendment?
We're
All
ready.
those in favor of the motion show by the uplifted hand. 4. Opposed? 3. Motion carries. The motion has been amended to strike everything down until we hear and we get final legal advice from the Attorney General. And
You good?
no, that's on the injunction. I hope you understand. That is just the injunction. The injunction is saying we're going to take a wait and see, and people are looking into it. It may be struck down altogether, but it's not struck down altogether. That is, I need you to understand what an injunction is, and what Ken Paxton is talking about is not saying this law, the legal lawsuits have been settled and it has been struck down. That's not what that says.
Well, that's what it says here, but gotcha.
Okay. Okay. Any other discussion?
We have to vote on the.
Voting
We're
on
voting
it.
on that last motion.
Yep.
All right. All those in favor of the motion shall be uplifted hand.
We already voted.
No.
No.
Go ahead, you're right, you're right,
You gotta
Skeeter.
pay attention.
You're right, Skeeter.
All those in favor shall be uplifted hand. Any opposed by the same sign?
We voted on the
Any
amendment.
abstentions?
That's right.
Two abstentions. All right, so we've got 4, 1, 2. It's not confusion. You gotta pay attention, guys. I can't
I
keep
made a motion.
going
Teresa made
through
an
that.
amendment to the motion. We voted on the motion, this amendment, with amendment
All right,
passed.
we're
now
moving
vote
on.
the motion.
We're moving on. It's too late.
I'm against.
Board member, item E, board member requests discussion and development of a local policy addressing gender fluidity and parental notification. Ms. Oldenweller.
Well, it's pretty apparent that, based on what the students were saying today and the people speaking today regarding the notification to parents being a major concern on the policy proposed, or the information that I put forth just for discussion or comment on. But when it comes to, I had a conversation with Dr. Null, and I asked him, do we have any, how are we handling these situations as they occur, and how are we instructing the 60 plus campuses, depending on how you count them, in how we protect all students, including the private bathrooms, the gender assigned bathrooms, however they're labeled. How are we protecting? How are we instructing? How are we doing all of this? And if there's nothing written, there's no policy and there's no written procedure. And we had a great conversation going over all of this. However, that brought us back to and what he stated is nowhere Conroe ISD does not keep information from our parents. We inform them of everything.
Right.
But yet we had how many people here saying that we don't? And so I'm asking you tonight, we had several students speak here about not informing parents. I shouldn't say that we don't. I'll rephrase that. That we shouldn't inform parents. And if we don't have something written, how do we protect that?
Well,
what gets, I think the question was asked to me. What gets said at that podium during public comment is not always true.
Oh, no, sir, I didn't mean it that way.
Make sure we all understand that.
Yes. No.
Understatement of the day.
What I meant is how are we ensuring that parents know that we're informing them?
Yeah, well, I have never, as we talked about, I'll just say, like I've told everyone, I've never had a single parent in my career here. Now, I haven't been in this building forever, but I've been in this building for 10 years, taking every complaint, phone call in secondary education. I've never had a parent complain that a campus withheld that information about their child from them. Not a single one. So, and we get a lot of complaints about a lot of things that we don't get right. That's one that I've never had that complaint. So I believe our campuses are doing a great job of that. We have that conversation with our staff over and over again. We don't withhold information from parents. So, I do not see that as being an issue for us. We handle every single one of these, as we talked about, privately and individually and with families, discreetly to protect every child. That's just how we've always done it. We've always been successful with that, and as I mentioned to you, we have always been successful. If we reach a day where I don't feel like we're being successful, I will share that with you all and tell you that we have a problem that I need you all to help solve for our campuses. I don't believe that that's where we are today. I don't see it as a problem that we need intervention to solve today. It's always you all can do as you please.
There was a young girl that spoke from the podium tonight that said it's her last year at College Park. She's a senior. She had to leave her event to come speak, and she fears for the safety of children that she attends school with in our district if we start telling their parents that these children are suicidal. I mean, she was speaking on behalf of her peers, but she herself exhibited fear that her parents might find out, or parents might find out about their gender identity. Yeah. That if we don't have anything in place to mitigate, to even handle that, how can we? I mean, she's coming to this meeting to speak to us about her fears. That tells me that it's present.
She didn't come to this meeting to tell me that what we're doing is wrong. That's not why she came.
She's saying those policies.
It's the explicit nature that create what, and I don't want to put words in her mouth either.
But
what she said is when you create policy, you can create put a target on a certain group of people, that's what elevates the problem.
Yep.
And I
When we
think
can
that's how
handle
it's
things-
being perceived.
Yeah, it's your policies.
Yeah.
I mean, I think without it being written, how we handle things, if we handle it case by case, then we open ourselves up to more risk, not less.
I thought we already talked about this
We
last
did. I don't
meeting.
even know what- I don't even know what the
What is
conversation's
new?
about right now
What
at
is
this
new?
point.
I don't get it.
Well, that was going to be my question is, you know, with all due respect, Ms. Oldenweller, we did talk about this 2 weeks ago. What's changed in the last 2 weeks?
Well, part of it is that about the decision on Title IX, and that we need to put these things in place so that when school starts, we do not have students going into restrooms, not only students that are identifying having to use a restroom that is not in alignment with their biological sex, but then the students that are in those bathrooms that are being exposed and uncomfortable. So we have both those issues. All I'm saying is if we put it in place that students that need to use a private one-stall restroom can use their private one-stall restroom, then we have a policy in place that doesn't put anyone in a risk of being uncomfortable.
Are we talking about informing parents of
We're talking about
things,
all of these
restaurant-
issues,
we
the
talking about all
information
over
you
the
were
place.
provided.
And Title 9 has nothing to do with restrooms. Why we keep talking about restrooms?
Because it
Does
does
somebody
have to
use
do with
restroom?
restrooms. Title IX does have to do with
Can
restrooms.
you show me one
It just
place
says you
in that
cannot
title that says
discriminate against
restroom? Show me
people.
one place
Okay.
in that legislation that says restroom. Since you all are so
You
well
want to
versed in these
discriminate
legislation,
against
show me one
It's
spot where it says restroom.
redefining gender.
Now show me the restroom scare fear mongering that we're talking about constantly.
Never had
There's
a problem with
nowhere in the
it.
title.
You know what? It's,
Show me
it's
that.
apparent that you all are not, you're risk adverse to things that protect students in one way, but you're not in another. And such as with other types of lawsuits. So it's obvious that you all are perfect. I say it's obvious that you are perfectly acceptable putting all students at risk by not having a policy in place is what it's very apparent.
I disagree.
It's
And
apparent
I'm
that
not
you
sure
have
what
a-
you mean when you say you all. I would
Well,
love for you
I
to
mean,
explain
okay,
what you're talking about.
there's at least two here speaking and about that we do not need a policy.
It's apparent
Yeah,
that you're
absolutely.
targeting one demographic.
I'm not. I'm trying
It's
to say
apparent that-
everyone
that-
and
that your
protecting
systemic
everyone.
policies isolate or target, call out one specific demographic.
How is
Everything
giving
you talked
everyone a
about last
restroom that
week.
they can be comfortable
From your
in?
books, just talking about restrooms is not, nowhere in that legislation. Nowhere in that legislation speaks about restrooms.
So did you
Nowhere.
participate in the NEA/TSTA's training on what is the fact sheet from Title
No, I
IX?
participated in the NAACP pronouncements. And I understand when I see discrimination when I see it. Let's move on.
Look, are kids using the restrooms in our campuses now?
Say again?
Are kids able to use the restroom?
Yes, of course.
Do we have fights breaking out because of restrooms? Do we have
This is
kids
all about
being-
this is all about a political.
Actually, yes.
All right, let me
Not based on this topic.
let me be more specific. Okay. Is there a problem with restroom
You
use
just said that, no.
right now?
No, we're
Like,
not.
then what are we doing here?
I just
Again,
don't
is
know
this
we
is
don't.
this really just so you can take a stance on what your personal beliefs are?
She got
Okay?
Answer to the peeps.
How does this serve our students? How
It-
does this serve our community? Tell me.
It is to protect all students.
Protect who? There's no one
Do you
getting
know that
harmed
at
right now.
McCullough there
guys
were,
in the
do you
town.
know that at McCullough there was, in the girls' restroom, there was a biological male that came into and used the bathrooms, and students were in there that were female, biological female, and they were uncomfortable. Did anything happen? No, other than uncomfortable and not acceptable. And if we don't have a policy that prevents that, at some point, we could face the problem, but there could be something that goes wrong there. The same thing with locker rooms, The same thing with putting teachers at risk of not using proper, I'm sorry, sir, I cannot see Ms. Chase as you're leaning and blocking me from seeing down the dais.
He doesn't care.
Speak to people
There's no
out there.
need for that.
I'm not speaking to them because we're having a conversation here.
Are there any of these examples that were not addressed on a campus level? Satisfactory.
Why are we having this discussion?
Do policies prevent kids from doing anything?
Policies give adults guidance. That's our job as a board, is
Yeah.
to
Were-
provide guidance
Were
in
these
certain situations.
Were these examples handled satisfactory on a campus level
can't be
by
sure.
adults?
I can't be sure.
Dr. Knoll.
That's
I agree
that's
with
that before you
If
answer that,
they-
Dr. Knoll, if I will, this is the difficult part that I have, because Ms. Olenwell, you bring up examples. I don't want to prolong the meeting anymore because Dr. Deitcherman is about to say his famous line here in another 2 minutes.
That was yesterday.
But yeah. But when you start talking about specifics like that, I almost want to go back to executive session so we can talk about this, because we can't talk about these kids. There's no way in the world I would ever believe that a young man walked into a young woman's bathroom and nobody did anything.
I didn't say nobody did anything. That wasn't the point.
You implied that nothing has happened except don't do that again kind of
I
attitude.
never said that.
We got to scare.
Okay, Miss Oldenweller.
We got to make sure we scare.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that by putting something in writing, it gives us parameters and it gives us protection over being sued over things happening or over the things that happen on our campuses that we're not training employees, and protection for our teachers. We've had two lawsuits.
You write your policy, we're going to get sued.
Mr. Williams, please.
We've had 2 lawsuits from teachers be upheld recently because of not having the right guidance and being forced to do certain things or address students by certain pronouns, so on and so forth. We have nothing. Yes, there are 2 lawsuits, California, and I can't remember the other one, and I'll get it for you. I don't mean Conroe ISD. My bad. I'm saying there are out there. My correction.
Trustee
My correction.
Odenweiler, do we have real issues here that are really happening in our school district?
The issue is that we are not putting anything in place to follow and be consistent across our campus. That's the real problem.
Motion, we adjourn this meeting.
No, not yet.
Didn't Riley Gaines
Not
just
there yet.
win a huge lawsuit? She just won like a $50 million
Let's
lawsuit.
keep it moving, man. Let's get out of here.
That was.
No, she did.
That was NCAA. That has nothing to do with us.
Oh.
And I'm glad that she won that, but that has nothing to do with us.
But I guess my point is though, is we are liable to, we're opening ourselves up to litigation.
How so?
Now, we worried about litigation one day. 2 seconds ago, we want to break all federal laws and just go run rogue, just go wild out.
No, it was over protection as well.
Oh, God,
Ms.
people, come
Galatis,
on, man.
how many Title IX lawsuits are taken to
We're not talking about Title IX.
We are, because that's what they're saying. How many lawsuits are taken against a school district for following Title IX rather than not following Title IX?
I'm not aware of any for following.
Thank you.
federal law.
Thank you
Ms.
very much.
Galatis, if someone is injured or harmed on our campus because of the Title IX provisions that may or may not be put into place, but say they are, does our district have jurisdiction?
We don't know what you're asking.
If we were following the law, we would not be liable if the following the law resulted in injury.
So if a child is hurt in a bathroom because we are including both genders in our bathroom, you're saying that Conroe ISD does not have jurisdiction over that?
The question to me was if we were following Title IX and someone was hurt, would we be liable?
Yes.
And the answer is no.
That's not what I've been told. Okay.
What would how would you be told otherwise? If the federal law says this is allowable and it's allowed, you're saying that the district, someone told you the district is held liable for that?
If something happens on our campus that will harm a child, that's yes, that the district has jurisdiction.
But if we're
legal.
following the law,
What is
like if a kid falls
section?
down the stairs,
That's the question. It's not law, so we can't have this discussion.
I know, that's what's, like, I read through, Miss Oldham, I read through this stuff, and it's not just about the facilities. You've got
No.
stuff in here about pronouns and all
Right,
that
which
other
had to do
stuff,
with the
and-
lawsuits that I just mentioned.
Yeah, and then
It's
it's.
something
I
that's
just-
coming that we're not willing to get ahead of, so.
It's,
And that's fine. At this point, it's not fine, but if that's where the board sits, we can't, I mean,
We need some policies on board
I
members
just-
overstepping their
Hey,
bounds.
I'm trying, like, the top initiatives that seem to come from just based on what you're bringing to the agenda seem to come around restricting books. Apparently, like poster police, gay kids,
Trans kids.
like taking away any protection.
Black author
what
books.
am I taking
Black-
away
Like
by this?
when do we get down to the business of the real problems that the district is facing?
Okay,
Look
so
at
tell me what we've
When
done for
do we get
dyslexia
there?
students. I've
Oh,
tried to
yeah,
fight for
that's
dyslexia
a
students.
button-
When did we
that's a-
take that up?
That's a button. for
When
the
did we
frown.
take up the fact that we, for how many years, didn't have a phonics program in our curriculum, which is a fundamental way of teaching reading, and then we spent $4 million buying a phonics program we could have had for free? I mean, these are all issues
You
I've brought
haven't
up.
brought any of those as
Value add,
agenda issues.
none.
They were already, when we were purchasing curriculum, I spoke about them ad nauseum. I came up here with facts. I went back and forth with Dr. Upshaw. These were all things that I have done that are on educational facts.
But they also had facts in regards to the curriculum that they wanted.
I'm not
And they
trying to go
presented
back
all
and
that
we're getting off
litigate.
subject.
I'm
Let's
not
just
trying to
stay-
go back and
That's
argue
a-
that. I was
if
just
we
trying to
may.
give her statements when I was talking about educational items.
I would say this, Ms. Chase. You shouldn't attend all the arguments you're invited to.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams,
Well,
what did you
I
say?
said, yeah, be careful attending all the arguments that you're invited to.
So I will just say
Pot,
this, so we can
kettle.
move on.
Touche.
The item was board member request discussion and development of a local policy addressing gender fluidity. Is there any, because it's the way it's written, and it says discussion and development, is there any motion to develop a policy?
I will not look at anything from Katie ISD.
Okay. So if no motion.
I didn't give anything from
No,
Katie
I'm
ISD.
just saying, we've already seen the problems from the last issue
Oh, yeah.
that Katie ISD presented. We're not gonna, we
For the
shouldn't
But we
follow
all had the
anything else.
opportunity to contribute to that
You
policy.
can.
Every one of us
Get
had the
anything from
opportunity to
Katie
do that.
ISD. Oh, sorry,
Let's go. We learn from our mistakes.
never mind.
Okay.
No, I was just asking, it was thrown out there, and it sounds to me that no one wants to put forth, I just
Nope.
want to talk about, I just wanted to, but no one wants to put forth anything, so, okay, all right, moving on. Item 13, take requests from trustees regarding future board agenda items. Does anybody have anything there?
So obviously, as for per discretion earlier, we need to, I request that we reevaluate EFA and EFB, and look at the policy and the procedure that we have.
Okay. We'll
Sorry,
put that
Dr.
down. Anything else from anybody?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, we are adjourned, 12:07.